No. No, no way. You don't get to do this to me. I'll find Gia. He'll destroy you. She tried to scramble up, but Scarface backhanded her hard across the face. She crumpled, knees hitting the floor with a dull thud. Did I say you could get up? A silver blade appeared from behind his back. He toyed with it, letting it catch the light, a cruel smile stretching across his ruined face. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. You're an educated woman, I'm sure you heard that one. He seized Bayuji's jaw, fingers digging in until her features twisted. This pretty face, 2 cuts, and we match. What do you think? Bayuji flinched hard. This man had tried to kill her once before. They were capable of anything. Her face ached where he gripped her. Tears streamed hot and fast down her cheeks. Bai's mother huddled in the corner, head down, not daring to look up let alone speak. None of this had anything to do with her anyway. Please. Let me go. I can give you money, lots of money. I have it, I swear. Bao crawled up Bayuji's throat. She clutched Scarface's wrist, eyes wide and pleading. He sneered, kicked her aside, and straightened up, disgust smeared across his face. Money, huh? Well, we're reasonable people. He moved toward the door, then paused. Tomorrow. Same time. Have the money ready. We'll come collect. He took 2 more steps, then stopped again. Bayuji's stomach locked up. Scarface glanced back, smiling. Oh, almost forgot. After all these years, that 2 million. It's 13 million now. Master Jin says not a cent less. He gave the knife one last flash, then led his crew out. The second they cleared the door, Bayuji sucked in a ragged breath. No. Impossible. Gia wouldn't let this happen to her. She pushed herself up, eyes blazing at some fixed point, then raked the hair off her face and wiped her tears with the back of her hand. Behind her, Bai's mother was still on the floor, slapping her thigh and wailing. What a disaster. What is happening? Gigi, go find Fujia right now. Make him get rid of those men, get rid of them. Something inside Bayuji snapped. The memory of her mother cowering silently in the corner earlier poured fresh fuel on her rage. She spun around, eyes wild. Shut up. Just shut your mouth. Bai's mother flinched, shooting her daughter a bitter look. But the fire in Bayuji's eyes made her think twice. She whimpered quietly, then braced her hands on her knees and hauled herself up. Bayuji stormed into her room, threw on fresh clothes, and didn't even touch her hair. I'm going to see Gia. He wouldn't refuse me. He wouldn't. There was no way Fujia knew what happened back then. She'd covered her tracks perfectly. Years had passed. These facts had to be sent by that bastard Master Jin. Bayuji wrenched open the door and headed straight for the Fu family estate. At the estate, the servants had cleared the snow from the garden. The last flurries had just tapered off, leaving the sky a washed-out gray. Yichichi leaned against the windowsill, staring out. Her breath fought a small patch on the glass, and she traced it absently with her fingertip. Cold seeped through the pane. She could imagine the chill outside. She lingered a moment, then spotted a car pulling through the main gate. Uncle Lu was bringing Zeo back from the Fu residence. When she saw the tiny bundle in his arms, she couldn't help herself. She grabbed a coat from the rack and wrapped a scarf around her neck, already heading downstairs. A servant noticed her moving. Madam, are you going outside? It's freezing. I'll just be in the garden with Zeo for a few minutes. The servant relaxed. The staff all liked Yichichi. She had a gentle temper and never gave anyone trouble. The door opened. Yichichi stepped out, and the crisp winter air hit her full in the lungs. It was sharp, but refreshing. After being cooped up with the heat running all day, the cold felt good. Uncle Lu, I'll take Zeo. Let's go for a walk. Uncle Lu was just approaching. The puppy spotted Ichichi and instantly wagged her tail, letting out an excited little yip. Alright. Don't stay out too long, it's bitter today. Among the staff, Uncle Lu and his wife, Aunt Yun, had been with the estate the longest. They treated Ichichi with genuine warmth. Got it. Ichichi took the puppy, cradling her as she walked slowly along the cobblestone path. Oh, Zeo, have you put on weight again? The puppy wore a tiny red vest, looking especially festive. She nuzzled into Ichichi's arms, wriggling happily. Ichichi walked carefully. The path had been swept clean, no danger of slipping. After a short way, she sat Zeo down and crouched to watch her bounce around. A thin layer of snow still clung to the low hedges. Ichichi scooped up a handful, packed it into a small ball, and tossed it near Zeo. The puppy chased it, bumping it with her nose. They'd been playing like this for a while when. Up in the study, Fujiya stood by the window, watching the scene below. A faint smile tugged at his lips, when he didn't even register. Buzz! His phone vibrated on the desk. He pulled his gaze away and picked up. Mr. Fu, there's a woman causing a scene at the main gate. The estate had round-the-clock security at the front entrance. Jie, come out and see me, please. Bayuji's voice filtered through the line, teeny and desperate. A cold fury sparked in his chest. He let out a humorless laugh. I'm coming. He hung up and headed downstairs. Bayuji stood at the gate, shivering in thin clothes, hair whipping wild in the wind. Her face was red and swollen, anyone might have pitied her at a glance. The black-suited bodyguards stood stone-faced, arms crossed, blocking her way. The boss hadn't told them who she was, so they held her off, waiting for him to arrive. Bayuji wrapped her arms around herself, as red-rimmed as she stared through the iron bars. The moment she spotted that familiar figure approaching, she waved frantically and called out, Jie. Zai. She lifted her chin and shot the guards a scornful look. Just wait until he gets here, she thought. Her voice carried into the garden. Ichichi thought she heard something. She glanced up just in time to catch Fujiya's back as he strode toward the main gate. Curious, she watched for a bit, then turned back to Zeo. Fujiya's cold, handsome face betrayed nothing, if anything. He looked even harder than usual. He wore a long black coat, unbuttoned, over a soft cream sweater. Long legs, straight posture, every step deliberate. His icy eyes landed on Bayuji outside the gate, and a flicker of disgust crossed his face. So this was how those men had left her. He kept his hands in his coat pockets, stopped just inside the gate, and stared at her without a word. Bayuji flinched at his expression. A chill that had nothing to do with the wind crawled down her spine. She tried to step forward, but the guard's arms didn't budge. Forcing a few fresh tears, she let her voice tremble. Jie, I didn't want to bother you here, but I'm so scared. Some men came to my house today. The same men from back then. They're out. She made her body shake. Part of it was performance, but the wind was genuinely brutal. She dressed light on purpose to earn his sympathy. Fujiya listened. Then he said, flatly, and the indifference in his voice hit her like a slap. Her expression cracked. She bit her lip, struggling to hold herself together. They tried to kill me before. Now they're out, and they hold a grudge. They want to kill me and my mother. Zai, I'm terrified. I barely survived last time. I don't think I'll be so lucky. Zeo bounced across the grass for a moment, then her ears shot up and she whipped her head toward the front gate. A bit later, she started getting worked up. She barked twice in that direction, then looked back at Ichichi. The gate was half open, partially blocked by a statue. From where Ichichi stood, she couldn't see a thing. She followed Zeo's stare but came up empty. Before she could settle her down, Zeo bolted, barking the whole way. Zeo. Ichichi got to her feet, exasperated. The last time Zeo ran off, it scared the life out of her. They were inside the estate, sure, but she still couldn't shake the worry. She didn't risk running, just walked fast. Zeo was right up ahead anyway, almost like she was waiting, dashing a few yards, then stopping to glance back. She finally stopped at the gate. The old mansion's gate was solid wood, thick and heavy. It sat half open at an angle. At first Yi-Chi didn't see anyone outside. She was about to step closer when she heard a voice she despised. Yi, why won't you come hold me? I'm so scared. Or are you worried grandfather might see us? That one sentence was enough to make Yi-Chi turn on her heel. She bent down and scooped up Zeo, who was circling her ankles. She'd barely taken a step when Fujia's voice cut through the air. Bayuji. Drop the act. Now. What on earth was happening? You think those men from back then got out of prison by accident? Fujia's voice was ice, threaded with something dark that made her skin prickle. Yi-Chi froze mid-step. Back then. Prison. The incident with him and Bayuji. I had them released. And as for whether you were really hurt because of me, well. He let out a cold, humorless laugh. You know the truth better than anyone. I heard your father racked up quite a debt. A daughter pays her father's debts. Nothing unfair about that. Naturally, they come after you. Do you have any idea what happens to people who lie to me? No, it's a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. Yi, let me explain. Please, just let me explain. Those men, I don't know they. Bayuji's words came out in a frantic tumble. And this time, the tears streaming down her face were real. So Fujia knew. He knew. It was over. The fact that he hadn't killed her on the spot was already mercy enough. But she had been so close. He had acknowledged her in front of everyone, reporters, cameras, the whole world watching. He said he would marry her. She was inches away from becoming the mistress of the Fu group. The most powerful family in the capital. No. She refused to believe it was over. Fujia watched her sink to the ground, a cruel smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Go home. Touching you would dirty my hands. Someone else will take care of you. He turned and walked away, not sparing the wild woman another glance. His tall frame passed through the gate. Behind him, Bayuji's sobs twisted into screams. And then Fujia saw Yi-Chi standing right there. His expression flickered surprise, maybe something else. Yi-Chi didn't speak. The shock was still hitting her. She had Zeo to her chest and turned back toward the old mansion. How absurd. The whole thing had been a lie. Even Fujia had been played. And all these years, everything she had suffered, it all traced back to Bayuji's deception. Absurd. Yi-Chi didn't know what she was feeling. She walked several steps, then stopped and exhaled. The footsteps behind her slowed to a measured pace. When she stopped, he stopped too. He didn't approach. She'd known Bayuji was two-faced. But she never imagined she was capable of something like this. And even though Fujia was a victim here too, it didn't matter anymore. Yi-Chi pulled herself together and went inside. She was freezing. She left her gloves somewhere. She sat Zeo down, grabbed her scarf, and rubbed her red, chilled hands. Her grandparents were in the living room watching TV. They glanced over. Chi, what were you doing outside? It's so cold. Uncle Lu brought Zeo back, so I took her out to play for a bit. Someone took her coat from behind. She didn't bother looking back, assuming it was one of the staff. Zai, where were you? Grandfather asked, as Fujia walked in a few moments later. Nothing important. Just handling something. The cool voice came from right behind her, and Yi-Chi realized it was Fujia. She didn't turn around. She walked straight to the sofa and sat down beside her grandmother. Grandma, What are you watching? Her grandmother took her hands and rubbed them warm. Next time, wear gloves. It's too cold out now. It's a singing competition. Come watch with me. Okay. Yi-Chi-Chi said obediently. On screen, a variety show was playing New Year's songs, bright and festive. Yi-Chi-Chi stared at the TV, but her ears were trained on the front of the room. Fujiya would probably head upstairs now. Then footsteps approached. A tall frame settled into the armchair beside her. He leaned back, legs stretched out, sinking into the cushions like he had all the time in the world. Yi-Chi-Chi stole a glance. He was watching the show, focused. She let herself breathe a little. Whatever was on TV, she stopped registering it. Her mind was stuck on what had just happened. The initial shock was fading. So what Fujiya said back there meant. Bayuji hadn't been injured because of him. It was because her father owed money. And those men who'd been arrested, he had them released, to go after Bayuji again. A chill ran down her spine. So all these years, Fujiya's care for her, his tenderness, it all vanished the second he learned the truth behind the lie. Was that rational, or was it just cold? But Bayuji was the one in the wrong. Anyone would be furious after being deceived for so long. The fact that Fujiya didn't destroy her himself was already generous. Yi-Chi-Chi didn't pity Bayuji. If anything, she had it coming. But still she'd just gotten a front row seat to Fujiya's ruthlessness. It was a lot to process. She sat there, distracted, not absorbing anything. Grandma, I'm going to go lie down for a bit. She didn't want her grandparents catching on that something was wrong. And she didn't want to sit in the same room as Fujiya. All right. Her grandmother patted her hand. Go on. Yi-Chi-Chi went upstairs, straight to her room, and let out a long breath. So absurd. If only this had come to light earlier. If only before Bayuji came back. Even right after it happened, if he just investigated. Would things have gone differently? Would she and Fujiya not have to end up here? Stop. Don't go there. Everything Fujiya ever did for her had nothing to do with love. At first, he used her to block all the women angling to marry into the Fu family. Later, he just got used to taking care of her. It was all so weightless. So easily shattered. Worth nothing the moment Bayuji appeared. The sky outside dimmed to a dull gray, casting everything in a cold, muted light. Click. The door opened. Yi-Chi-Chi realized she'd forgotten to lock it. She wasn't surprised to see Fujiya walk. Yi-Chi-Chi glanced at him, then turned back toward the window. Did you need something? Her voice was flat. Fujiya stared at the small, curled-up shape of her in the chair, knees to her chest. The coldness in her tone stung. He hated when she talked to him like this. Annoyed, he crossed the room, sat on the edge of the bed, and caught her chin between his fingers. He forced her face toward him. Her clear eyes met his, and she frowned. What do you want? You heard everything. It was a setup. We didn't look into it properly. Bayuji has nothing to do with me anymore. His brows pulled together. He cut Bayuji out of his life completely. That would solve every problem between them. The frustration pressed in on his chest. I'm done with Bayuji. I don't owe her that promise anymore. We don't have to get divorced. Yi-Chi-Chi just stared at him, stunned. A cold weight settled in her chest. That was Fujiya. The divorce, the marriage, everything moved on his terms. Always. She shook her head. Chinese New Year is 4 days away. Whatever happened between you and Bayuji is your business. It has nothing to do with me. His grip on her chin tightened. He ground his teeth. Shishi, I can't apologize. For all of it, everything that happened because of her. I'm sorry. Her eyes flew wide. An apology? From Fujiya, CEO of the Fu Corporation. She'd never heard those words leave his mouth before. But why? Why not? Her happiness had never mattered to him. If it had, why had he let her cry alone so many times? She couldn't understand it. She didn't want to. I heard you. You don't need to apologize. I don't want it. I get it now. The divorce would have happened with or without Bayuji. You don't like me. I shouldn't try to force it. Even without her, you'll meet someone you actually like someday. But I know it won't be me. The words spilled out, and she drew a shaky breath. Xinghao, if you cared about me just a little, you wouldn't have let me hurt so many times. I don't want that hope anymore, Xinghao. No hope meant no despair. There's no one I like. Fujia's voice came out as a low roar, his temper snapping its leash. Yichichi held his eyes and asked, slowly and carefully, so if Bayuji's story wasn't a lie, you'd never apologize. You'd still be pushing for a divorce, same as before. Should I be grateful that it was all a lie just so I could get an apology from you? Her bright eyes stayed locked on him. Xinghao Fujiye, you don't even know what it means to like someone. Your version of liking is just owning and controlling. Like a toy you toss in a corner when you're bored, leave it to gather dust, and pick it up again when it catches your eye, Xinghao. Xinghao, but I'm not a toy. I get hurt. I get disappointed, Xinghao. She stood, no longer looking at him, and walked past him toward the stairs. If it wasn't a lie. Fujiya repeated the words, pinched the bridge of his nose. A knot of frustration sat heavy in his chest. He reached up to loosen his tie, then remembered he was wearing a sweater. Right. Feelings were a damn hassle. Dinner was almost ready. Aunt Yun was setting dishes on the table. Aunt Yun, let me help. It smells incredible. She walked over, trying to keep her mind occupied. All right. Be careful, don't burn yourself. I made your favorite shrimp. Eat plenty tonight. Okay. They ate a simple dinner. Yichichi went back to her room and crashed fast. Maybe because she'd finally figured some things out and made up her mind, sleep came easy. Chinese New Year's Day arrived before she knew it. Now that she was pregnant, Yichichi slept far more than usual. Thankfully, grandfather and grandmother let her sleep in and told everyone not to disturb her. Her grandparents were traditional. Chinese New Year meant new clothes and fresh Spring Festival couplets. The servants were probably hanging them up right now. Yichichi changed into her new outfit, a plain white sweater with a burgundy plaid pleated skirt, and an apricot fleece jacket for outside. She looked like a soft little bun, not at all like a woman about to become a mother. She touched her still flat stomach. Happy New Year, little one, she whispered. When she got downstairs, the house buzzed with activity. Nuts and candies filled every table. The front door stood open, and a cold gust of wind slipped through, making her shiver despite her layers. Shishi, you're up. Did you sleep well? Grandmother waved from the doorway. Yichichi's cheeks flushed. She really was the last one awake. I slept great, Grandma. Grandfather stood outside, his face bright red as he directed Uncle Lu with his little cane. A little to the left. No, that's too much. Yes, no, now it's crooked. Grandmother rolled her eyes and winked at Chichi. You just got up. Go eat something first. Okay. Yichichi was actually hungry, so she headed to the dining room. The first thing she saw was Fujiya, leaning back in his chair, reading the newspaper. He'd already finished breakfast. She steadied herself and chose a seat as far from him as possible. Aunt Yun brought her favorite soy milk, and Chichi sipped it slowly. As she ate, she caught a glimpse of Fujiya setting the paper down. His gaze settled on her. Ever since that argument, they'd barely spoken a dozen words. Fujiya watched her. Last year, they'd woken up together, laid out each other's new clothes, and wished each other a happy new year first thing. This year, he hadn't even bothered to put on something new. His room had been cold and empty when he woke, It felt like hell. Yichichi tried to ignore his stare. She ate faster and left the dining room the moment she finished. All day, her grandparents stayed cheerful. Chinese New Year shows played on the living room TV, filling the house with noise and warmth. In the afternoon, they made dumplings with Aunt Yun. Grandfather had clearly been practicing. His dumplings looked neat and proper. Midway, Heisei showed up. He wished everyone a happy new year, then disappeared into the study with Fujie. When the two of them came back downstairs, they stepped outside together. A while later, Fujie returned alone. Dinner was lavish. In the capital, tradition meant the big meal came late, so they didn't sit down until after 8. It was the reunion dinner. Grandfather was allowed 2 small cups of wine tonight, and he was glowing. But after drinking, he got talkative. By the time he left the table, he told the story of how he and grandmother fell in love twice. Even Yichichi found herself smiling a little. Then the topic shifted to her and Fujie. Grandmother shoved a fojo meatball into grandfather's mouth, finally shutting him up. Yichichi knew both her grandparents hoped she and Fujie would find their way back to each other. But they had failed. After dinner, Fujie spoke, his tone softer than usual. I've arranged something. Let's go to the courtyard. The old mansion's backyard opened onto a man-made lake, a wide clearing stretching right to the water's edge. Floodlights lit the courtyard as the group followed Fujie at a slow, easy pace. They barely reached the shore when a sharp "Xinghao" whoosh "Xinghao" sliced the air. White streaks shot up from the opposite bank, bursting into pale blue fireworks that cracked across the night sky. Sparks flared, scattered into 1,000 thin trails, then cascaded down like a meteor shower before vanishing into the dark. More streaks soared. More colors bloomed. Yichichi's lips parted. Her eyes stayed fixed on the display, and a memory flickered years ago. Curled up on the couch, she watched fireworks just like this on TV. She told Fujie she loved them. Loved them. Fireworks were banned in Jindu. She had no idea how he'd pulled it off, but there was no way he'd thrown all this together today. He planned it. She sniffed, watching the lights rise and die. Something heavy settled in her chest. They disappeared so fast. One brilliant moment, then nothing. Years from now, she might not remember the exact colors. But she'd never forget who was standing beside her. She turned. His profile was half hidden in the dark sharp jaw, high nose bridge. The fireworks reflected in his eyes like constellations. Xinghao, but, Fujie, after tonight, we won't be together anymore, Xinghao. She got lost in the thought, drifting. When she blinked herself back, his gaze was already on her. A warm palm touched her cheek. She stiffened, too surprised to pull away. Only when his fingers brushed her skin did she realize tears had started falling without her even noticing. Do you like it? His voice was quiet, strained. Her throat tightened. I do. Thank you. Then keep watching. He pulled her cold hand into his and turned his eyes back to the sky. The fireworks went on for over 20 minutes. By the end, grandfather and grandmother had already gone inside. When the last ember faded, Yichichi slid her hand free. Fujie stared at his empty palm. A hollow ache pressed against his ribs, but he didn't force it. He just turned and started walking along the path. She followed a few paces behind, watching his tall silhouette, her heart twisting. She slowed, then stopped entirely. She wanted to look at him a little longer. Memorize him. The goodbye was coming. None of her plans included him now, and the thought cut deep. The Fujie she met 6 years ago was exactly like those fireworks, bright, breathtaking, lighting up her dull, lonely world. For 6 years, she'd been so well cared for. By him, by his grandparents. They'd all been wonderful to her. Through 4 years of marriage, he cherished her, spoiled her, looked after her. If only nothing had changed. Xinghao, what a shame, Xinghao. When he heard her footsteps stop, Fujie turned, She stood there, small and still, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. But then he remembered all the ways he'd hurt her lately, and the egg spread, quiet and sharp. His camel coat hung open, falling to his calves, a white sweater underneath. The street lamp behind him softened the hard edges of his frame. Jie, she swallowed the sorrow, her voice barely there. Visit grandfather and grandmother more often. They always miss us. He paused. Okay. And, don't work so much. Don't always stay so late. He thought she was asking him to come home earlier. Okay, he said again, stepping closer. You should learn to love someone. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Otherwise it gets so lonely. Fujie almost didn't catch it. He frowned, unsettled for reasons he couldn't name. What? She lifted her head and gave him a small, perfect smile. Nothing. Happy New Year. The lamplight fell warm across her face. That smile, it was the exact same one she gave him every time he walked through the door, the one she wore setting soup on the table, looking at him like he mattered. Fujie stared, thrown off balance. Happy New Year, Shishi. Some instinct screamed at him not to let her keep talking. Come on, let's head back. It's freezing out here. He shrugged off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Then they walked together, slow and silent, back toward the glow of the old man. Deep in the night, Fujie couldn't sleep. He threw off the covers, turned onto his side, then flipped back again. What she'd said in the garden kept looping through his mind. Like a splinter he couldn't dig out. He hadn't slept right in days. His body hadn't adjusted to the silence. Every time he shut his eyes, she was there. He exhaled slowly. The sheets beside him were cold and empty. Frustrated, he sat up, one knee bent, forearm resting on it. The sleeve of his pajama top slid back as he reached for the nightstand. His fingers found a cigarette. He wasn't a smoker. But in the past few days, he'd gone through multiple packs. The thin, acrid scent bled into the dark. He took a long drag, and his mind finally sharpened around the edges. He traced back through everything that had happened, trying to locate the source of this low-grade irritation. In the end, he landed on one thing: Ichichi was pulling away. He couldn't hold her the way he used to. They barely spoke now, just clipped, polite words that meant nothing. She lived in the full household for so many years. He'd never once imagined that one day, this girl would want distance from him. The cigarette's red ember pulsed and faded in the darkness. When it burned down to the filter, Fujie stood and crushed it into the ashtray on the table. A thin stream of smoke lifted, then vanished. He walked to the door and stepped into the hallway. Her room was right next to his. At 1 in the morning, the whole house was asleep. The silence pressed against his ears. He stood in the corridor, looking down at the empty first floor. The only light came from the moon spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Quietly, he pushed open the door to Ichichi's room and stepped inside. She was out cold, breathing soft and even. Like a little piglet. So he was the only one lying awake. He stood beside her bed, watching her small face in the dark. For some reason, just seeing her settled something in his chest. The hollow ache eased. He asked himself the same question again. What was love? Did he love Ichichi? He watched her for a long moment, then frowned and left the room. Over at the Bai house, New Year's Day was a completely different picture. Bayuji had been tormented by Scarface for days. Her eyes were sunken and bloodshot. Greasy hair hung in tangles around her face, unwashed, matted at the crown. She crouched on the living room floor in wrinkled pajamas. No. This was just I messing with her. He'd come around. Any day now, he'd show up and apologize. She was alone in the house. Bai's mother had used the excuse of visiting the hometown for the New Year. She packed up and left the day after Scarface, and his man showed up. Huh? A vicious flash crossed Bayuji's eyes. Once I'm IS wife, you won't see a single cent from me. Scarface had set the number at 15 million. She didn't have it. She emptied every account she had, scraping together barely over $1 million. She always burned through money like it was nothing. Whenever she ran low, she just asked Fujiya for more. Saving had never crossed her mind. But Scarface had said it plain, if she didn't come up with the full amount by the second day of the new year, things would get ugly. Bayuji spent 2 days trembling inside the house. On New Year's Eve, she didn't even dare turn on the lights. She just curled up in the dark, eating instant noodles. Wait. The black card. I had given her a black card. Her eyes flickered to life. She could use it to buy jewelry, then resell it. She scrambled off the couch and stumbled into the bedroom to search. The black card was inside her usual handbag. When she saw it, her eyes went wide, almost manic. Yes. With this card, 15 million was nothing. She clutched it tight and took a few steps. Then she caught her reflection in the full-length mirror by the bedroom door. No. She was elegant. Refined. She crouched in front of her vanity and frantically put on makeup, then changed into a dress before heading out. But she never touched her hair. The tangles and the greasy film stayed. She took a taxi to the nearest mall and made a straight line for the jewelry store. The shop assistant spotted her immediately, a woman with wild, matted hair and a strange, unblinking stare. The assistant tensed, instincts flaring. Miss, how can I help you? She braced herself and stepped forward. The stale, oily smell coming off the woman's hair hit her, and her expression went rigid. Jewelry. You. Bring out your most expensive pieces. Now. Bayushi waved the black card in the air and glared at the assistant. Seeing the card, the assistant relaxed slightly. Right this way, please. Bayushi was led into a private viewing room. The assistant carefully brought out the new collection. 2 heavy-built security guards stood posted at the door. The diamonds glittered under the bright display lights. Bayushi looked up at the assistant. Are these the most expensive you have? Yes, miss. Which piece catches your eye? We can also arrange a custom order. No. I want them now. Wrap all of them up. She held the black card between 2 fingers and handed it over. The assistant took it with both hands and repeated the total. Bayuji didn't flinch. The assistant called someone to handle the packaging, then ran the card through the machine. 星号 beep 星号. The machine let out a sharp, denying sound. The assistant hesitated. This miss, could you try a different card? This one doesn't seem to be going through. Bayuji's face darkened. She shot to her feet. That's impossible. How can it not go through? This is the black card Fujiya, CEO of Fu Corporation, gave me. You know who he is. Run it again. Use a different machine. Her voice ran loud. The security guards turned toward the room, their eyes flat and watchful. The assistant swallowed and tried a second machine. 星号 beep 星号. Miss, you see. It's not working. The system says this card has been frozen. No. Bayushi stumbled back a step, hands clawing into her own hair. Impossible. It's your problem. Your store's problem. Her face twisted with rage. Her hair was a red from her own fingers. She wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, smearing lipstick across her cheek. The assistant instinctively stepped backward. Bayuji lunged and grabbed the assistant's wrist. Tell me. What did you do to it? My card worked fine before. She shook the assistant violently, voice pitched near hysteria. The 2 security guards rushed in and peeled her hands off. The assistant's patience snapped. This woman was clearly unhinged. Miss, you cannot make false accusations. We are a reputable brand. Everything is on surveillance. If you don't have the funds today, please come back another time. She motioned with her hand. The two guards gripped Bayuji under the arms and hauled her out of the store, then shoved her into the corridor. She caught herself on the railing. This can't be. If the card was dead, where else was she supposed to find money? The mall was crowded. People gave Bayuji a wide berth, whispering behind their hands. She glared at them. What are you staring at? Get lost. She tried several more stores. Every single one ended the same way. She got thrown out. Now she believed it. Fujiya had frozen the card. Still, she couldn't let go. She clutched it in her hand, knuckles wet, as if letting go meant admitting it was over. The new year passed quietly. On the third day, Fujiya left for the office. Ichichi stayed in her room most of the morning, her expression shifting between hesitation and resolve. She'd been rehearsing this conversation for days, running the words over and over in her head until they felt almost real. She paced the length of the room twice. Then she squared her shoulders, stepped out, and walked down the long hallway to the last door grandfather's study. He always spent his mornings there, reading. 星号 knock, knock, knock 星号. 3 soft taps. Come in. His voice was warm and familiar. Ichichi pushed the door open. Grandfather. When he saw her face, a small smile touched his lips. Then it faded, like he already sensed something was wrong. What is it, Shishi? Tell me. She twisted her fingers together, standing there like a nervous child. The study fell silent. Finally, she spoke. Grandfather, could you give me my household registration? Jia and I agreed. After the new year, we finalized the divorce. The old man's brows drew together. But he didn't explode the way he might have once. Instead, he exhaled slowly, lifted his teacup, and took a measured sip. Shishi. About Jia. Grandfather. Her voice was quiet but steady. Her eyes held a clarity he'd never seen in her before. I know everything now. About Jia. All of it. She paused. Her throat tightened. But I can't make myself accept it. I keep thinking even without the lies, he still would have pushed for the divorce. I'm tired. I don't want to live like this anymore. Waking up every morning knowing I'm his backup plan. She swallowed. I know I'm asking for too much. I'm sorry. I've let you and grandmother down. Tears shimmered in her eyes. She fought them, but they spilled over anyway, her small frame trembling. The old man's eyes reddened too. Oh, sweetheart. This isn't your fault. Jia never knew how to treasure what was right in front of him. Oh. I kept hoping he'd see clearly. But after what happened with his parents, he shook his head. No. No excuses. He failed you. Another heavy sigh. He gestured for her to come closer. Ichichi stepped forward and crouched beside his chair. If your mind's made up, I won't stop you. And if Fujiya has a single functioning brain cell left, he can crawl back to you on his own. I won't lift a finger. She shook her head. Crawl back. Fujiya had never truly wanted her. Divorce wasn't a loss. It was freedom. The old man pulled open a drawer. His weathered hands lifted out the thin booklet Ichichi's household registration. When she'd come to life with them, they'd registered her as family. The booklet had stayed in his care ever since. He'd never imagined handing it over for a divorce. He felt a bone-deep disappointment in his grandson. And a quiet, stubborn hope that this would finally teach the man something. Ichichi took the booklet. She blinked hard, forcing the tears back. Grandfather, I'm going on a sketching trip with a friend. I'll be traveling for a while. Just to clear my head. It was a lie. No. So soon after the new year. Her mind was already made up. Not just because she couldn't stand breathing the same air as Fujiya, there was the baby, too. If she and Fujiya had no future together, why should he ever know? The old man was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. All right. All right. Be careful out there. It's cold, bundle up. And you call me if anything happens. Anything at all. Her voice came out thick. She sniffled. She might not see grandfather or grandmother for a long time. She was being selfish. They'd been nothing but kind to her, and here she was, slipping away like this. But it was okay. Once she'd had enough time to forget, she'd come clean. I'm heading to a friend's tomorrow. Grandfather, please take care of yourself. And grandmother. Yes, yes. The old man waved a hand, turning his face away. Ichichi clutched the registration to her chest and walked out. The door clicked shut. Only then did he release a long, ragged sigh. Every generation makes its own choices. He couldn't interfere anymore. The next morning, the sun spilled gold across the sky, softening the bite of the winter air. Ichichi brought Zeo back to the Fu mansion to pack. She'd already sorted through most of her things when she'd moved to Qinshui Bay. This time, she only grabbed a few everyday clothes. The vase on the table still held fresh flowers. The staff switched them out daily. The room carried that faint woody scent she'd always known. The last time she'd left this place, she'd been shattered. That was when she just found out Bai Yuji was back. She'd been like a little bee yanked out of a honey jar. Confused. Terrified. Completely lost. Now, she'd been out in the world. She'd weathered some storms. She'd forgotten what the honey tasted like. And she wanted to see what else existed beyond the jar. This time, when she left, she didn't know if she'd ever come back. Zeo watched her, tail wagging, circling her feet. Ichichi zipped her suitcase shut. Before leaving, she called Muyao. They'd already arranged it. Muyao would drive her to Qinshui Bay. Half an hour, Muyao said. Ichichi sat down at the desk. She slipped her fingers behind her phone case and pulled out the hidden wedding photo. Red background. Her and Fujiya. His expression blank. Hers glowing with hope. She stared at this photo so many times. And never once noticed how mismatched they looked. Even their happiness was different. She set the photo on the desk. Then she worked the diamond ring off her finger. Finally, she pulled the household registration from her bag. She placed all three together. Given Fujiya's connections, the registration was all he'd need to push the divorce through. Simple. She stared out the window for a moment. Then she thought about leaving something behind, a note, maybe. A long time ago, she read some ancient divorce letter. She hadn't understood it back then. Now she did. From dynasties ago to today, so many people had stood exactly where she stood. At some point, you just stop hoping for forever with the one you wanted. At some point, you choose to leave. Her pen touched the sketch paper. 星号在星号. 星号 4 years together. 2 hearts, no longer one. No common road ahead, 星号. 星号 let us part in peace, 星号. Flowery classical phrases. She didn't even know why she remembered them so clearly. They just spilled out. She frowned and shook her head. Forget it. What was she even doing? She slashed the pen across the paper hard. Then she crumpled it into a tight ball and tossed it into the wastebasket under the desk. She didn't waste another second. She scooped up Zeo and walked out the door. A few minutes later, Muya's car rounded the corner and rolled to a stop in front of her. Muya shoved the door open, shivering as she scrambled out in her kitten heels. Chichi, why are you just standing out here? It's freezing. She grabbed Ichichi's small suitcase and tossed it in the trunk. I just came out. They hadn't seen each other since New Year's, so there was no shortage of things to say. They talked the whole way to Chinha to pick up the last few things from her apartment. Once that was done, Muyo pulled into the garage of an older residential complex. When they stepped out, Jiang Yu's car was already waiting inside. Maybe it was a little paranoid, but Ichichi didn't want Fujiya tracking her down that easily. Even with grandfather covering for her, she still needed their help. The car glided toward Qinshui Bay. Jiangyu kept his eyes on the road. Don't worry. I'll handle the surveillance here. Ya's car will head to the airport. He won't find you. Maybe he won't even look. But, just in case. Her voice was quiet. She stared out the window, face blank. Zeo was having the time of his life on Muya's lap, kicking at her clothes and trying to climb onto her shoulders. Muya gave his little bottom a light smack, scolded him, and smoothly changed the subject. Chichi, when's the studio going to be ready? Ichichi let herself get pulled into it. I don't know yet. New Year's just ended. There's no rush. She really didn't know. She'd only been to the space once after picking it out. She hadn't even seen what it looked like now. Alright. I'm staying with you for a few days, then. No way I'm letting you be by yourself in a new place, all unsettled. Muya leaned into Ichichi, grabbing her arm and playing spoiled. Ichichi laughed. Okay. Stay as long as you want. Evening settled in, the sky darkening. At the old house, grandfather and grandmother sat on the couch. Chichi just left and I already miss her, grandmother said, staring at the TV without really watching. I wonder how long she'll be gone. Grandfather paused, his voice calm. I gave Chichi the household register. Grandmother turned her head, her elegant face flickering with disbelief. You. She didn't finish. She just let out a frustrated sigh. Serves him right. You're right, Jia's an idiot. Let him panic. We can't take his side. I wouldn't have given her the register otherwise. The old couple's hearts ached, but they weren't stubborn. They saw things clearly. By the time Fujiya returned, the sky had gone completely dark. It was the third day of the new year. In 2 more days, he and Chichi were supposed to head back to the Fu residence. Something felt off. He carried the chill from outside, raising an eyebrow, confusion flickering in his eyes. Grandfather. Grandmother. He shrugged off his coat and greeted them. Grandfather didn't even turn around. Fujiya headed straight upstairs. The 2nd floor was silent. He stopped at the bedroom door, then pushed it open. The bed was perfectly made. Untouched. He stepped closer. No Ichichi. He walked back out and glanced down into the living room. Only his grandparents were there. A bad feeling crawled tight in his chest. He took the stairs down in a few long strides. His voice went cold. Where is Chichi? The moment grandfather heard footsteps, he turned and fixed Fujiya with a glare. She went out. Fujiya's mind flickered to Ichichi's words from New Year's Eve. Where? His voice dropped. Grandfather jabbed his cane against the floor. Done with him. She's your wife, and you're asking me. She's traveling abroad. Said she won't be back for a year or more. Something slammed into his chest hard, twice. Fujiya forced out a breath. When did she leave? The room tightened. Grandmother said, her tone sharp. Jie, watch your tone with your grandfather. Chichi left this morning. She stopped by the house to pack first. Go look for yourself. Fujiya paused, realizing he'd lost his grip. He softened his voice. Okay. He grabbed his coat and walked out. Grandfather watched his hasty retreat and snorted. Now he's in a hurry. Enough. You were no different at his age. The voices faded. Outside, the wind cut like a blade. Strange it hadn't felt this cold when he arrived. Fujiya strode to the car, shrugging into his coat as he moved. Sir, shall I drive you? No. He waved the driver off, got in, and floored it out of the villa district. Rush hour. Traffic crawled under a gray, misty sky. Red and white taillights snaked ahead. 2 red lights in a row. Fujia's brows pulled tight, his thin lips pressed flat. Another red light. He stopped and dialed Ichichi. His long fingers pinched the edge of the phone, tips going white. One ring, then the automated voice. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. He lowered the phone, checked the screen. Her number. Tried again. Same message. Frustration clawed up his throat. Was she already in the air? He tossed the phone onto the passenger seat. Veins bulged in his hands as he gripped the wheel. His palm slammed the horn a sharp, angry blast. The light turned green. The little car in front lurched forward like it was scared. Minutes later, he pulled into the Fu residence and went straight upstairs. The room was empty. His eyes landed on the table. Marriage certificate. Wedding photos. And the diamond ring. Fujia picked them up. He stared at Ichichi in the photo. Anger hit first raw, burning. At Chinshui Bay, things were finally coming together. In the living room, Jiangyu stood with two burly men. When Ichichi first saw them, her surprise was obvious. The heat was on, so both men wore black tank tops. One had tattoos crawling from his left wrist all the way up his neck, vines and roses tangled together. It didn't match his shaved head and bulging muscles at all. The other had no ink, his long hair tied back, and he seemed calmer. Ichichi froze for a second. She thought some gangsters had broken in until both men spotted Jiangyu and nodded. Boss. She looked from them to Jiangyu. Honestly, they looked more like bosses than he did. She'd never been around people like this. Intimidated, she held onto Mu Yo's arm as they walked behind Jiangyu. The bald one, covered in tattoos, leaned past Jiangyu and winked at Mu Yo. Mu Yo shot him a funny face and turned to Ichichi. Let's Huogu and Bianzi Shu. They're a lot of fun. And their family. Jiangyu nodded at them. Everything done. All set. The coffee machine you wanted was delivered this morning. Installed. The tattooed man reported it like a kid eager to please a teacher, every word crisp. Ichichi noticed that when Jiangyu got serious, he really was different. The smile left his face. It went cold, unreadable. He waved a hand, passing Ichichi's suitcase to them. Take it upstairs. Bianzi Shu hoisted the bag onto his shoulder and headed for the stairs. Ichichi hurried after him. Thank you. Go on, I'll help Chichi unpack, Muyo called. The second-floor bedroom was spotless. Bianzi Shu set down the suitcase and gave Muyo a warm, almost fatherly smile. Miss, the bedding is the set you took home to wash. Clean. Muyo nodded. Thanks, Bianzi Shu. I'll head down. The two girls settled in. Downstairs, the three men did a thorough check of the house. By the time Ichichi and Muyo came back down, the other two were gone. Only Jiangyu remained, lounging on the white sofa. Muyo pulled Ichichi down beside her and turned to her brother. Bro, you really outdone yourself. To the left of the living room, a half-open tea station. To the right, a row of cabinets held all kinds of painting supplies, paints, brushes, palettes. The paints were arranged by shade on the white shelves. Below, a dozen transparent paint boxes sat on the tabletop, each one packed full, ready to grab. It was an organizer's dream. There were brushes, picture frames, rolled canvas, and in one corner, a line of easels, like someone could sit down and paint at any second. Jiangyu raised an eyebrow, ignoring his sister, and looked past her at Ichichi. Shishi, anything else missing? She shook her head. Everything was there. Even a small table and chairs in the garden. Jiangyu and his people were thorough and thoughtful. Jiangyu, thank you. It's perfect. If she'd done it herself, she could never have made it this good. No problem. Call me if you need anything else. Okay. Muyo waved a hand in front of her brother's face, pretending to be annoyed. You two don't have to act like I'm invisible, you know. Aren't you hungry? I'm starving. Starving. Jung-yu checked the time. Already dinner hour. Eat out. No need. I'll cook. I saw food in the fridge, and the kitchen works. So the three of them threw together a few simple dishes and ate. Jung-yu headed back to the city center. Before he left, he handed Yichichi 2 numbers. Huogu and Bianzi Shu. They live nearby. Call them if anything comes up. Okay. He smiled softly. I'm off, then. Hands in his pockets, his tall figure slowly disappeared through the doorway. Yichichi looked away, her chest warm. Jung-yu and Mu-yo had done so much for her. Without them, she wouldn't have had the courage to leave the Fu family. The anxious, tangled feelings from before had settled, eased by their company. Since Mu-yo said she'd help manage Chi-Chi's studio later, they'd set up 2 bedrooms upstairs, one each. Late at night, Yichichi lay in bed, still feeling like it wasn't real. Living wasn't as hard as she'd imagined. In just one day, she walked away from Fujian. Thinking back on those months of struggle and compromise, it all felt like a dream. Maybe she'd miss him. Maybe she'd be lonely. But that was okay. Everything would be okay. Fujian sat on the edge of the bed, broad shoulders hunched forward, elbows on his knees, the diamond ring pressed between his palms against his forehead. The room was dark, no lights on, just moonlight slicing through the window, carving hard angles across his cold face. The ring had grown warm, its edges biting into his palm with a dull, persistent ache. He couldn't quite name what he felt. The initial anger had faded into something heavier. Restlessness. He called Hize and ordered him to track down Yichichi's flight. It never crossed his mind that she'd simply vanish from his life like this. She'd told his grandparents. Everyone but him. And these things she'd left behind, did she expect him to take them to the courthouse and file? Xinghao TCH, Xinghao. His grip loosened slightly. He opened his dark eyes in the dim light, glanced down at the ring, then set it on the nightstand. Just as he was about to turn away, something white in the wastebasket caught his eye. He paused, stood, and flicked on the light. Walking back to the table, he picked up the crumpled ball of paper, sketch paper, the kind Yichichi always used. There was no reason for trash to be here. She must have thrown it away earlier in the day. He smoothed out the wrinkled sheet. At the top, his name. So this was for him. Xinghao, 2 hearts no longer beat as one. May we part and go our separate ways, Xinghao. He clicked his tongue against his teeth. His knuckles went white as he crushed the paper back into a ball and tossed it into a drawer. Fujiya walked into the bathroom, showered, then threw himself onto the bed. The next morning, he strode into the office building, expression like ice. He crossed the lobby without a word and headed straight for the elevator. The receptionists watched his back disappear around the corner, then immediately huddled together. Xiaoyu, the girl who helped Yichichi last time, stood at the center. Ha, does the CEO seem extra dark today? He's always dark. But today he looks weird. They whispered among themselves, wondering if they were imagining things. Within days, they knew for sure, the CEO was in a terrible Xinghao mood. As Fujiya stepped off the elevator, Hize followed him into the office. Sir, I tracked Mrs. Fu's flight. She went to Countrywide. Countrywide? Alone? Fujiya lifted his gaze, eyes like ice. Yes. Just Mrs. Fu. After Hize left, Fujiya lit a cigarette. Fine. Go wherever you want. What did he care? If she wouldn't even tell him, she might as well not come back. White smoke curled into the air. He stabbed the cigarette out with sharp irritation, then stood and ordered Hize to call an emergency meeting with all senior management. After the new year, everyone had forgotten how to do their jobs. Useless. What was the point of keeping them on payroll? Executives were dragged into the meeting without warning. Some were still on vacation. Others were out of town. They scrambled to get there. Then came an entire morning of meetings. One by one, they were forced to present their first half plans. No one had prepared, and no one dared say a word under the CEO's dark glare. By the end, anyone who hadn't shown up or had shown up late lost their entire monthly bonus. Nobody knew who'd set the boss off. For 2 straight days, the office atmosphere was suffocating. No one dared cross Fujiya. Everyone skirted around him, terrified of getting caught in his inexplicable rage. People wondered, what happened to the CEO over the new year? It was like he'd gone through a breakup. Wait, no. They remembered the Black Temptation video. It had been suppressed, but enough employees had seen it. Some had their suspicions. Yet, maybe the fire wasn't at the office. Maybe it was at home. On the 3rd day, Fujiya finished another meeting and went back to his office. He'd been sleeping at the company for 2 days straight. What difference did it make whether he went home? Either way, he'd be alone. Hizei knocked and came in, handing him a stack of meeting documents. Seeing the fatigue carved into his boss's face, he risked a concerned comment. Sir, there's not much on the schedule today. Maybe you could head home early and rest. Fujiya stared at the papers without looking up. No need. Hizei had no choice but to leave. He might not know the full story, but he understood enough. Ever since he discovered that Mrs. Fu had gone to Countrywide, the CEO had been like this. Work all day, then stay at the office all night instead of going home. Fujiya rubbed his brow. The documents had been in his hands for minutes, and he hadn't read a single word. He thought about the fact that Ichichi must have landed by now. He held up for 2 days. This morning, he finally called still turned off. The feeling of losing control clawed at him. From the day Ichichi had stepped into the Fu family, she'd been obedient and thoughtful. She always told him everything. She'd never once just disappeared like this. Fine. This time, he'd been in the wrong. He could apologize. He could do better by her. Fujiya grabbed his phone, frowned, and opened WeChat. His long fingers typed out a few words fast. Xinghao, where are you? What are you doing, Xinghao? The message landed like a stone in still water. No reply. He sent another. Ichichi hadn't changed her number or her WeChat. She still needed it to keep in touch with his grandparents and a few others. When the message came through, she was walking with Mu Yao. They'd just come back from the lake, visible from the terrace of Mu Yao's place. It was cold, but plenty of people were out for a stroll. The neighborhood wasn't in the city center, but it wasn't a ghost town either. They circled back to the villa area, quieter now. The streetlights flickered on, casting a warm glow over the smooth pavement. It felt almost romantic. Her phone chimed. Ichichi opened it and saw Fujiya's message. What is it? Mu Yao noticed her silence, leaned over, and spotted the screen. Her temper flared instantly. Seriously? Fujiya has the nerve to ask where you are. Shishi, don't answer him. Ichichi exited WeChat with a faint smile. I know. Her eyes curved, but Mu Yao knew better. For days now, Ichichi had been holding something inside. She just never said it out loud. They walked home slowly. Mu Yao went to shower first. Fujiya's second message came through. Xinghao, stop being mad. I'll come get you, Shishi, Xinghao. She stared at the message for a moment. Her eyelids fluttered shut. When she opened them again, her fingers moved lightly across the screen, and she blocked him. She'd waited so many times for Fujiya to come for her. And every single time, she'd only ever seen his back. He never came. The amusement park, on her birthday. The lounge on Black Temptation night. The night Jotunfei dragged her into a van. Too many times. One after another, they chipped away at her courage until there was nothing left. Fujiya, do you know? Not everyone will wait for you forever. I've already learned how to let go. Fujiya stared at the red exclamation mark beside his message in WeChat. 星号 good. Real good, 星号. So she made her choice. 星号 fine, Ichichi. I'm done, 星号. He stabbed a number into his phone. One ring. Then a light, young voice answered. Brother Fu. No way. Sun rises in the west or something. You're actually calling me. Drop it. Where are you tonight? Hold up, you're coming out to drink. Black Temptation was one of the most exclusive bars in Jindu. Exclusive, if you had money. Membership required net worth north of 100 million. The guy on the phone was Lu Yang, practically a childhood friend. Lu Yang had mastered drinking, partying, enjoying himself. All the things Fujiya dodged. Black Temptation was basically his second home. You do anything besides drink. Send the address. Fujiya's patience was gone. On its way. Lu Yang hung up grinning, then turned to the guys in the VIP booth with a cryptic smirk. Holy shit. My legend of a bro is actually showing up tonight. This is gonna melt your faces. The others in the booth had serious money too. They figured Lu Yang was full of it and razzed him without mercy. Fujiya tossed his phone aside. Since marrying Ichichi, he hadn't gone drinking with Lu Yang and that crew. He'd never been a party guy anyway, better things to do. Work. Or lately, dinner at home with Chichi. But tonight he needed something. Anything. A distraction. He walked into the office's private lounge, pulled open the wardrobe, and changed. A sapphire blue silk shirt caught the light with a faint silver sheen. 2 buttons undone, the sharp line of his collarbone showing. He grabbed his coat, headed downstairs, and slid into the deep blue sports car that mostly gathered dust in the garage. He floored it out of the city. Black Temptation sat in a ridiculously remote spot. Fujiya didn't mind. He pushed the accelerator hard along the dark highway, tall trees blurring past as he burned off the frustration in the roar of the engine. The bar's white sign hung plain beside the door. From outside, it barely looked like a club at all. Fujiya shoved through the entrance. Lu Yang was slouched against the wall, waiting. Dude. Finally. I haven't seen you in months. And well, I caught you on the trending list the other day. He meant the annual party drama. Fujiya just leveled a look at him. Shut up. You're loud. Okay, okay. And you're all grumpy even though you landed the girl. Fujiya ignored him. He was here to drink, not chat. They threaded through a crowd of swaying bodies to a private room. The room reeked of alcohol. A few guys sprawled on the couches in the dim light, clearly buzzed. Fujiya's cold, polished presence clashed hard with the chaos around him. He and Lu Yang dropped into empty seats. Lu Yang poured him a glass with a teasing grin, about to lean in for gossip, but one icy look from Fujiya made him back right off. Xinghao got it. Bad mood. Don't poke, Xinghao. Lu Yang wisely drifted away. Fujiya picked up his glass and knocked it back in one go. He didn't even look. He leaned back, long legs crossed in front of him. The open collar of his shirt gaped a little wider as he set the glass down. A few girls on the adjacent couches kept sneaking glances. Lu Yang waved them off. Don't bother. You seriously cannot handle him. Some of the guys finally recognized who was sitting there. Their jaws dropped. Fujiya of the Fu family here at Black Temptation. They'd be bragging about this for months. Fujiya didn't give a damn. He poured himself another drink. The noise and bass pounding in his ears dulled the restless ache in his chest. They drank until 2 in the morning. Lu Yang and the others wanted to hit another spot. Fujiya was done. He called a driver. Halfway toward the company, the driver glanced into the rearview mirror at the man's storm-dark expression. Couldn't tell if he was drunk or stone-cold sober. Xinghao bought this car. I am never driving anything this nice again, Xinghao. Not there. Somewhere else. Fujiya gave the address for the full mansion. The driver nodded. He hadn't been back in days. Ichichi wasn't there either. Just a few servants. The house sat dead quiet. He went upstairs. It had been a while since he drank this much. His head was heavy, but his face stayed rigid, unreadable. He shoved the door open. The crash echoed through the silent room, jarring. Fujiya stood still, staring into the darkness. Ichichi wasn't here. Her scent was already fading from the air. He reached for the light switch. Then he stood there a long moment before yanking the wardrobe open. Empty spaces where her clothes used to hang. And there, on the corner of the dresser, her household registration booklet. Her diamond ring. Something inside him just hollowed out. Gone. He couldn't name the feeling. He slammed the wardrobe shut. The alcohol hit him harder now. He dropped onto the bed, heavy. The sheets still held a trace of Ichichi's scent, fainter than the stale air in the room, but still there. He picked up the ring. Closed his fingers around it. Squeezed. Something pressed down on his chest. His throat tightened. Every breath was a fight. Ichichi had left. She was avoiding him. For years, she'd been right here. In this bed. In his arms. And now he had no idea where Ichichi was. The hangover hit the second he opened his eyes. Fujiya pressed the heels of his palms against his temples, his face carved from ice. A splash of cold water, a fresh shirt. He was out the door before the bathroom mirror had a chance to fog. At the office, Hise appeared within 30 seconds of being summoned. One look at the CEO's jaw and he kept his gaze on the carpet. Cleared the next 2 days. Fujiya snapped his watch clasp shut, the sun sharp in the quiet room. Have the jet ready. We're going to Countrywide. I want that address before I land. Yes, sir. Hise hesitated for half a heartbeat. A major partnership negotiation was slated for tomorrow. But arguing with this man right now would be like stepping in front of a train. He turned and made the arrangements. 28 minutes later, he was back. Everything's confirmed. Cars waiting downstairs. We can leave immediately. Fujiya didn't respond. He was already moving, long strides carrying him out without a glance back. At the Fu family's private airfield, the Gulfstream's engines were already spooling up. They tore through Jindu's gray ceiling of clouds and climbed into clearer air. He settled into his seat and let his eyes fall shut. The cabin crew took one look at the "don't even breathe in my direction" expression and kept to the galley. He didn't mean to sleep. But the low hum of the engines pulled him under, and his dreams filled with Ichichi, her face half turned, her laugh just out of reach. When he opened his eyes again, the windows were streaming gold. Layers of cloud glided past, sunlight slicing through in white beams. Nothing like the flat, gunmetal sky he'd left behind. He rubbed his temples. Just knowing he was getting closer loosened something in his chest. Qinshui Bay. The small garden behind the villa held 3 freshly built planter boxes. Yesterday Huogo had knocked them together from reddish-brown wood that matched the villa's brick, filling each one with rich, dark soil. Ichichi hadn't even asked him to do that part. Now she sat on a low stool beside them, a row of cotton rose saplings laid out on a cloth at her feet. Early spring was planting season. She bought them online, figuring she'd learn as she went. If some didn't make it, she still had time to try again. Muya was still asleep upstairs. Ichichi didn't mind the quiet. She propped the instruction sheet against her knee, trowel in hand, and got to work. She dug 2 neat holes when a soft knock came from the open gate. She looked up. Her hands stilled. Chen Yuxiu stood there in a black tracksuit, sleeves pushed to his forearms, a faint sheen of sweat on his brow. His morning run along the lake usually ended at the villa behind hers. He never saw anyone out here. But today the wooden gate stood open, and he glanced in. Ichichi rose, throat still clamped in muddy fingers. Mr. Chen. Her voice came out surprised. She crossed to the gate, suddenly aware she should invite him in. After everything he'd done for her at the hospital, she meant to thank him properly. But she'd left before she could get his contact information. Come in for a minute. He stepped through, gold-rimmed glasses catching the morning light as his gaze swept the planters. What are you planting? Cotton roses. I've always loved them. She brushed dirt from her hands. I used to tell myself that when I finally had a studio, I'd fill the yard with them. The word studio lit something in her face. She looked awake. Oh. Nothing like the hollow girl he'd seen on that hospital bed. Do you actually know how? He lowered himself into a garden chair, resting both hands on the back rail, eyeing her work with open skepticism. Chi felt heat crawl up her neck. She brought it up casually, and now he was calling her on it. She'd assumed he was cold, unapproachable. But he kept proving her wrong. She coughed. No. I'm just figuring it out. He extended a hand. She passed him the instruction leaflet, and he studied it with the same intensity he probably brought to a balance sheet. Which is how she ended up standing there, watching a man in a $4,000 tracksuit squat in her garden dirt and plant her cotton roses for her. After a bit, she slipped inside. The kitchen still smelled faintly of the steamed buns she'd made earlier. She pulled them from the warmer, then filled a pink thermos with soy milk from the machine. Jiang Yu had sent compact, idiot-proof, the kind that didn't require her to fumble through a dozen settings. She stared at it as it beeped, her thoughts snagging somewhere else. Then she shook herself loose, sealed everything into a container with a kitten print, and carried it back out. Chen Yuxiu was at the garden tap, rinsing his hands. Behind him, the saplings stood in a neat, confident row. They should take. Just don't drown them and you'll be fine. Chi's smile broke wide, unguarded. Thank you. Really? He frowned. Just call me Chen Yuxiu from now on. Okay. I've got buns and soy milk. For breakfast. He looked at the pink thermos. The kitten container. He frowned again. He didn't like soy milk. But he took them. Thanks. I'll head back. He only meant to go for a run. He still had calls. Sure. The studio opens in a few days. Come see it if you're interested. She thought of him as a genuinely good man, reserved, maybe, but steady. He'd promised not to tell Fujia anything, and he'd kept that promise. For Chi, who'd never had anyone treat her with simple decency before the Fu family, that kind of thing lodged deep. She remembered every small kindness. He nodded once and walked out, disappearing toward his own villa. From the second-floor window, Muya's head popped out, hair still a nest of sleep. She squinted at the tall figure retreating down the lane and blinked. Was she still dreaming? What was Xinhao doing here? The jet had lifted out of Jindu at 10 in the morning. By the time it touched down in Countrywide, the local clock read just past noon. A black sedan idled on the tarmac. Fujia powered on his phone before his shoes hit the asphalt. His message was waiting. A street address. 2 minutes later, his phone buzzed. Sir, there's no trace of Mrs. Fu since she entered the country. No car activity. No social posts. Fujia's voice flattened to a blade. And the address? We traced the passenger who took Mrs. Fu's seat. She's at that house now. But our people couldn't confirm a visual, only that it's a woman. Fine. He ended the call and fed the address to the driver. The sedan pulled out into sun-drenched streets. Countrywide springly rainy, but today the light fell clean and warm through the plane trees, dappling the road in shifting gold. Fujia watched it slide over the windshield. When he found her, he'd bring her home. Or stay here with her, if that's what she needed. As long as she stopped running. stopping pulling these silent vanishing acts. Stopped making him feel like his ribs were closing around an empty space. The car slowed. The driver murmured, "We're here." Fujie told him to wait. He stepped out alone. Long black coat. Polished shoes. His stride ate the distance to the door so fast the ham snapped behind him. He stood in front of a small standalone house. Frowned. Then knocked. His heart slammed against his sternum, a heavy, insistent beat. He dropped his hand and waited. Muyo had been distracted all morning, her mind stuck on the figure she'd seen through the window. Finally, she couldn't hold back anymore. "Chichi, I saw a stranger in the yard earlier." "Who was that?" Chichi was busy taking inventory of the paint on the first floor shelves. She needed to restock the basics: white, red, lemon yellow. This morning, she kept her head down, jotting numbers, her voice slow and easy. "That was Chen Yuxiu. He used to do some business with Fujie. He's the one who took me to the hospital after the annual party." Muyo slapped a hand over her mouth. "Xinghao, great. Just had to bring that up. Might as well cut my tongue out now, Xinghao." Chichi shot her an amused look and spoke gently. "He seems to live in the house behind ours. Goes for a morning jog by the lake." Then she caught on. "Wait, why are you asking about him? Do you know him?" Muyo wasn't sure. The silhouette was just too familiar. "No. I ran into someone who looked a lot like him on that sketching trip." "Alright," Chichi said, letting it drop. Zeo-Zeo's furry body brushed past her feet. The cat had settled in over the past few days. She'd already explored every corner of the villa. Chichi crouched down and scooped her up. Muyo frowned. "You really shouldn't be carrying her. She's almost 10 pounds, and you're pregnant." They were both still girls in so many ways. This was Chichi's first pregnancy, and it made Muyo nervous every single time. "It's fine. She's not heavy. I'll only hold her for a minute." Under her clothes, her stomach was still flat, barely noticeable. Only when she lay in bed at night and pressed her palm against it could she feel the faintest swell. Almost 3 months now. She needed to find time for another checkup. The hospital she'd gone to before was in the city center, way too far now. She'd have to look up something nearby. "Xinghao, Xinghao, countrywide, Xinghao, Xinghao." A white wooden door swung open. Inside stood a young Asian girl. She looked him over and asked, "Chinese?" Fujie gave a slight nod, still clinging to a thread of hope. "Is Chichi here?" "Chichi." The girl looked confused. It's just me and my mom living here. I don't know anyone named Chichi." Her expression didn't seem fake. Fujie's voice turned ice cold. "Were you on the flight that arrived the afternoon of the 13th? Were you sitting in your assigned seat?" "No, some people didn't check in, so there were empty seats. I was uncomfortable by the window, so I switched." "So, Chichi hadn't boarded. Why hadn't she boarded? Or had she switched seats too?" He'd flown almost 10 hours to countrywide, only to find she was never here. His mind spun. He didn't even say thank you before turning and walking away. The girl watched his lost expression, gave him a curious look, then closed the door. Fujie finally admitted it to himself. Chichi had used every method she could. She was dead set on leaving him. This wasn't a trip. This wasn't a getaway. This was her walking out. Disappearing from his world. His steps slowed. The lightness he felt on the way here was gone. For the first time, a look that could only be called Xinghao bewilderment, Xinghao appeared on the face of a man who had always been so sure of himself. So arrogant. His brain seemed to stop working. Countless thoughts swirled inside, but he couldn't make sense of any of them. He couldn't even name what he was thinking. Just chaos. The car door opened. Fujie climbed in, the coat still clinging to his coat. He furrowed his brow, said nothing, and squeezed his eyes shut. The driver noticed the boss had come back completely off. He stole a few glances in the rearview mirror, caught the icy, sharp line of his jaw, and quickly looked down, pretending he wasn't there. After a long moment, Fujiya pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello. The voice on the other end was calm, with a trace of coolness. President Chen. I need to ask a favor. Fujiya had business in Countrywide, but nowhere near the kind of network Chen Yuxiu had built over the years. If anyone could find Ichichi, it was Chen Yuxiu, and faster than he could on his own. Fujiya had zero patience to waste another minute. Back home, evening had already settled in. Chen Yuxiu had just wrapped up his work for the day. When he heard Fujiya's request to help track down Ichichi in Countrywide, he almost laughed. Xinghao, not gonna lie, I was planting flowers for your wife this morning. How the hell did you end up looking for her in Countrywide, Xinghao? Of course, Chen Yuxiu only thought that. What he said was a clipped, alright. I'll see what I can do. Now he understood. Fujiya had no clue Ichichi was living in Qinshui Bay. It seemed that after the annual party, when Chichi said she was leaving, this was exactly what she meant. He had no interest in getting tangled up in someone else's family drama. And he had no comment on how Fujiya handled his personal life. He hung up and got into his car. 1,000 miles away, Fujiya had no idea what was running through Chen Yuxiu's mind. He just took the help at face value. If Ichichi was really in Countrywide, she'd be found soon enough. He set the phone down, told the driver the name of his hotel, and decided to wait one more day. Chen Yuxiu had just pulled into his driveway when another call came in, this time from his mother. He'd grown up with only her. Zero memory of his father. Whenever he asked, she said she'd kicked that bastard out when Chen Yuxiu was 2 years old. Yes, he took his mother's surname. The Chens had moved the whole family to Countrywide when he was very young. Hey, baby boy. How come you haven't called your mommy in days? The way she addressed him made Chen Yuxiu shake his head. Mom. What's up? What? I can't call you if there's nothing up. Ungrateful little thing. She shifted into a more serious tone. Listen. That woman's name is Yi Jing. She's from a town called Shaoyang, just outside of Jingdu. Start digging around there. Chen Yuxiu said he would, endured a few more minutes of maternal fussing, and finally escaped the onslaught of affection. Back at the hotel, Fujiya stepped into the shower. He planned to wait one day for news from Chen Yuxiu. If nothing came, he'd head back tomorrow. The cold water streamed over his body, tracing the cut lines of his abs. On that crisp, late spring night, Fujiya didn't feel cold at all. Instead, there was a kind of self-inflicted relief, like the chill could distract him from the turmoil inside his skull. When he told Chichi he wanted a divorce, she had cried under the covers. When Bayuji ruined her hibiscus, Chichi had cried too. When he tried to take Zeo Zeo away. On her birthday at the amusement park. When Zhou Tenfei had taken her and she'd called him for help. What had he been doing all those times? Xinghao, why did I look at Chichi's tears and just look away, Xinghao? Every time he remembered now, it was a knife twisting in his chest. He slammed his fist into the wall, jaw clenched, ice cold. The time difference between Countrywide and Jingdu was 9 hours. He'd been running all day. He thought he would pass out the second he hit the bed. Instead, he stayed awake until dawn bled through the window. The phone vibrated. He's calling at exactly the right moment, factoring in the time gap. Hello. Fujiya's voice was hoarse, exhausted. His eyes burned from the sleepless night. President Fu, we had someone pull the airport surveillance footage. Madam Yi took Mu Yao's car to the airport, but we never saw her go through security. We can confirm she never boarded the flight. He kept it short and direct. Good. I'm coming back today. The moment the plane touched down in Kyoto, Fujiya called Muyo. Chances were, Ichichi was with her. Muyo was in the courtyard, watering the hibiscus. Chichi had mentioned that Chen Yushio was impressive. The hibiscus he planted all looked vibrant and healthy. It was still chilly outside, so Muyo refused to let Ichichi handle the watering. Instead, Chichi stayed in the warm house, making coffee. Since getting pregnant, Muyo didn't touch coffee, milk tea, or anything remotely questionable. The only loophole for Chichi was making it for her friend, inhaling the aroma, stealing a tiny sip, just enough to feed the craving. She just put the hose down when the phone on the garden table rang. Unknown number. Muyo shook the water off her hands and answered with a curious frown. Hello? Who is this? She tucked her sleeve and started toward the house, the wind already numbing her damp fingers. Muyo. She knew that voice instantly. The irritating one. She stopped in her tracks, glanced through the floor-to-ceiling windows where Chichi was working the coffee machine, then turned and walked to a quiet corner of the garden. Fujiye. What do you want? We're not that close. Muyo scoffed internally. The tall, broad-shouldered man stood on the empty tarmac at the private airfield, He's a few steps behind him. I don't have time to waste. Where is Chichi? He didn't react to her tone, didn't bother with pleasantries. Huh? So CEO Fu has money, power, and a face made of steel. You're seriously asking me where your own wife is? Muyo was furious. Did he have any idea what he'd done? And he still had the nerve to come looking for Chichi. She planted her hands on her hips, ready to unleash. Didn't you just blow up on social media? Even I saw it. Losing your wife while you carried that white lotus out the door, real classy. Fuji's knuckles whitened around the phone, but he wasn't about to argue with Muyo. He just needed to find Ichichi. Everything that happened before was my fault. I'll make it up to Chichi. Where is she? I don't know, and even if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Huh? So you can hurt her again. Fujiye, do you even have a heart? Do you know how much she's suffered? And you have the nerve to come looking for her. He didn't argue. It was true all his fault. Then yelling. If not, keep going. Then tell me where she is. Muyo blinked. Was he out of his mind? Completely losing it? But thinking about everything he'd done, she didn't care. She's gone. Left the country. Went to Country Y. If you're so capable, go find her there. The guys in Country Y are gorgeous. Our Chichi's out there dating foreign hunks. You can rot with Bayuji. Chichi isn't in Country Y. I just came back from there. She never got on the flight. She was with you in the end. Muyo, are the Jiangs sure they want to go against the Fu Corporation? Muyo's brows pulled together. He actually went to Country Y. Then the threat registered. Huh? She'd never met a man so shameless. Fujiye, is this how you bully Chichi? Threatening her with every tool you got? Leaving you was the best decision she ever made. Do whatever you want, I'm not telling you a thing. The Jiang family might not rival the Fu Corporation in Kyoto's business circles, but her brother wasn't someone to mess with. Inside, Ichichi glanced out at the garden. Seeing Muyo still on the phone, she picked up the coffee and started toward the door. Fujiye, you'll never find Chichi now. Live with that regret. If you care about her at all, stop harassing her. Stop forcing her. Muyo hung up in a huff. She turned and froze. Ichichi was standing right there. Relief flooded her. Thank God she ended the call fast. Noticing her odd expression, Ichichi handed her the coffee and asked gently, what's wrong? Who got you this mad? Muyo almost spat out Xinghao, that idiot Fujiye Xinghao, but she swallowed it. Chichi didn't need to know. One thing was clear, though she couldn't stay here anymore. Fujiya would track her down fast. Nothing. Some dummy dialed the wrong number, trying to sell me something. Also, Chichi, the oil painting professor at the academy asked me to sub for a while. I probably won't be able to hang around as much these next few days. Muyo hated leaving Chi-Chi alone, but she didn't have a choice. Chi-Chi took her hand and led her back inside, a smile on her face. Go do what you need to. I'll be fine on my own. Come on, it's cold. Okay. Muyo exhaled softly behind her. Her Chi-Chi deserved this. Happy. Free. Not being bullied by Fujiya anymore. Staring at the disconnected call, Fujiya knew instantly Muyo definitely knew where Chi-Chi was. He rubbed his temples. The wind on the tarmac cut through his trench coat. Her words were harsh, but she wasn't wrong. He was the one who lost Chi-Chi. And now he had the nerve to hunt her down. He did care. He cared about Chi-Chi. He just realized it too late. Every time he saw her hurting, every time he saw her silent grievances, that tight feeling in his chest had been care. The impatience and irritation he felt toward Bayushi were all born from guilt over Chi-Chi. He was a fool. Slow and useless. He'd taken out his own confusion by hurting her. His face darkened. Finally, he turned. Back to the office. Days passed. He tracked Muyo's movements. She was substitute teaching at the Fine Arts Academy. Fujiya assigned people to watch her, but they never saw any contact between her and his wife. Fujiya stayed at the office later and later. Every day, the only thing he asked Hize was whether there was any news of Chi-Chi. The rest of his hours were swallowed by work. He didn't go home. On the surface, he was still the unassailable CEO of the full corporation. But only he knew he was unraveling. Because of Chi-Chi. He was losing his mind. He couldn't sleep. Without the scent of her beside him, he grew anxious, his body exhausted, his mind refusing rest. He was like a man parched after 10 days in the sun, desperate for water. He craved Chi-Chi. He wanted to bring her back. To have her close. To hold her the way he used to wake up and see her sleeping face. 10 years. He'd never imagined a day when Chi-Chi would leave. Never thought about what it would be like without her. But now he knew. Without her, his life. Everything was a mess. Yi-Jin had been found. Chen Yuxiu got the message on his way to return the cup and thermos Chi-Chi had filled with soy milk for him that morning. Chi-Chi's pork buns weren't half bad. He'd swing by for more after a morning run sometime. The road to Chi-Chi's villa sloped gently downhill. Chen Yuxiu walked at an unhurried pace, long legs moving inside perfectly tailored trousers. Every step was casual. Almost lazy. With his chestnut hair and gold-rimmed glasses, he radiated an effortless, restrained elegance. His phone buzzed. He shifted the thermos to his right hand and pulled it out with his left. Mr. Chen, we found Yi-Jin. Chen Yuxiu stopped. His voice stayed cool. Where? The voice on the other end named a place he hadn't seen coming. He didn't move for a moment. His expression hardened. He glanced at his watch. Pick me up at Qinshui Bay. 1 hour. He hung up and stood there, thinking. His usually gentle features sharpened under that serious look, turning almost unapproachable. Yi-Jin was the woman Gao Kangshe had been with before marrying into the Chen family. And Gao Kangshe was his biological father. The whole mess was both complicated and painfully simple. A greedy man blinded by the capital's wealth, abandoning his small-town woman to play the perfect son-in-law. Chen Yuxiu pushed the thought aside. He looked away and kept walking toward the villa. Muyo had been gone a few days now. Chi-Chi was slowly getting used to the quiet. Jiang Yu had picked out a few things Chi-Chi had left at Shui Enjian and had them delivered. Now they decorated the first floor living room, giving the space an instant studio feel. She'd already settled on a name, Chi-Zeo. Chi-Chi and Zeo. Simple. No hidden meaning. She just liked the sound of it. Once the sign was ready and installed, that would be her grand opening. Every morning, she woke up, threw together a simple breakfast in the second-floor kitchen, ate by the window, then sat on the terrace and let the view settle around her. She was living a life she'd never imagined, completely alone. A little lonely, sure. But at least her heart was quiet. Sometimes she thought about grandfather and grandmother. They had to be thinking about her too. She wanted to call, but later. Give herself a little more time. She didn't know how other people handled breakups. How long it took for the memories to fade. Every day, at some random moment, one would hit her out of nowhere. Pouring a glass of soy milk. Simmering a pot of pork rib and lotus root soup. Sitting down to sketch. The memories would slam into her chest sharp, stinging. But that was okay. She'd forget. Eventually. The weather was still cold. The heat was on, but being alone in the villa carried a strange chill. She wrapped herself in a white knitted shawl, curled up on the couch, and talked to the baby. Her knees were tucked in, and there it was, that soft little mound where her belly curled. Ichichi stroked it gently, and something impossibly tender moved through her. After chattering nonsense to the baby for a while, she got up to grab her sketchbook. Zeo was sprawled on her back in one corner of the couch, snoring like a tiny engine. Ichichi started sketching her. The doorbell rang. She looked up. Through the glass, she saw Chen Yuxiu standing at the wooden garden gate. It only came up to his waist, barely blocking his long legs. Your cup and thermos, he said, holding them up as she stepped outside. Oh, you didn't have to bring them all the way here. She reached out to take them. She was bundled in that white shawl, soft and pink-cheeked. Chen Yuxiu thought of the call. Yi Jin had been found. Which meant his half-sister wouldn't be far behind. It's fine. The buns were good. I've got to go. He adjusted his glasses. His driver would be here any minute. Okay. Ichichi watched him turn, hugging the thermos to her chest, ready to go back inside. She'd only taken one step when his voice stopped her. By the way. He paused. He's been looking for you. Called me. Sounds like he went to Countrywide. Ichichi froze. She hadn't expected to hear about Fujiya from Chen Yuxiu, of all people. Her wide, deer-like eyes blinked slowly, almost pleading. Please don't tell him where I am. Okay? Chen Yuxiu shrugged. Didn't tell him. Not interested in the drama. Then he turned and walked away. The wind beat. Dead leaves in the garden lifted briefly, then fell again. Ichichi took a slow breath, carried everything back inside, and set the cup and thermos down. She sank onto the couch and picked up her sketchbook. So he went to Countrywide. He had to be furious. In 6 years, she'd never once disobeyed him. Until now. And she knew exactly how he'd see it, her walking out with nothing but their marriage certificate, a slap to his pride. He was so possessive. There was no way he'd swallow that kind of defiance quietly. Ichichi touched her lower belly. She hoped he would stop looking. She'd barely gotten out at noon. Ichichi boiled a small bowl of wontons for herself. She'd been dragging for days now, chest heavy, appetite thin. Sleep kept tugging at her, but Jiang Yu had said he'd stop by. So she fought the nap. A short while later, 2 cars pulled up. Jiang Yu stepped out of the first. Huogu and Bianzi Shu hopped out of the second and hauled the studio sign from the back. Huogu, thank you so much for doing this. Ichichi smiled, genuinely warm. She'd gotten comfortable with Huogu over the past couple weeks. Don't mention it. Happy to help. The 2 men got to work on the installation while Ichichi headed inside with Jiang Yu. The sign was clean 2 white characters, 星号chi, 造型好, no extra flourishes. It was mounted above the second-floor eaves, easy to spot from the street even under the night lights. Jiang Yu, let me make you some coffee. She moved toward the coffee bar. Jiang-yu had set up that machine himself, and it had taken her days to get the hang of it. After Mu Yao left, she was the only one around, and she barely touched it since. But her fingers itched to try again. Jiang-yu caught the flicker of light in her face and followed her over, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sure. Go for it. Permission granted. Yi Chi-Chi washed her hands and got to work. She filled the bean hopper, locked the portafilter into place. She concentrated, a few fine strands of hair falling against her cheek, her lashes dark and long. The tall man in the cream sweater leaned against the counter, watching her. The sky outside was gray, but somehow the space between them felt warm. The rich coffee aroma swelled through the room as dark liquid, topped with a thin layer of crema, streamed into the white ceramic cup. Yi Chi-Chi's face lit up. She pulled it off this time, no grounds all over the counter, no mess. Frothing milk was another story. The hiss of the steam wand always made her jump, so she'd never used it. Jiang-yu saw her hesitate. He reached for the milk pitcher, voice low. Here. Let me. His movements were easy. Long fingers pressed the button, purged the steam in a quick burst, then frothed the milk to a smooth, velvety texture. He wiped the wand clean, tipped the pitcher, and poured a steady stream into the espresso, lowering it just enough to draw a delicate ginkgo leaf on the surface. Heat crept up Yi Chi-Chi's cheeks. So Jiang-yu was this Xinghao good at coffee. And she practically embarrassed herself trying to show off. He handed her the cup. For you. No, you drink it. I'm supposed to cut back on caffeine right now. Even as she said it, her tongue darted across her bottom lip without thinking. Jiang-yu looked at her, amused, but didn't push. He took a sip rich espresso, creamy foam. It settled something in him, lifted his mood. Then Yi Chi-Chi remembered the hospital. Jiang-yu, do you know any good private hospitals? His head came up, eyes sharp. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? It hit her, then. She'd never actually told him about the baby. Awkward heat crawled up her neck. She just assumed Mu Yao had mentioned it. Her cheeks went pink. I think I forgot to tell you. I'm pregnant. Pregnant. The word slipped out, disbelief written all over his face. He stared at her delicate features, something unreadable shifting behind his eyes. His grip on the cup tightened, finger by finger. Silence stretched between them, thick with the scent of coffee. Yi Chi-Chi's stomach dropped. Xinghao, is he angry? Xinghao. It was her own fault. She should have told him sooner. He probably thought she was an idiot. After a long beat, the shock in his eyes hardened into fury. Xinghao, damn it. Fujie is a complete and utter jerk. Xinghao. Yi Chi-Chi had never seen Jiang-yu angry before. His usually gentle features turned cold and sharp, his dark gaze fixed on her in a way that made her shrink back a little. Instinctively, she pressed a hand to her lower belly, lashes trembling. From the yard came the sound of hammers, huogu and bianzi shoe nailing the sign into place. The noise snapped Jiang-yu back. When he saw the look on Yi Chi-Chi's face, the blame died in his throat. Besides, what right did he have to blame her? It just, it. She was carrying a baby, going through all this alone, and Fujie had treated her like Xinghao, this Xinghao. Xinghao, damn it, Xinghao. He cursed again, silent this time. I'm sorry. I thought Yu Yao had told you. Yi Chi-Chi's voice was small, uncertain. She knew it was personal, her news. But Jiang-yu had always shown up for her. Treated her like a friend. She owed him the truth. When did you find out? Does he know? The chill on his face couldn't vanish in an instant, and the words came out stiff, but the anger wasn't aimed at her. Not long ago. He doesn't know. All right. I know a hospital. I'll take you tomorrow. Yi Chi-Chi shook her head. She leaned on Jiang-yu too much already. That's okay. Just give me the address. I'll go by myself. I'll take you. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Over time, Ichichi had started to realize Jiang Yu wasn't exactly the man she first believed him to be. Not right now. Not when he was around Huogu and the others. And that realization hung in the quiet between them, unfinished, full group headquarters, downtown. Fujiya sat glowering while the design director clicked through the presentation. The proposal hit the table with a sharp slap before the man could finish his sentence. The conference room, already silent, went tomb quiet. Heads stayed down, fixed on the slivers of table in front of them. No one breathed. The CEO had shredded this proposal more times than anyone wanted to count. Every round of revisions fell just as short. If you can't do it, find someone who can. Don't waste my time. A flat, mocking laugh. Then he was up and striding out. Hise followed, throwing a dark look at the people still pinned to their seats. Fujiya yanked his office door open, jerked his tie loose, and dropped into his chair. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a long drag. Hise walked in. This scene had become routine. Boss. Fujiya shot him an icy look. Go. Put eyes on Jiang Yu, Muya, the old house. Anyone Ichichi might reach. Yes, sir. And, maybe ease up on the smoking, Hise added before slipping out. Fujiya didn't answer. The cigarette burned down to the filter. He crashed it out and left the building. The Maybach tore through the streets, running 2 red lights. His lean arm rested on the wheel, utterly indifferent. The car turned into a residential complex and screeched to a stop. He got out and strode toward one of the buildings, his cold, handsome face set in a chilling expression. The elevator climbed and stopped on the 17th floor. A white door stood close ahead of him, but harsh voices bled through, tangled with sobbing. He knocked 3 times. The door swung open, revealing a face twisted with annoyance until the man recognized him. The scowl shifted into a fawning smile. Oh! Mr. Fu is here. One of Scarface's men. This was where they were holding Bayuji. Move, move. Make way. Scarface, Mr. Fu's here. Scarface, perched on the sofa arm, angled his head. He stood up, grinning. Mr. Fu, what brings you back? The place is a bit of a mess. Fujiya ignored him. His gaze dropped to Bayuji on the floor. The woman who had once obsessed over her own appearance now sat on the ground like a beaten dog. Her clothes were filthy, her hair greasy and matted, her face bare. A faint stench clung to her. TCH, she'd done this to herself. Fujiya's stare must have been too frightening. Scarface couldn't read his intent and spoke carefully. Mr. Fu, this isn't on us. She's lost her mind. We scared her a few times before, and now she shows up like this every day. At the sound of Mr. Fu, Bayuji lifted her head. The moment she saw him standing there, a crazed smile spread across her face. Jie, you came to see me. That means you forgive me, right? You're not mad anymore. She tried to stand but collapsed forward, crawling across the floor toward him. Jie, I knew you loved me. I knew you'd come for me. Take me back, please. I don't want to stay here. They're so scary. She was doing the fragile act again, except now she was dirty and reeking, and it was nauseating to watch. Take you back. Fujiya's voice turned icy. Bayuji, have you forgotten what you did? He turned to Scarface. What's this? I told you to collect the debt properly. Is this how you do it? Or does Master Jin not want his money back? His handsome face was almost smiling, but the hairs on the back of Scarface's neck stood up. Scarface swallowed. It clicked instantly. The CEO was here to make this woman's life hell. Something must have set him off. One of Scarface's men, quick on the uptake, dragged a chair over. Fujiya settled into it, crossed his legs, and leaned back like he was at the theater. Scarface forced a chuckle. Of course not, Mr. Fu. We work hard for our money. There's no way we're letting her off easy. Scarface hadn't even finished speaking before he crouched and shoved Bayushi aside. The money? 15 million. Actually make it more now. Huh? Go ask AE. Ask him. He came to pick me up, didn't he? Do you have any idea how much the Fu family is worth? You've never seen that kind of money in your miserable life. Bayuji's eyes went wild as she raked her gaze over Scarface and his man. A manic laugh tore out of her. Yi Chi-Chi. That spot belongs to me. Do you understand me? Do you? Fujia's expression darkened. His laugh came out cold as ice. Don't say her name. Why not? Why can't I say it? Bayuji tilted her chin up, provoked by the frost in his voice. What is Yi Chi-Chi, anyway? Some stray they dragged in off the street. What gives her the right to take my place? Fujiya had only come to see what Bayuji had become to bleed off some of the pressure. But those words sliced straight through him. He beat down hard on the inside of his cheek. Then he shot to his feet and kicked the chair over. It clipped Scarface and slammed into the white wall with a deafening crack. Scarface flinched, still crouched. What the hell, watch it. But when he caught the iron-gray look on Fujiya's face, he swallowed the rest and changed his tone. Send her to your club. Fujiya's voice was slow, deliberate, vicious. She can earn her keep there for the rest of her life. Scarface knew exactly which club he meant. The kind where men paid for company. Bayuchi stared up at Fujiya from the floor. The truth finally hit her. She'd been living in a fantasy. He knew everything. The only reason she was still breathing was so he could make Yi Chi-Chi feel whole again. Huh? All those years of scheming. Back in school, she'd been a bully, targeting every pretty girl, chasing rich boys. Then her deadbeat dad racked up massive debts. Debt collectors showed up daily, smashing things, hurting people. Her old man ran. And then Fujiya fell right into her lap. She overheard a doctor at the hospital mention who he was. She spun her story, pinned everything on him, demanded he take responsibility. He was badly hurt back then. His grandfather was too focused on his recovery to dig deeper. The thugs went to prison, and that was the end of it. No one ever guessed how perfectly it all lined up. Those men had been after her, not him. If only Yi Chi-Chi hadn't shown up. Without her, Bayuji would already be inside the Fu family. She couldn't stomach how much Fujiya cared about that little stray. He was actually willing to hand her over to serve other men just to prove a point. And Zhou Tenfei useless. Couldn't even finish Yi Chi-Chi off. The hatred roiled inside Bayuji. She looked at Fujiya with something close to madness and laughed. She staggered to her feet, swaying, and stepped toward the cold-faced man. Her eyes went soft and syrupy. Her voice dripped with the old fake sweetness. Yi, why are you so angry? She stumbled, catching his forearm to steady herself. Fujiya ripped his arm away. Bayuji laughed. What's wrong? Yi Chi-Chi won't forgive you. Tist, you're so stupid. You think it was always me picking on her, and now you want to cut me into pieces, don't you? Scarface and his man had already backed up to the door, trying to disappear. The last thing they wanted was to catch a stray shot from the CEO's ridge. Fujiya looked down at her. Every time he remembered that she'd hurt Chi-Chi because of him, he wanted to tear Bayushi apart and then tear himself apart. She didn't seem to feel his fury. She smiled, triumphant, reckless. You're so easy to fool. Every single time I set it up. And every single time, you took my side. You never believed Yi Chi-Chi. Tell me, when you kept hurting her, and she loved you that much, did her heart shatter? His hand clamped around her chin. Red marks bloomed instantly on her skin. Fujiya's face twisted with rage. Cough. You want to know why I kept doing it? Because you gave me the nerve. You always listen to me. You made it crystal clear I could bully Ichichi any way I wanted. If you hadn't backed me up, how would I have dared? Her voice pitched higher at the end, her face a mask of crazed defiance. You deserve this. You deserve all of it. That stupid woman Ichichi too easy to push around. His hand slipped from her chin and closed around her throat. His fingers tightened. He couldn't stand hearing Chichi's name come out of this woman's mouth one more second. Every word Bayuji spoke was a blade, carving him open from the inside. Yes. It was his fault. His indulgence. Every time he looked the other way, she got bolder. He couldn't imagine how many times Chichi had been left speechless, forced to apologize to Bayuji while he stood there demanding it. How much hope had he destroyed? Every time he walked away with Bayuji and left Chichi standing there alone, how deep had that cut? He was losing his mind. What if Chichi never forgave him? What would he do then? Cough, cough. Bayuji gasped for air. Her throat burned. She clawed at his arm, her nails digging deep into his sleeve. Fujiya didn't feel a thing. He just wanted her to stop talking. Scarface and his men watched. They thought they were hard, living on the edge. But a rich man's rage was a different animal. Bayuji thought she was going to die. Then, at the last second, his grip loosened. He hurled her away. She crashed into the sofa, draped over the back, coughing violently. Air flooded her throat. She coughed until snot and tears streaked her face. The only sound in the room was her hacking. Fujiya looked at her with pure disgust. Before he left, his cold gaze swept over Scarface. You know what to do. Yes, yes. Of course, Mr. Fu. Take care. Scarface plastered on a fawning smile. Once Fujiya was gone, he waved his hand for the man to haul Bayuji to the club. Tis served her right. That woman really didn't know when to shut up. Fujiya walked downstairs. The cold wind hit him. He kicked the car door, setting off the alarm in a sharp shriek, then yanked it open and climbed inside. He was a wreck. Completely unhinged. Nothing not work, not anything had ever made him feel this shattered, this incapable of holding himself together. His phone rang. He answered. Sir, we've got a little news. Shaoyang Town. 2.5 hours outside Kyoto by car. The sedan rolled to a stop in front of a remote stretch of towering wall-grey concrete, so high you couldn't see past it. Barbed wire coiled along the top. From the faint hum, it was live. Beside the iron gate, bolted into the concrete, a sign spelled out the name in hard, angular letters, Pinky Prison. We're here, Master Chen. Chen Yushio grunted and stepped out. Inside was Yi Jin. His mother, Chen Shuro, had been one of Kyoto's celebrated beauties in her youth. The family had money, serious money. Grandfather Chen had only one daughter, and he kept her close since she was a child, treasuring her like the rarest thing he owned. At 20, idealistic and love-drunk, Chen Shuro fixed her sights on a man named Gao Kangshi. He'd come to Kyoto from some backwater town. Back then, young Gao was good-looking, soft-spoken, and had managed to land a job at the Chen family's company. That's where he met Chen Shuro on one of her drop-in visits. She'd grown up around arrogant rich boys. This one blushed when he talked to women. He intrigued her. What came next was a story as old as bad decisions. She insisted on marrying him, ignored every warning. Her father couldn't say no to his only child. He despised Gao Kangshi, but he eventually surrendered to his daughter's pleading. Gao was allowed to marry in. Chen Yushio arrived not long after. Gao Kangshi, holding a sanao, figured he'd locked the woman down for life. His mask slipped fast. Drinking, gambling, women, he racked up staggering debts, even tried to siphon company funds. But grandfather Chen had never trusted him. Not for a second. By the time Chen Yushio turned 1, Chen Shuro had seen the man clearly. She was a woman who loved with her whole chest and hated the same way. No excuses. She admitted she'd been blind, then kicked Gao out with nothing. Grandfather Chen made sure there was no place in Kyoto left for him. Gao fled back to his small town and vanished. Years later, a phone rang at the old Chen family estate, and Chen Yuxiu found out he had a sister. After his grandfather died, the family relocated to countrywide. The Kyoto house sat empty except for a butler who kept the lights on. Then a call came through. Nobody knew how they got the number. A family in Shaoyang town. They asked if the Chens were the wealthy acquaintances Gao Kangshi used to know back in Kyoto, and if they might help track down Gao's daughter. They said Gao had been dead for over a decade. That name was poison in the Chen household. Everyone kept their mouths shut. Chen Shuru didn't care. A failed marriage wasn't shameful. She'd gotten an exceptional son out of it. No loss there. The butler hesitated. Eventually, he called her. The caller had been vague. Gao Kangshi had a daughter in Shaoyang, abandoned at an orphanage as a child. Now his mother wanted to find her. The neighbors couldn't help. They had no idea how they'd gotten the Chen family number. Chen Yuxiu had been planning his return to Kyoto for business anyway. Chen Shuru asked him to look into the girl. He didn't get it. Before he left, he asked her flat out, "Mom, you're helping the other woman's daughter." Chen Shuru had been watering the flowers in her garden, elegant as ever. Time barely touched her face. Mid-50s, she looked 40. She lifted an eyebrow at her handsome son. That old drama is ancient history. Mama's focused on finding you a new stepfather now. No time to fuss over you. She waved the watering can. I'll get you a sister. If she's good people, then when I'm off traveling the world, you won't be alone in this house. She said it like it was nothing. Chen Yuxiu shook his head. Was his mother open-minded or just allergic to consequences? Yi Qiqi sat alone in the waiting room of a private hospital. Compared to a public hospital, this place was practically empty. The sting of antiseptic barely registered. If nobody told her this was a medical facility, she'd have guessed it was a wellness retreat. Everything was quiet. Jiang Yu had mentioned the Jiang family held shares here. It didn't take walk-in patients, only their own people. She remembered the doctor's instructions, no breakfast before the prenatal blood draw. 3 vials later, her head swam and her stomach churned. Jiang Yu had been off all morning, barely speaking. Now he disappeared to find her food. Footsteps echoed down the hall. He returned with milk and a sandwich. Here. Eat something. Yi Qiqi nodded and took small bites. The nausea eased. There was still the ultrasound. She kept the last report tucked carefully in a drawer at home, inside a small box. But she'd been unconscious that time, no memory of how the scan happened. This time, she'd see the baby herself. Jiang Yu stayed in the waiting area. She walked in alone, nervous and buzzing with anticipation. The doctor was a woman with a gentle, unhurried presence. "Hello, I'm Dr. Zhao. Don't be nervous. We're just going to take a look at the baby." The young woman in front of her was slight, with big, bright eyes. Dr. Zhao had been briefed. This patient arrived with the Jiang family's young master. She wasn't about to spook anyone important. "Okay." Yi Qiqi's voice was soft as she lay back on the exam bed. Her clothes shifted up, exposing her pale stomach. Lying flat, there was barely a curve to see. Cool gel spread over her skin, then the probe pressed in. Dr. Zhao studied the screen, expression focused. After a moment, she tilted the monitor so Yi Qiqi could see. A faint outline. Grainy and indistinct. Yi Qiqi stared at it. Couldn't make sense of the shapes, but her eyes welled anyway. 3 months along. Strong heartbeat already. That's the little head, and their tiny hands. Just little buds right now. Yi Qiqi bit her lip, fighting the tears back. Dr. Zhao wiped away the gel and helped her sit up. Everything looks healthy. Pick up the report on your way out, and you're all set. Okay. Outside, Jiang-Yu sat on a bench against the wall, head tipped back, eyes half-lidded, staring at a plank across the corridor. He didn't talk when he was in a dark mood. He just couldn't pin down why he was in one this time. Maybe it was Yichichi. Yesterday, he almost asked her, "Why are you keeping Fuji as child?" But what gave him the right? She clearly wasn't letting this baby go. He exhaled as she stepped out of the room. She smiled at him. For half a second, Jiang-Yu felt like a husband waiting for his wife after an appointment. But she wasn't his. They stopped at the doctor's office for the report. The baby was perfectly fine. Yichichi, on the other hand, needed more nutrition. Her body was showing signs of strain. A few more instructions, and they left. Jiang-Yu drove her back to Qinshui Bay. He didn't get out of the car this time. Just pulled away. Yichichi didn't overthink it. He had things to do, she assumed, so she waved and let it go. She'd been up since early morning and exhaustion pulled at her bones. She watched his car disappear, then went inside and climbed into bed. The ultrasound report was still in her hand. She looked at it one more time, then again. Something tender bloomed behind her ribs. Carefully, she opened the small drawer beside her bed, lifted the lid of the box inside, and set the report next to the first. The iron door screeched open. Chen Yuxiu leaned back in the rusted metal chair, his polished composure clashing hard against the gray prison walls. His gaze cut to the door as Yi Jing was led in, and his frown deepened. The woman was a ghost. Sunken cheeks, sickly pale, thin to the point of breaking. The guard called out 20 minutes, then retreated to a corner. Yi Jing sat down slowly, studying the striking young man on the other side of the glass. She had no idea why anyone like him would bother looking for her. After almost 20 years, she'd be out in a month. But her body wasn't going to give her that long. Her bony fingers wrapped around the phone. Her clouded eyes found his through the barrier. Chen Yuxiu didn't bother with small talk. You had a daughter with Gaokangsher. Yi Jing's whole body went rigid. Her lips shook. When she spoke, the words dragged out rough and broken. Who are you? How do you know that? Someone contacted the Chen family asking about Gao Kangsher's daughter. Gao Kangsher is my biological father. He delivered it flat. No anger, no grief. His mother had made sure he never wasted hatred on the man. Gao Kangsher was simply a worthless piece of trash not worth the energy. Gao Kangsher, the Chens. You're his son from the capital. Chen Yuxiu nodded. Yi Jing struggled to process it. She'd gotten sick, terrified she'd die inside these walls. So she called the only neighbor she still remembered, hoping someone could help her find her daughter. She just wanted to see her one last time. To know she was okay. That bastard, Yi Jing whispered. A flash of hatred crossed her gentle face quick, sharp, then gone. Her expression melted into something softer. My daughter. I left her at the gate of Sunshine Orphanage. She was only 2. So sweet. Chubby little cheeks. I hid behind a tree and watched a woman carry her inside. Thinking of her child, the bitterness dissolved. A tender smile curved her lips, and she spoke clearly, slowly like a teacher reciting a story. Chen Yuxiu had already pieced together her history. Yi Jing had been a schoolteacher in town. Gao Kangsher had seduced her, then bolted to the capital to chase money and power. He married into the Chen family, abandoned her without a backward glance. Years later, after he was thrown out, he came crawling back to Shaoyang town. Found her still unmarried. And bled her dry. Drank. Gambled. Beat her senseless. Humiliated her. Then, after their daughter was born, he tried to sell the baby. Yi Jing refused. In the dead of night, while he slept it off, she killed him. Then she fled to the capital, hid for a few days, left her daughter at the orphanage gates, and walked herself to the police. You want to find her? Chen Yuxiu asked. Yijin nodded, tears spilling over. Yes. I just need to know she's alright. That she found a good family. I never wanted to leave her there. A sob caught in her throat. She wiped her face with her sleeve. But I couldn't let my baby live on the run. I had nothing to give her. I just hoped someone would love her. Feed her. Clothe her. Chen Yuxiu's jaw tightened. He wasn't built for raw emotion. Still, Yijing was the one truly deserving of pity here. A mother's strength, she endured years of abuse and degradation, but when it counted, she fought back for her daughter. It was impossible not to feel it. I can help you find her. And if you let me, I'll take care of her. She's technically my sister. Yijing stared, uncomprehending. But, she's Gao Congsher's daughter. She knew about the vile things Gao Congsher had done to the Chen family. Terrible things. Yet this young man in front of her seemed gentle. Capable. I know. My mother doesn't mind. She said you and she both got tangled up with the worst kind of man. Neither of you did anything wrong. Your daughter did nothing wrong. The only person to blame was him. For a long moment, Yijing couldn't speak. Tears fell silently. A stranger had no reason to lie after all these decades. And she had nothing left for anyone to take. Okay, she breathed. Thank you. Thank you. I need more information. It'll make finding her faster. Chen Yuxiu's frown deepened again. He'd get through this. He had to. Yijing pulled herself together, swallowing hard, and spoke as steadily as her ruin was allowed. That morning, I wrapped her in a little flower-patterned quilt. I gave her just a pinch of sleeping medicine. She stayed so peaceful. I hid behind the tree and watched. Around 9, a woman carried her inside. She stopped, emotions fraying the edges of her control. A shaky breath. Then her voice steadied again, each word deliberate. I tucked a note into the quilt. It had the name I chose for her, the slow night bells and drums, the Milky Way gleams at dawn. She lifted her eyes to his. She took my surname. Her name is Yichi. The moment the words left her lips, Chen Yuxiu froze. Yichi. A delicate face surfaced in his mind, soft features, quiet eyes. Could it really be her? The Yichi he knew. Disbelief flickered across his sharp features. Yijing called his name twice before he snapped back. He steadied his expression, voice even. You only got a month left until release. Why are you this desperate to find her now? Yijing hesitated. Her pale lips pressed into a thin, bitter smile. I'm sick. The treatments are expensive, and I might not make it. She shook her head. I just need to know she's okay. One look. That's all. And if I can't see her. She let the sentence hang. Just knowing she's doing well would be enough. A storm churned inside Chen Yuxiu's chest. He finally found his sister and now he was learning she could be dying. He'd already heard the rumors. Fujia's wife had been rescued. Nothing confirmed yet. But studying the woman across from him, he saw it. The same set of the eyes, the same brow line. The resemblance to Yichi was there. Damn it. If Yichi really was the one he'd been searching for, he would. 幸好 skin, 幸好 Fuji alive. A guard stepped forward and murmured that visiting hours were over. Chen Yuxiu pulled himself together. He met Yijing's gaze. I'll arrange a doctor. And I'll find your daughter. The frail woman looked at him with nothing but gratitude. Maybe this was the last stroke of luck life would ever hand her. He walked the long, dim corridor and shoved through the heavy exit door. Only then did he exhale. The knot in his chest loosened by a fraction. He strode to the car. Where to, Mr. Chen? Qinshui Bei. He always felt a strange pull toward Yichi. An inexplicable instinct. If she really was his niece and she'd been trapped in the nightmare, he suspected the thought alone sent his mood into freefall. Chen Yuxiu pulled out his phone. He ordered someone to check the orphanage Yi Jing had named, then sent people digging into Yi Chichi's life before the Fu family took her in. He closed his eyes, leaned back against the seat, and turned over everything he'd just learned. If it was really her. He'd seen, with his own eyes, exactly how Fujia treated her. And that night at the annual party she'd been pregnant. God, Chi-Chi had been pregnant. People called Chen Yuxiu calm and composed. Polished. Gentle. The truth was simpler, he didn't waste emotion on people who didn't matter. And if there was one trait he took pride in, it was this. He protected his own. In his office, Fujia sank into his chair and stared out the window. Darkness had fallen. Across the skyline, office lights blinked on one by one in the surrounding towers. Hizei said they'd found a lead. They were digging deeper now. Fujia's heart lodged in his throat. He'd already come up empty once. What if it wasn't her this time either? He squeezed the sapphire blue pen in his grip. Tighter. Tighter. Then he tossed it aside, stood, and headed into the bathroom to shower. His self-care had unraveled these last few days. But tonight something felt different. A flicker of hope tangled with a nervous energy he'd never known before. The bathroom door swung open. He stepped out wrapped in steam, changed into fresh clothes, and shaved off the stubble that had crept in over the past days. He barely finished when Hizei walked straight in, no knock, moving fast. He clutched a few photographs. CEO, I think we've found her. Fujia crossed to the desk and picked up the photos. His breath quickened. The first shot, a small, vintage red brick villa. 2 stories. Empty frame, no people. Hizei said, it's in Qinshui Bay. The properties listed under Jiangyu. Fujia's grip tightened on the photo. A cold flash crossed his eyes. Xinghao Jiangyu Xinghao. So Jiangyu had been helping Chi-Chi this whole time. She trusted him. The realization burned hot anger, and underneath it, a deep and helpless ache. She used to trust Xinghao the same way. Second photo, a simple white signboard. Xinghao Chi, Zao, Xinghao, mounted on the villa's second floor exterior. This was her studio. He remembered. That morning, back when he still woke up beside her, she talked about opening a studio someday. A garden out front, full of hibiscus. She'd been planning that future even then. Planning to leave. Heartbroken because of him. Fujia shut his eyes. Every heartbeat pulsed with ache. Xinghao, I was such a fool. Always one step behind you. When you believed in me, loved me, I took it for granted. When you started planning your escape, all I could think about was fixing things. And now that you're gone, I finally understand regret, Xinghao. The third photo was blurry. Shot through a glass door, it caught a girl standing behind a coffee machine. He knew instantly. She. He couldn't make out her face. She was bent over, focused on her task. Fujia studied it, his thumb brushing the small figure. Making coffee. Finally. He'd found her. He tucked the photo into his shirt pocket, looked up, and said coolly, bring my car around. Hizei nodded. You're going now. Fujia finished buttoning his shirt, his jaw tight. I'll go alone. He turned and walked out. Hizei hesitated, then called after him. CEO. Fujia stopped. Glanced back. What? Don't go in angry. Hizei's voice was quiet, steady. If you love someone, don't make her cry. Hizei meant every word. He'd been at Fujia's side for years, and his boss had always been different when it came to his wife. Their relationship ran deeper than employer and employee. They understood each other. Fujia paused. 2 seconds. Then a low and he pulled the door open and left. The car waited at the company entrance. He slid behind the wheel, heart hammering the way it had since the first word of Chi-Chi. He hit the gas and headed for Qinshui Bay. He didn't know what he was going to do. Over these past days, he imagined finding her 1,000 different ways. At first, all he felt was rage. Find her. Demand answers. Why she left, why things had ended up like this, whether their years together had meant anything at all. Then, on the flight back from Countrywide, something shifted. If he could just find her, he'd make it right. Apologize. Treat her the way she always deserved. And now he knew exactly what he had to do. He understood what he felt. He loved Chi-Chi. No matter how much he'd sneered at the word 星号 love 星号 before. But love turned out to be stranger than he'd ever imagined. It made him lose control. Made him willing to give up everything as long as Chi-Chi came back. He couldn't keep going without her. Not anymore. Qinshui Bay. Chi-Chi had just finished a light supper. It was a little past 7, still early. The grand opening of the art studio was set for the day after tomorrow. Yoyo and Jiangyu would come. Probably Huogu and Bianzishu too. Chi-Chi didn't have many friends. She could count them on one hand. The day they hung the 星号 Chi, Zhao 星号 sign on the second floor, Huogu and the others had stuck a small plaque on the red brick wall beside the wooden door. 星号 Chi, Zio Art Studio 星号. White letters against red brick. You couldn't miss it walking by. Over the past couple of days, a few passers-by had wandered in to ask about it. When they heard the opening date, they all said they'd come back to try it. People in this neighborhood had a certain lifestyle. No need to worry about money. All the time in the world to do what they loved. In the center of the first floor lobby sat a table nearly 10 meters long. A lime green tablecloth draped over it, topped with a layer of white lace. A long ribbon ran down the middle, printed with a heavy oil painting of water lilies. On each side, 5 small desktop easels and white canvas frames waited. Tall floor easels lined the grid-patterned glass windows. The carpet matched the tablecloth's color scheme. Plaster statues dotted the corners. Greenery filled the spaces perfectly. A few of her paintings hung on the 2 blank walls across from the coffee bar. Chi-Chi loved the whole thing. Simple. Vintage. A hint of Monet's palette. When sunlight poured in, the studio felt warm and rich. After dark, she left 2 lights on downstairs. Warm white string lights climbed the stairs to the second floor. When she was little, Chi-Chi got locked in dark rooms a lot. Her years at the Fu residence is some of that. The first few, she slept with the lights on. Then she got together with Fujie, and the dark didn't scare her as much anymore. But after what happened with Jotunfei, those old ghosts had stirred awake again. If she didn't keep the lights on, her heart hammered. Nothing left to do tonight. She checked every door and window, then headed upstairs. Zio stuck close, padding around her legs wherever she went. She'd been living here for a while now. At first, she tossed and turned. Now she was slowly getting used to it. She showered, slipped into soft pajamas, and burrowed into the covers. She wiped Zio's little paws clean and lifted him onto the bed. Every night, she talked to the baby in her belly and told a little story. So, what to tell tonight? Chi-Chi glanced at the picture books on her nightstand. Oh no. Her long black hair slid down her back. She tucked it behind her ear and picked up a book. Tonight, she'd tell 星号 the Little Mermaid 星号. They say that deep in the sea, there lives a people with beautiful fish tails and soft hair. Her voice, gentle and full of love, filled the small room. Zio sprawled on the blanket, big dark eyes blinking occasionally. He tilted his head, listening hard. Outside the villa, under a street lamp, a black Maybach sat parked. A tall man leaned against the car, one leg bent, smoking one cigarette after another. Half a pack gone, down to the last one. His sharply defined face hid in the thin white smoke. A few people walked by, throwing him strange looks. One glance from those cold, fierce eyes sent them hurrying away. The last cigarette burned out. Fujiya dropped the butt into the pack in his hand and crushed it tight. He walked slowly toward a nearby trash can, tossed the crumpled pack in, paused, then headed back to the car. Every step felt like an act that demanded his whole concentration. He'd seen her. She was in that villa. From the top of the slope, he was tall enough to see easily over the low wall. He could make out her figure. Watched her carefully straighten a crooked easel. Watched her bend down to water the plants. Even from this far, even without seeing her clearly, he could imagine her expression gentle, focused. On the way here, Fujiya had rehearsed everything he'd say. Why are you living in Jung-Yu's house? Why did you leave without a word? Why did you leave the diamond ring and the household registration book behind? So many questions. But the moment he saw her, nothing else mattered. He couldn't name what he felt. As if the most important thing had been lost, and then he found it again. The gaping hole inside him suddenly filled. Was this what it meant to love someone? That only she could fill every hollow space inside you. Fujiya suddenly remembered a long time ago, when Chi-Chi had asked him, if you love someone, why would you ever let her leave your side? And what had he said back then? Xinghao, loving someone means knowing she's okay. Where she is doesn't matter, Xinghao. But now, faced with Yi Chi-Chi, he couldn't do it. He couldn't let her leave his side. Over and over, he wanted to rush inside and pull that small figure into his arms. In another villa in Qinshui Bay, Chen Yuxiu studied 2 files that had been delivered to his home. Minimal. One was the record of Yi Chi-Chi's entry into the orphanage. August 23. Yi Chi-Chi. Female. Sparse to the point of bare. The other was her adoption record by the Zhou family. His man had already left. They briefed him on Yi Chi-Chi's life after the adoption and her time at the Fu residence. Chen Yuxiu pressed hard at his brow. So Yi Chi-Chi really was his sister. Before he met her, he told himself, if this half-sister turned out to be awful, he'd stay out of it. But this girl. She was beautiful. Well-behaved. Kind. Even careful around others in a way that tugged at your heart. Maybe she'd lived under someone else's roof too long. She didn't know who she could depend on. So she'd become cautious. Understanding. Chen Yuxiu tucked the files into a drawer. His mind was a mess. He ran a hand through his fine chestnut hair. What he was most grateful for was pulling Chi-Chi away from that year-end party. What he regretted was not taking her away sooner. How? Those media outlets. And Fujiya. You all treated my sister like this. Now you're going to have to think about how you're going to answer for it. He looked up. His long, defined fingers removed the gold-rimmed glasses from his straight nose and tossed them onto the desk. Without them, that gentle, refined face turned sharp. The light, on the second floor was on. Fujiya looked up, his gaze locked on that window. The pale purple curtains softened the glow. He could imagine her fresh out of the shower, lazy and curled up in the covers. Zeo probably already on the bed beside her. The early spring wind cut cold. Fujiya sobered up a little. He wanted to see Chi-Chi. With that thought, his long legs started moving. Step by step, he walked toward the little mermaid dragged the unconscious prince to shore and laid him on the sand as the storm broke at dawn. The blankets were soft and warm. Yi Chi-Chi's voice faded mid-sentence, the story pulling her toward sleep as surely as it pulled her audience. Zeo had already shut her eyes, her tail giving an occasional sleepy thump against the mattress. Just enough to say, Xinghao, I'm still here, Xinghao. On the wall beside the wooden door hung a simple sign, Xinghao Chi, Zeo Art Studio Xinghao. Below it, a doorbell. Fujiya stood outside, hands suspended over the bell, 1,000 thoughts slamming into each other. If he walked in there, then what? What exactly was he supposed to say when he saw Chi-Chi? Drag her home? What if she wouldn't even look at him? She was staying at Jiang-Yu's place. She and Jiang-Yu. That last thought hit like a fist to the skull. His long fingers hovered. He couldn't make himself press down. He stood there long enough for the second floor lights to cut off, leaving nothing but a low amber glow behind the window. His wife was in there. She'd been in there almost a month now. He'd cycled through every stage. Anger, rage, cold indifference. And landed somewhere far worse, a relentless, gut-deep ache of missing her. But Fujiya didn't run from problems. When he was wrong, he fixed it. 星号叮当星号. The chime sliced through the quiet. Upstairs, the figure curled on the bed blinked awake. Her lashes fluttered, heavy with sleep. She'd barely lain down. She pushed herself up and grabbed her phone off the nightstand. 9:30 p.m. Yi Chi-Chi's chest seized. Jiang-Yu and the others wouldn't show up now. So who? The bell rang a second time before she could finish the thought. She hesitated, then slid out of bed. Bare feet slipped into furry slippers. Her white pajamas had soft ruffled edges that brushed against her ankles. The nurse woke Zeo too. The dog belly crawled to the edge of the mattress and stared up at her with round, questioning eyes. Zeo, come downstairs with me. She ran a hand over the dog's fur, then scooped her up. The bedroom light clicked on. Outside, Fujiya saw the second floor window glow to life. His heart punched against his ribs. The hallway light followed. Footsteps padded down the stairs, and the main floor flooded with light. Through the half-visible front door, Yi Chi-Chi could make out a figure outside. But not clearly. She had Zeo tighter and stepped into the courtyard, past the garden umbrella and the little bistro table, heading for the gate. The second she cleared the doorway, Fujiya's eyes locked onto her. His grip on the wooden gate tightened until his knuckles went white. Zeo saw him first and barked. Yi Chi-Chi looked up. Her soft, deer-like eyes met his through the slats of the gate. A few feet of cold night air between them. Her face went pale. Something sharp twisted in her chest, and every memory she buried clawed its way to the surface. Her mind went blank. For a split second, she couldn't think at all. But her body knew what to do. She stepped backward. Her lips parted. No sound came. If you looked close, you see her trembling. The man outside the gate looked exactly the way he always did. Short suit. Cold face. Grim expression. Familiar and alien all at once. She'd imagined this reunion 100 times. Maybe years from now. Maybe after he'd already forgotten her. Not now. Not this soon. Fujiya took in the look on her face, and something inside him went cold. Bitterness flooded his chest. She, open the gate. He forced the words out, his voice scraping. She shook her head. Every instinct screamed at her to turn and run. Chi-Chi, his voice sharpened with urgency. He didn't know what to say. He just knew he couldn't watch her vanish in front of him again. Zeo, blissfully unaware of the tension, barked another greeting at the man she hadn't seen in weeks. Go away, Yi Chi-Chi's voice came out tiny and cracked, barely holding together. Her eyes shimmered. Moonlight spilled across the courtyard, pale and cold. A breeze cut through her thin pajamas, and she shivered. Fujiya's chest ached. Seeing her pull away, seeing that fear, a thread of anger tangled into the hurt. Let me in. Just talk to me. He forced his voice gentle, swallowing the chaos thrashing inside him. God knew all he wanted right now was to vault that gate, close the distance, and haul her into his arms. She looked up at him, clutching Zeo like a shield. I don't want to talk. And I don't want to see you. Every word landed like ice. He searched her eyes and found none of the trust, none of the softness she used to give him. Only fear. Only rejection. So you left with Jung-yu instead. You trust him, is that it? You lied to me. Told me you were in White Country. You knew I was looking for you, and you let me chase nothing. Made a fool out of me. He didn't want the anger. But every time he thought about her running off with Jung-yu, living in Jung-yu's house, handing another man the trust that used to belong to him, the jealousy grew like weeds, choking everything else. Ichichi stared at him, disbelief written across her face. She was done. Fujiya would always be this insufferably arrogant. Without a word, she turned and walked away, her steps stumbling in retreat. The wooden garden gate barely reached Fujiya's waist. He planted both hands on top, swung one long leg over, and cleared it without effort. The gate groaned. Ichichi heard the sound behind her and quickened her pace, her hammering, like the man on her heels was something monstrous about to swallow her whole. But she couldn't outrun those legs. Before she reached the door, a hand closed around her arm. Her momentum jerked to a stop. She stumbled backward and hit a wall of solid chest. The familiar scent of sandalwood wrapped around her instantly. Her arms loosened. Zeo jumped down and circled their feet, pawing at Fujiya's pant leg. Ichichi shook, trying to wrench her arm free. He held fast. Fujiya felt the person in his arms. The ice inside him seemed to crack, then soften. Aching and warm all at once. She felt even thinner than before. So small in his hold. So breakable. He couldn't make sense of it. This tiny woman. Crybaby. Timid. Fragile. But holding her like this thought everything. Filled every hollow space in his chest. He lowered his head, his voice trembling against her ear. She. I missed you. So damn much. He breathed in the warm, sweet scent of her neck. His eyes stung. All those days he couldn't find her. Not one good night of sleep. Not a single second when she wasn't on his mind. Ichichi squeezed her eyes shut. Pain scoured through her. Tears spilled hot down her cheeks. She didn't want to hear this. She didn't want to hear anything. She started fighting. Reaching back, prying at his fingers. Let go. Let go of me. Let me go. Her voice shattered into sobs. The arms locked around her were too strong. She couldn't break them. Tears streaming, she bit down hard. Small teeth sank into Fujiya's arm. He hissed through his teeth. Didn't pull away. But. Go ahead. Just don't disappear on me again. The night air was cold. She was shaking. Whether from fear or the chill, he couldn't tell. Fujiya wouldn't let her go. She knew his stubbornness, his possessive intensity, far too well. She stopped struggling. The light in her eyes shattered like glass. Let me go, let me go. The words fell out of her, mechanical and broken. Her body went limp. Fujiya's heart twisted. He loosened his hold. Just slightly. Still didn't release her. She looked up at him. In those cold eyes, she caught emotions she couldn't read. Why won't you let me go? What do you want from me? What do you want? She just wanted a quiet laugh. Her baby. Somewhere far from all the hurt. Why couldn't she have even that? Her splintered voice drove straight through his chest. I'm sorry, Shishi. Don't cry. Please. Don't cry, okay? His hand rose, clumsy, trying to wipe her tears. The second his grip relaxed, she stumbled backward, barely catching her balance. Her face. The pain, the desperate need to escape. It cut straight through him. She wrapped her arms around herself, her whole body screaming 星号 stay away 星号. This wasn't what he wanted. Seeing her like this, he forced himself not to move closer. Not to scare her worse. Before he came, he warned himself over and over. Slow. Don't push. But the moment he saw Ichichi, all of that went out the window. He dragged in a breath and dropped his voice low. Shishi. I'm not coming any closer. He spoke carefully, eyes fixed on her, full of ache. I just want us to go back. Back to how things were. Ichichi stared at him, disbelief cutting through the tears. Go back. There was nothing to go back to. They never had a past from the beginning. I don't want to go back. I'm not going back. Ichichi shook her head, her voice stubborn. Fujia's brow tightened. Ichichi. His temple throbbed. He had no idea how to handle this. The growl in his voice made her freeze. Her chest tightened, and her body went weak. He regretted yelling the instant the words left his mouth. Seeing her so fragile, he didn't have the heart to force her. He could wait. Let Chichi forgive him. Let her come home on her own terms. Wasn't that what he already decided? I shouldn't have yelled. I know I messed up. I let you down, made you sad. I've never loved anyone before, Chichi. I don't know how. I don't even know what light means, or what I'm supposed to do. But I really miss you. He couldn't stop himself. He pulled her close again, cradling her small frame. Ichichi felt her heart slam into her ribs, a suffocating ache spreading through her. Too late, Fujiya. You're too late. Don't say any more. She didn't want this. Didn't want to believe. Once bitten, twice shy. With strength she didn't know she had, she shoved him away and grabbed the small garden table to steady herself. Fujiya stepped forward, but a fist slammed into his face from the side. Completely off guard, he stumbled sideways. The punch landed with full force. He shook his head, eyes blazing as he turned to face the attacker. Even his cold expression cracked with disbelief. Chen Yuxiu. What the hell was he doing here? Chen Yuxiu knew everything now, and rage burned inside him like wildfire. It was still early. He couldn't sleep. He came downstairs and wandered outside, trying to clear his head. All the hardship Chichi had endured growing up churned in his mind, and then he remembered the New Year's party he'd been right there, watching Fujiya treat her sister like dirt. Lost in thought, he somehow found himself on the street near Ichichi's place. The light was still on. He pretended to be passing by, just wanting a glance through the wooden gate. That's when he spotted that bastard Fujiya, who actually tracked her down and was grabbing her, refusing to let go. Chen Yuxiu didn't think twice. He vaulted over the gate. The corner of Fujiya's lip was split, blood welling. The two tall men stood face to face, bristling. Ichichi stared, frozen in shock. She gripped the table, one hand pressed against her belly, her lips trembling. Chen Yuxiu pulled off his gold-rimmed glasses and set them on the small table beside her. His eyes flicked over her. She doesn't want to see you. Without the glasses, Chen Yuxiu's usual gentlemanly look vanished. His long eyes narrowed, a hint of cocky defiance in his slanting gaze at Fujiya. Ichichi had never seen this side of him. Last time they met, he politely returned her thermos. But this man... Fujiya wiped a smear of blood from his lip with his thumb, staring coldly at Chen Yuxiu. None of your business. His voice was flat, emotionless, but Ichichi knew he was furious. Absolutely livid. She didn't want to see Fujiya, but she didn't want them to really fight either. Someone would get hurt. Fujiya's face was a mask, but inside he was turning to ice. First Jiang Yu, now this Chen Yuxiu popping up out of nowhere. Chen Yuxiu was too fired up to listen. Get out. How? Who do you think you are? That was all it took. Chen Yuxiu lunged, grabbing Fujiya's arm, ready to throw him out. The first punch had caught Fujiya off guard. He wasn't about to let that happen again. He raised his right arm to block, then swung his left fist. The two of them crashed together in a tangle, both over 6 feet, long arms and legs flying, fueled by pure rage. Fujiya thought Chen Yuxiu was coming after Chichi. Chen Yuxiu just wanted to beat the crap out of this scumbag. Every hit was brutal. Fist on flesh. The potted plants and flower pots nearby cracked and shattered. Ichichi was shaking all over. She was terrified of fighting, terrified of blood. Stop it. Please, stop. She was too small and weak to get between them. Blood marked both their faces. She clung to the back of a chair, forcing herself to stay upright. Shit, Chen Yushio grunted as Fujia's fist slammed into his shoulder. The whole side of his body went numb. He drove his knee up hard into Fujia's stomach, making him double over. They were both seeing red. They couldn't hear Ichichi's cries. Her head spun. Her belly ached. She couldn't hold on anymore. She sank to the ground, clutching her abdomen. Ugh! It hurt. Thinking of the baby, tears spilled from her eyes. Stop, please. Chen Yushio had his back to her. He didn't see. Fujiya watched her crumple to the ground. He froze, and took another heavy punch to the face. He turned his head and spat out blood. Then he shouted, terrified, Shishi. He shoved Chen Yushio off him, ignoring his own injuries, and rushed to her side. Chen Yushio saw her too and rushed over right behind him. Ichichi's face went white. Her stomach hurt, but that wasn't what drained the color from her skin. It was fear. Fear for the baby. Fear that the man in front of her would discover it existed. Fujiya moved to scoop her up. Chen Yushio shoved him back. Their elbows clashed, and for a second it looked like they'd go at it again. Fujiya's eyes blazed as he glared at Chen Yushio. His face was bruised, his lips split, his forehead scraped raw. He was a mess. But the damage only sharpened the threat in his expression. Get out of my way. We don't have time for this. Ichichi was terrified they'd start fighting again. She reached out and caught Chen Yushio's sleeve. Chen Yushio, my stomach hurts, please. She didn't know why he shown up tonight, or what had set off the fight with Fujiya. Maybe it was work. She didn't care. She just needed a hospital. Chen Yushio knew about the pregnancy. His own panic spiked as he lifted her into his arms. She was soaked in cold sweat, her whole body ice cold. Fujiya yanked off his coat and draped it over her, not caring that Chen Yushio was the one holding her. Ichichi pressed a palm against her stomach. The dull, dragging ache came in waves. She looked up at Fujiya through weak, tear-soaked lashes, fragile, pleading. Don't follow us. Even now, she was pushing him away. The word Xinghao as Xinghao cut deep. The light in Fujiya's eyes dimmed. He gritted his teeth and forced himself not to react. He gave Chen Yushio a cold look, then gentled his voice for her. Okay. I won't go to the hospital. He'll take you. She closed her eyes, refusing to look at him again, and leaned into Chen Yushio's chest. Her brow was tight with pain. The faint woody scent of Fujiya's coat surrounded her. Tears slid silently from her lashes. Open the door. Chen Yushio barked the order with zero courtesy. Fujiya didn't argue. He strolled over and pulled the door wide. Only Fujiya's car sat outside. He fished the keys from his pocket and tossed them to Chen Yushio. Take mine. Chen Yushio caught them, carried Ichichi to the passenger seat, and carefully buckled her in. Hang on, Shishi. We're going to the hospital right now. She let out a soft whimper. Qinshui Bei, the private one there, Thank you. Her voice faded. Long, wet lashes fluttered shut. She went limp. Chen Yushio's chest tightened. He didn't waste another second. The car tore away into the night. The courtyard fell silent. Fujiya stood alone in the cold wind, watching until the taillights vanished around the corner. Only then did he drop his gaze. His face throbbed. It was nothing compared to the ache inside his chest. His presence only hurt her. Only scared her. The realization burned bitter in his throat. Standing in the spring night in nothing but a thin shirt, battered and bruised, he'd never looked more pathetic. But he didn't want to leave this little courtyard. He was worried. He wanted to wait for her to come back. Then he remembered her resistance. Her disgust. He wanted to punch himself all over again. Zeo crept out from somewhere and whimpered at his feet. Fujiya bent down and scooped her up. She smelled faintly sweet, like chichi. It softened something jagged inside him. He pulled the wooden door shut, the little dog cradled in his arms, and walked into the night. Battered. Broken. The car screeched to a stop at the hospital entrance. Chen Yuxiu carried Yichichi through the doors. Doctor! Doctor! His urgent shout echoed through the quiet house. A doctor appeared immediately. Nurses wheeled out a gurney, and Yichichi was laid down with care. She's pregnant. Stomach pain. Chen Yuxiu didn't know what else to say. He kept it simple. The doctor and nurses rushed her toward the emergency room. Chen Yuxiu was stopped at the door. Wait here, sir. We'll take care of her. The nurse turned and disappeared inside. The white sliding door closed in his face. Chen Yuxiu dropped onto the bench outside the ER. He'd taken a few hits from Fujiya too. They rolled around on the ground. His clothes were covered in grass and torn leaves. The frantic look in his eyes was nothing like the cold indifference he'd shown the last time he'd watched her walk inside. He was still burning with rage. Fighting Fujiya had only fed the fire. He spotted Fujiya's coat on a nearby chair. With one sweep of his arm, he knocked it to the floor. Then he kicked it away, hard. Xinghao fuck, Xinghao, if he hadn't gone to see her tonight, who knows what would have happened. His bloodshot eyes stayed fixed on the emergency room door. Every trace of his usual calm was gone. After what felt like an eternity, the red light above the door went dark. It slid open. She was wheeled out, still unconscious. Thank God. Nothing serious. The baby was fine. She was fine. Last time, Jiangyu had brought her in. She'd been stunning, delicate, captivating. The hospital staff remembered her, and they were all curious. Dr. Zhao looked at Chen Yuxiu, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. The woman who'd arrived with Jiangyu before was now being carried in by someone else. She shook her head. Rich people's world. Not her business. Yichichi woke up the next morning. She had no strength. Her stomach didn't hurt as much anymore, just a faint, dull ache. She was in a hospital room. The familiar pink and white. The same private hospital. She let out a slow breath. Her hand rested on her belly. She turned her head and saw Chen Yuxiu slumped on the small sofa. Last night's memories came back in fragments. His gold-rimmed glasses were still back at the courtyard. He had a gash on his temple, now bandaged. The knuckles on both hands were scraped raw. They'd really gone at each other. But why had they fought in the first place? Cough, cough. Chen Yuxiu's eyes snapped open. He stood up, suddenly awkward, not sure what to do with his hands. When he was nervous, his face went dead serious. Right now he looked stiff and uncertain. Yichichi stared at him with those doe-like eyes, her cheeks flushed from sleep. Half her face was hidden under the blanket. Soft. Warm. Chen Yuxiu found himself wondering what she looked like as a little girl. Blood was strange that way now that he knew she was his sister. Everything about her seemed adorable. Yichichi shrank back a little under his gaze. Chen Yuxiu was always so composed, so steady. She'd never seen him throw a punch like he did yesterday. And she'd never seen him look this rattled either. Chen. Yuxiu. Is my baby okay? She sniffled, her voice barely above a whisper. The baby's fine. Are you hurting anywhere else? I'll have the doctor come in. She couldn't quite read the worry swimming in his eyes. She shook her head. Aside from the dull ache still pulsing low in her stomach, she felt a lot better. The doorbell chimed, and Dr. Zhao walked in, the same doctor who'd examined her before. He ran another check and told her she was out of danger, but she needed rest. No more emotional shocks. Yi Qiqi nodded obediently, taking in every word. Chen Yuxiu sat off to the side, brows knotted tight. He wished, with everything in him, that Qiqi wasn't carrying Fujia's child. Thinking about everything she'd been through twisted something deep in his chest. Sure, Gao Kangshi was technically his father, but the man had been booted out of the Chen family when he was young. Chen Yuxiu didn't even remember him. His mother raised him alone, and his grandfather doted on him. He grew up the young master of the Chen family. He'd never known hardship. But Yi Qiqi, this half-sister who shared his blood, what kind of life had she lived since childhood? Yeah, she was that bastard Gao Kangshi's daughter. He could have just washed his hands of her. Except, half her blood was his blood. That made her family. And her mother, Yi Jing, and his own mother were cut from the same cloth of suffering. But their personalities, their backgrounds, they were worlds apart. So they ended up living completely opposite lives. How was he supposed to tell Qiqi that her mother had killed someone to protect her? Even if that someone was a worthless piece of trash. And now her mother was dying, locked away in a sunless prison cell. Chen Yuxiu had spent his whole life calm and in control. He ran a massive company. He handled everything. He'd never faced something this impossible. He was terrified the moment he opened his mouth. He'd only crack her already shattered heart wide open. Yi Qiqi watched something flicker across his face and wondered if she was being too much trouble. Chen Yuxiu. I'm sorry about yesterday. I didn't want him to know about the baby, so I had to drag you into bringing me here. Her voice was cautious, her pale fingers twisting the blanket into tight knots. I'm okay now. She wanted to say Xinghao, if you're busy, you can go Xinghao, but the words tumbled around in her mouth and never quite found their shape. She was afraid of saying the wrong thing, of being misunderstood. Chen Yuxiu shook the tangled thoughts out of his head and forced a gentle smile. It's fine. I'll stay. You hungry? Yi Qiqi didn't quite know what to make of him. She shook her head. And yesterday, you too. Chen Yuxiu walked over and sat beside the bed, his eyes warm. Don't overthink it. I won't let Fujia hurt you again. There are some things I still need to tell you. Give me a few days. For now, just think of me as your older brother. After her divorce, Chen Shuro had sworn off marriage and never had another child. Chen Yuxiu had grown up alone. He didn't really know how to look after a fragile girl, so he tried his best to keep his voice as soft as possible. Oh, okay. Yi Qiqi didn't push. She'd just woken up, and exhaustion still pulled at her. After a few minutes of talking, her eyes drifted shut again. As for Fujia, she had no idea what came next. Last night, Fujia had left her completely undone. All she could do was push him away, tell him to leave. Her heart clenched. If only he'd said those words sooner. Sooner, before everything fell apart. Sooner, back when she still had hope left for him. But it was too late now. She was so tired. The more she thought, the deeper she sank into sleep. In a haze, she felt like Chen Yuxiu really did care. He really did feel like a brother. Once he was sure she was asleep, Chen Yuxiu stepped out of the room. He pulled out his phone, the screen still cracked from yesterday's fight. Somehow it still worked. He called his assistant. President Chen. Terminate every cooperative project with the Fu Group. Anything in negotiation tied to them, shut it all down. His voice was calm, back in work mode. President Chen, the penalties will be significant. I don't care. From now on, reject every project connected to Fujie. Whatever the Fu Group wants, I want us to take it first. The assistant didn't ask why. He could hear it in his boss's voice. This wasn't up for discussion. Chen Yuxiu hung up and called his mother. He told her everything: Yi Jing's fate, Yi Qiqi's past. That always easygoing, open-minded woman went silent. If she hadn't cut her losses and kicked Gaokongshi out of the Chen family back then, she might have ended up on the exact same road. I understand, sweetheart. Her voice carried a trace of sadness. She's a good girl. Take care of your little sister. Fujiya brought Zeo back to the full residence. Normally, he never let her on the bed. Tonight, he laid her down to sleep beside him. He wasn't going to the office. He told Hize to look into Chi-Chi's situation, then drove straight to Qinshui Bay. He parked outside. Everything was quiet. The yard was still a wreck from last night. Chi-Chi hadn't come back. Was she really that unwell? Through the car window, his face was cold, last night's bruises now a deep, ugly purple. The fire in his eyes was gone. Only a bone-deep exhaustion remained. He'd been thinking all night. Chi-Chi clearly didn't want him anywhere near her right now. He shouldn't push. He lost control last night. The second he saw her, he couldn't stop himself from pulling her into his arms. He wanted to make this right, to go back to the way things were before. Even if he didn't know how long that road would be or how far he'd have to walk. He'd wait until Chi-Chi said yes, until she was willing to give him another chance. When Fujiya set his mind on something, he never quit. He was a bastard. But he couldn't live without Chi-Chi. He sat there staring for a long time. Then he got out, Zeo in his arms, and walked into the yard. The tall man crouched down. He'd never done this kind of thing and slowly, methodically, cleared away the shattered pieces of the flower pot. He had someone bring a new pot and replanted the flowers that had been knocked over. His hands were still bruised from last night, now caked with mud. But his cold, hard face didn't react. Like he'd gone numb. As he worked, a strange calm settled over him. Their relationship had shattered like that flower pot. But he would piece it back together, bit by bit. Even if it took his whole life. Hey! It's me. What's going on? I need your help. Whatever it costs. The room was dark, the only light a faint blue glow from his phone. His voice was cold, venomous. All right. Wait to hear from me. After 2 days in the hospital, Chi-Chi was finally discharged. Chen Yuxiu drove her home, then checked his phone. With the moves he was making against the full group, a mountain of work was waiting for him at the office. Go ahead. I'm fine. She thanked him, a knot of guilt tightening in her chest. He stayed by her side the entire hospital stay. She already owed him too much. I'll probably be gone a couple of days. Call me if anything comes up. He still didn't look convinced. Or, you could stay at my villa. That was too much. She shook her head. No, thanks. Really? Seeing she wouldn't budge, Chen Yuxiu had no choice but to leave. The sooner he wrapped things up, the sooner he'd be back. Chi-Chi had expected to come home to an overgrown garden that needed serious cleanup. Instead, the small courtyard was immaculate. Someone had tidied every corner. Even the flower pots had been swapped for new ones. Fujiya's car had been parked in the distance the whole time. The second he saw Chen Yuxiu's car disappear down the road, he scooped up Zeo and walked over. A tall man carrying a tiny dog. The image was almost endearing. Except for the bruises blooming purple and blue across his face. He hesitated at the gate, then bent down and set Zeo inside the wooden door. Zeo's tiny paws tapped along the stone path. He twisted his head, confused, and looked back at Fujiya. The new collar around his neck had a small heart-shaped bell that jingled with every step. His black eyes stared up at Fujiya, as if asking, Xinghao, why aren't you coming in with me, Xinghao? Go on. Don't keep Chi-Chi waiting. Fujiya's voice was flat. He shoved his hands into his pockets. It took a moment, but Zeo finally seemed to understand that Fujiya wasn't following. He wagged his tail once, then trotted toward the house. Chi-Chi was already searching everywhere for him. The day before yesterday had been chaos, and she hadn't thought about Zeo until much later. She asked Huogu to come check on him, but he said he hadn't seen the dog. That had terrified her. She wanted to come home immediately, but the doctor refused to discharge her. She already searched the first-floor living room. Now she headed upstairs. Just as panic started creeping in that Zeo might have run away, she heard barking from below. Zeo. She leaned over the stair railing and saw the little dog at the bottom of the stairs, his head tilted up, watching her. The worry on her face softened into a smile. I'm sorry, Zeo. I wasn't home these last 2 days. She went down, bent over, and scooped him up. That's when she saw the new collar around his neck. Her breath caught. She bought a matching pair, one red, one blue, and left them in the drawer at home. Which meant Fujiya had been taking care of him. Her heart clenched. She forced herself not to overthink it. Zeo was his dog too, after all. She ate something small, then went upstairs to rest. Night crept in. The streetlights in the villa district flickered on one by one. She took a shower and told the baby a story. Then, as if sensing something, she frowned at the drawn curtains. Her small frame slipped out of bed. She hesitated, then moved toward the window. After a moment's thought, she turned off the main light, leaving only the soft glow of her bedside lamp. Using the white wall as cover, she carefully pulled back a corner of the curtain. A black car sat at the bend in the road. That familiar figure leaned against the driver's door, head down, eyes on the ground. A tiny red ember glowed between his fingers, dim and bright. She'd imagined it, but actually seeing Fujiya standing there still knocked the air out of her. Something slammed into her chest, a dull, heavy ache spreading through her ribs. If she weren't on the second floor, she'd never see him from this angle. Had he parked there so she wouldn't notice him and send him away? What was he doing here? In her eyes, Fujiya had always been proud, confident, sometimes even self-absorbed. But the man standing below was a wreck. She hated seeing him like this, like every ounce of his pride had been shattered. Xinghao Fujiya, aren't I the one who's supposed to be hurt? Why are you doing this, Xinghao? She gripped her shirt, took a shaky breath, and fought back the sting in her nose. The warm glow of 2 streetlights fell across him in alternating bands. It was almost 10 o'clock. The street was empty. He looked so alone. That kind of loneliness should never have belonged to Fujiya. She let the curtain fall. Xinghao, don't look. He'll leave soon enough, Xinghao. The moment the fabric dropped, the man by the car lifted his head. His hard face softened, eyes gentle, fixed on the small second-floor window. The light was off. Chi must be asleep. He shifted his weight, stamped the numbness from his legs, then crushed out the cigarette and got back in the car. This was enough. Being somewhere you were. Knowing what you were doing. That you'd eaten. That you were sleeping peacefully. Better than tossing and turning all night in that cold, empty house. Here, at least, some part of him could rest. For days, Fujiya kept the same routine. He didn't leave until dawn, when he headed straight to the office. Chi didn't know for certain. She kept telling herself he probably left after a little while. But every day, she couldn't muster the energy to do much else. Something heavy pressed against her chest, making it hard to breathe. After dinner, she cleaned up the living room and sat down to rest. Her phone rang. Muyao. Shishi, baby. What's up? Is my Chi okay? And my little baby? She knew Muyao meant the baby in her belly. A soft smile touched her lips. We're fine. Ugh, I can't get back for another couple of days. That old man is basically using me as free labor. I've been subbing for him all week and he still won't let me leave. Muyao launched into her rant on the other end. Ever since she found out about Fujiya 2 days ago, she'd been itching to come back, terrified Chi-Chi would get pushed around. Don't worry. The opening's simple, just unlock the door and sit inside. The studio's grand opening was tomorrow. Chi-Chi didn't have big plans. She'd open the door and paint in the main room. If people came, they could join her. It wasn't all that different from a normal day. And having someone paint alongside her might at least keep her from spiraling into her own thoughts all day. By the way, has he come to bother you again? If he does, I don't care if I have to stand that old man up. I'm coming. Chi-Chi hesitated, guilt flickering through her. No. Haven't seen him in a few days. She didn't tell Mu-Yo that Fujiya stood outside every night. She pretended not to know, burying her head in the sand like an ostrich. Good. If he shows up, call Huogu and the others, okay? Okay. I got it. Oh. I got you an adorable opening gift. My brother's coming tomorrow, so he'll bring it. More. I gotta go, damn it, the bell's ringing. Chi-Chi smiled, a little helplessly. Mu-Ya's carefree personality didn't exactly match the teacher's uniform. Sure. Go ahead, Teacher Mu-Yo. She hung up and looked around. Everything was ready. Nothing left to tidy. She went back to her room. Downstairs, the figure was still there. She glanced once, then let the curtain fall. The studio opened the next day. Nothing fancy. Just the way Chi-Chi wanted it. She hung the small wooden sign on the door and stepped back. She'd barely finished when Jiang-Yu appeared. He walked up in a perfectly tailored suit, a light smile on his face, carrying a bouquet of warm orange-yellow sunflowers and eustomas. Fresh, bright, the kind of arrangement you couldn't ignore. Chi-Chi took it and thanked him. Jiang-Yu's smile deepened. Wait till you see what you'll send. She looked past him. Huogu and Bianzishu were hauling something enormous toward the door. A giant pink pig-shaped cushion stool. It took both of them just to lift it. Round. Chubby. Violently pink. The bag was wide enough to actually sit on. Chi-Chi burst out laughing. Yuya's taste is really something lately, she said. But she genuinely loved it. Just looking at the ridiculous thing made her happy. They wrestled it inside, and she directed them to place it right by the floor-to-ceiling window. A gift from Yo-Yo deserved the most visible spot in the whole space. Impossible to miss. Huogu and Bianzishu took off right after. Jiang-Yu didn't wait to be invited. He walked straight to the coffee bar and started making himself a cup like he owned the place. Chi-Chi followed and stood there watching. His long fingers moved with a kind of elegance she'd never quite managed to replicate on her own. So what happens when the little boss lady can't even brew a decent cup of coffee? He teased, swiping away a smear of milk foam. Chi-Chi's cheeks went warm. Well, people can help themselves. I only teach painting. Coffee in hand, he followed her to the easel by the window. An unfinished piece sat there as no sin. Jiang-Yu studied the layered white mountains. Everything was white, but each plane held its own depth. Golden sunlight spilled across the snowy peaks, slicing through the clouds like a blade. Is that Hemming Mountain? Yeah. From our last ski trip. She'd been working on it whenever she had free time the past couple of days. Still only halfway done. Chi-Chi settled in front of the easel, picked up her palette, and started layering in the details. Her hair fell in waves down her back, pulling at her waist. She tilted her head slightly, exposing the pale curve of her neck. Behind her, Jiang-Yu could see the tiny fan of her long lashes. Zeo sniffed at his leg, then flopped onto the rug and started chasing her own tail. Jiang-Yu watched closely. There was always something in Chi-Chi's work, a stubborn, quiet vitality that tugged at you. The air smelled like coffee and warmth. 星号. A few moments later, two young women walked in, curiosity lighting up their faces as they looked around. Wow, this place is gorgeous. They spotted Chi-Chi painting and approached politely. Excuse me, can we paint here? Ichichi set down her brush and smiled. Of course. Easels and paints are over there. If you had lessons before, help yourselves. If not, I can teach you. The one in the white top was the more outgoing of the two. She grinned. We've taken classes. Fine Arts Academy students, on break, stay nearby. This is perfect, we've been dying of boredom. Great. Grab whatever you need. Jiangyu stood off to the side, watching how gentle Ichichi was with them. She deserved to be treasured. The girl blinked and asked, playful, are you two a couple? Is this your studio? An awkward silence settled over the room. Ichichi shook her head quickly. No. He's a friend. It's just me here. Oh. The girl looked a little disappointed. You two are so pretty together. Then she grabbed her friend and scurried off. Ichichi shook her head and gave Jiangyu an apologetic smile. Sorry about that. It's fine. I should get going. He downed the rest of his coffee in one swallow, then rinsed his cup at the bar. Ichichi stood to walk him out. Let me see you off. They stepped outside. Just before they reached the gate, Jiangyu stopped. Shishi, about Fujiye. He wanted to ask if they'd get back together. If she'd forgive him. But it felt too much like prying. Ichichi looked up at him, her voice fretted with exhaustion. Jiangyu, I don't know what he wants. But I'm terrified of going back to the way things were. Jiangyu reached out and gently touched her head. He didn't want to stir up painful memories. It's okay. I just worry he might push you. Take care of yourself. Call me if you need anything. Okay. She answered softly and watched him leave. 星号星号星号. Parked around the corner, Fujiya sat gripping the steering wheel, one hand pressed to his temple. He was losing his mind. Watching Jiangyu stand that close to Chi-Chi, close enough to touch when he himself couldn't get anywhere near her, made him want to storm in there. But he couldn't. He slammed his elbow against the window, wrestling the urge clawing at his chest. 星号星号星号. The sky darkened. The studio closed at 5, and Ichichi saw her last guests out. The day had brought a steady stream of people. Not too many, not too few. Comfortable. Not too loud. Just interesting enough. She stepped outside to take down the wooden sign and shut the gate. When she turned back, she noticed a bouquet resting on the little table in the courtyard. White bluebells. Like tiny lanterns, tied with a simple ribbon. Ichichi picked them up and looked toward the street. No one there. A puzzled expression crossed her face. The scent drew her in, delicate and airy sweet. She couldn't resist pressing her nose to the petals. So beautiful. So fragrant. She carried the bouquet inside and arranged it carefully in a vase. Selling her paintings had made her money, but running a studio was different. Busier. She had to talk to people, make real conversation. But it filled her up inside. Meeting different people. Living an ordinary life. She took the bluebells upstairs and set them on the bedside table. The second-floor bathroom was outside the bedroom. Ichichi grabbed her clothes and went to shower. She soaked in the warm bath, her skin soft and luminous. She touched her stomach. A small swell was beginning to show. Thinking of the baby nestled quietly inside made her heart go soft. After her bath, she dried her hair in front of the mirror. Then she heard it. A faint sound. The room went black. Ichichi froze. Her first instinct was the light switch. She flipped it twice. Click, click. Nothing. The bathroom was still thick with steam, the curtains drawn, only the faintest sliver of light coming through. In the dark, cramped space, her heartbeat seemed to amplify. A frantic, driving beat against her ribs. Fear crept in. She gripped the edge of the sink, too scared to look into the mirror. Too scared to move. A blackout. Or something else. The darkness swallowed her whole. She told herself not to be afraid, but her legs gave out. She crouched down low. Bad memories crashed in. She buried her face in her hands and curled into a tight, trembling ball. She didn't know how long she'd been sitting in the dark. Hours, maybe. Or just minutes. Her body had gone cold. Fresh sweat slicked her skin, still damp from the shower. When she was little, the space under the stairs had been so cramped that every breath kissed the walls. She learned to wedge herself sideways and stay absolutely still. No light. No footsteps coming. She learned not to cry. Crying only ever invited another beating. In the pitch black, the monsters always felt close. Her legs went numb from crouching. She bit her lip, forced her breathing into a steady rhythm, and reached for the door just as a bang thundered from downstairs. The tears she'd been choking back spilled over. A ragged, broken sob slipped out before she could swallow it. Fujie kicked the back door open. The lock splintered. He ignored the vicious scream of protest from his bad leg and shoved his body through the gap. The hallway lights were dead. Only the pale haze of the city bleeding through the floor-to-ceiling windows gave him anything to follow. He took the stairs two at a time, heading straight for the spot he'd clocked from outside. His voice came out raw, freighted with urgency. She. At the first sound, she thought her mind was playing tricks. Then it came again. She. Where are you? I'm here. Her voice shook and broke. She slapped her palm flat against the door. He heard it. His footsteps surged toward her. A dining chair crashed to the floor somewhere behind him. He didn't slow. A soft tap sounded from the other side. She, don't be scared. Open the door. She couldn't lie to herself. In that moment, Fujie's voice wrapped around her like solid walls. Absolute safety. He'd been watching from outside when the second floor light went dark, and his heart had ceased inside his chest. Chi-Chi had always been terrified of the dark. After what happened last time, she'd only gotten worse. Picturing her alone in that blackness, petrified he hadn't thought twice. He'd come. And right now, he was grateful. The bathroom door clicked open. Her voice came through thick with tears. Fujie. Is it really you? He pressed closer, voice dropping low and steady. It's me. Don't be scared. I'm coming in. Move away from the door. It swung open just wide enough. She was curled on the cold tile, arms locked around herself. She. Her name left him like a wound. A physical ache bloomed sharp across his ribs. He crouched and pulled her into his arms. She was trembling against him, wet hair a tangled mess down her back. Her heart steadied. Just like that. 6 years. They lived together for 6 years. He sheltered her, raised her, shaped her into the woman she'd become. She knew this embrace too well. She'd once been completely dependent on it. And she had to admit it. The second his voice sliced through the darkness, the terror evaporated. That suffocating weight inside her mind began to dissolve. Fujie. She fisted the front of his shirt and let him soothe her, those slow strokes down her spine doing more than words ever could. I'm here. I've got you. Don't be scared, she. Calm. Patient. He repeated it until the trembling eased. Every small shudder that ran through her was a needle driving straight into him. If he'd only come sooner. If he'd gone to her that first time she called for help, Chotengfei would never have gotten near her again. The guilt was massive. It locked his jaw tight. The steam from her bath had vanished long ago. The bathroom was cold, every surface damp. He'd already draped his suit jacket around her, but they couldn't stay here. Cradling her with one arm, he pulled out his phone. The flashlight flared on. He looked down and there they were. Those doe-like eyes, brimming with tears, staring up at him. Something slammed into his chest. He reached out and wiped the wetness from her cheeks. Don't be scared. Let's get out of here. Calloused fingers brushed her skin. She was still hiccuping from crying. She hadn't allowed herself to look at him this closely in a long time, but every line of his face remained painfully familiar. The sharp bridge of his nose. The hard angle of his jaw. The prominent rise of his Adam's apple. His face still carried marks from the 5 days ago. She'd never seen Fujiya look so wrecked. The phone's cold white glow filled the space between them. She dropped her gaze. Okay. He pressed the phone into her hand, pulled the jacket tighter around her shoulders, and bent to scoop her up. Hold still. Light the way for me. He moved slowly, careful not to jostle her. She did as he said. The dining chair still lay toppled on its side. He stepped around it. He carried her back to the bedroom and set her on the edge of the bed. With only the phone light, he crouched at her feet and checked her hands and feet, his touch deliberate and careful. Are you hurt anywhere? The concern in his eyes was so heavy, she couldn't look away. He raised a brow, waiting. No. I'm not hurt. She stared down at her fingers, avoiding his gaze. He let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His heart settled back into place. No power meant no heat, no blow dryer, nothing. Her hair was still soaking wet. She needed dry clothes. And he needed to check the fuse box. Where's your phone? Turn on the flashlight and keep it close. I'm going to check the panel. He spotted it on the nightstand, swiped the flashlight on, and handed it to her. He started to rise. Her hand caught his sleeve. She was looking up at him, biting her pale lip, trying to hide the fear still swimming in her eyes. He cursed himself silently and crouched back down. Of course she was still scared. How had he been that careless? Too tall to fold himself up like this, awkward and cramped beside the bed, but he wrapped her hand in his and held on. How about this, you come downstairs with me. We'll go together, then come straight back up. Okay? Every word was deliberate. Gentle. He squeezed her fingers and waited. Okay. She nodded. The terror still clung to her. Being alone right now was unbearable. She moved to stand, but he was already bending to lift her again. No shoes. I'll carry you. Her slippers had slipped off in the bathroom. Her feet were bare. He held her steady and walked out of the room. The wooden spiral staircase curved down into deep shadows, and the descent made her nervous. She tightened her arms around his neck. Fujiya. Slow down. He couldn't stop the small smile. She weighed nothing. He'd never drop her. All right. I won't let you fall. He kept his pace slow and even. She felt herself relax. They reached the first floor. She held the phone up to light the way. The fuse box sat on the wall by the back door, tucked behind a small oil painting. He sat her down on a nearby chair, then reached up and lifted the painting off its hook. She aimed the phone at the panel, the white beam cutting across the wall. Fujiya, do you actually know what you're doing? That's live electricity. He'd never touched a fuse box in his life. But it was just a panel. He'd figure it out. Is there a toolbox? She thought for a moment, then pointed. That cabinet over there. The light swung to a cabinet in the corner. He crouched, pulled out the toolbox, and glanced back. She sat perched on the high stool by the coffee bar, bare legs slender and pale dangling below the hem of her nightgown. His jacket swallowed her whole. Their eyes met. She looked away instantly, turning her head toward the window. This was just an accident, she told herself. Tonight meant nothing. She shouldn't read into it. Fujiya didn't say a word. His Chichi was worth every ounce of patience he had, worth waiting for her forgiveness, no matter how long it took. Hold this steady for me. He grabbed the right tool from the box, flipped the fuse panel open, and replaced the burn section with steady hands. His long fingers moved fast. Precise. No wasted motion. Yi Chichi caught herself staring. She didn't know how to act around him anymore. Something tightened in her chest. She didn't recognize it. Then, a pair of hands covered her eyes. The breaker clicked back into place, and with a low hum, the hall lights flickered on. His hands carried that faint, familiar woody scent. They shielded her from the sudden brightness, hovering close without actually touching her face. After a few seconds, he pulled them away. Fujiya studied her. She blinked, then rubbed her eyes anyway. The bar stool sat high. Even seated, she only reached his chest. She looked up at him. The sudden light made everything awkward. They hadn't seen each other in so long. The last time in the garden there had been too much chaos, too many voices colliding. She hadn't really looked at him then. Not properly. Now his face was marked with scabs. He looked rougher than before. She dropped her gaze and pulled his coat tighter around herself, suddenly hyper while she was wearing his clothes. He noticed her discomfort. Fujiya stepped back, busied himself putting the tools away in the cabinet. Then he walked over to the coffee bar and washed his hands. Ichichi slid off the stool. Her bare feet hit the cold floor, and goosebumps raced up her legs. Her toes looked even paler than the tiles. The man dried his hands and walked back. His voice came out soft. "Let me carry you upstairs." Before she could answer, he bent down and lifted her. I'll leave right after I get you up there." He knew she was still resisting. He wouldn't scare her off again. But he still wanted to hold her. Just a little longer. Her objection died in her throat. He carried her up the stairs. Her ear pressed against his chest. Every solid heartbeat hammered into her hearing, filling her with confusion. He sat her down on the small bed, then disappeared into the bathroom to find her slippers. Watching his back, Ichichi pressed a hand to her own chest. She had to admit it when she heard his voice earlier, her heart had still beaten helplessly for him. Before everything fell apart, this was how Fujiya treated her. He brought her shoes, dried her hair, carried her everywhere. But too much sat between them now. Too much distrust. Too much uncertainty. Too much pain. She was exhausted. Worn all the way through. Afraid to reach out. Afraid of getting pricked again. He came back holding a pair of white fuzzy slippers, his black shirt stark against the dim light. "Dry your hair before you sleep." He handed her the hairdryer, kept his expression neutral. Tried to make it sound casual. If he could, he would have done it for her. But she refused. He wanted to stay in this room a little longer. That man he couldn't push. This fragile quiet. This rare moment where she was letting him near. Fujiya wanted to savor it. Hold on to it. Not let it slip. Ichichi took the hairdryer and sat on the edge of the bed. She didn't cut corners anymore. She was afraid of catching a cold, of getting sick, of hurting the baby. Thinking about that, she hunched forward slightly. Her belly was still barely noticeable under her pajamas, but guilt flared. What if Fujiya noticed? Her hair was long. It took a while to dry. Fujiya leaned against the wall, watching her in silence. These past weeks, he wanted nothing more than to have her here. In front of him. Where he could see her. Right now, it felt real. He'd finally found her again. "Aren't you going back?" Ichichi set down the hairdryer. "Sleep. I'll leave soon." He retreated to the doorway, tall and steady. Ichichi hesitated a moment, then climbed into bed. Silence stretched. She pushed her messy hair back. Her mind was a tangle. She'd cried earlier and now exhaustion pressed down on her. "Thank you," she said. She was still shaken. If Fujiya had left, she probably wouldn't have dared to close her eyes. Fujiya frowned. Too distant. So coldly polite it ached deep in his chest. When did they become like this? He grunted in reply, his gaze fixed somewhere outside the door. Yi Chi exhaled. Good. At least he wasn't staring at her. She lay down, pulled the covers up, and curled onto her side with one hand resting on her stomach. No matter how much she hated Fujie, knowing he was here made her less afraid. She cried. She'd been scared. Exhaustion pulled her under fast. Her breathing evened out. Fujie shifted his gaze from the door to the bed. Her sleeping face was beautiful. So beautiful it hurt to look at. He tried to hold back. Failed. He walked closer. When he reached the bedside, he couldn't stop himself. He reached out and stroked her soft cheek. So this is what it means to love someone, Chi. Back then, when I said loving someone meant just wanting them to be happy, I was full of shit. If only I could go back. If only I'd learned to love you sooner. If only I hadn't made you cry. Regret spread through his chest, sour and bitter and unbearable. He pulled his fingers away with effort. Drew a deep breath. Stood up. He turned off the main light, leaving only the small bedside lamp on. He closed the door behind him and went downstairs. The back door he'd broken earlier was still busted. He didn't plan to leave. He went back to his car. Watched the house. Didn't close his eyes all night. Morning light bled through the windshield. At exactly 6 a.m., he made a call to have someone come fix the door, then finally drove away from Qinshui Bay Villa District. They had called 6 or 7 times. He didn't usually call that much, especially not this early. Yeah. What's going on? Fujie's voice was hoarse, raw from a sleepless night. He took a turn one-handed. CEO, CG Group is terminating all cooperative projects with our company. CG Group. Chen Yushio's company. Fujie's brow lifted. He let out a cold laugh. That unexplained hostility Chen Yushio had shown the way he'd beaten him that day, this move didn't come as a surprise. Fine by me. I don't want to work with him either. He paused, thinking. Could Chen Yushio have his sights on Chi? The thought hardened Fujie's face. Look into what he's been up to lately. The moment the car pulled into the company parking lot, Fujie headed straight for a shower. A sleepless night had left faint stubble along his jaw. He cleaned up, then strode into his office, every inch the cool, collected CEO. They pushed the door open and set a stack of documents on the desk. Sir, CG Group has pulled out of all 6 of our joint projects. 3 investment projects have been divested, and the other 3, the raw materials they were supplying from countrywide, have all been cancelled and recalled. Fujie's expression stayed flat. 星号 TCH, 星号 Chen Yushio's move was mutual destruction. Unilateral cancellation meant massive penalties, and full corporation could miss some deliverables because of the delays. Have you looked into Chen Yushio? Anything suspicious? They nodded. Nothing unusual otherwise. But a few days ago he went to Shaoyang Town, a small place just outside the capital. He visited an inmate there. A woman named Yi Jing. Back when Chen Yushio's father was forced out of the Chen family, he returned to Shaoyang Town. Later he got entangled with this Yi Jing. They had a daughter. A spark of insight flickered in Fujie's mind. His brow furrowed as he sank into thought. 星号 Yi Jing, 星号. He turned the name over in his head, lips parting slightly. Something was on the verge of surfacing, then a ridiculous, impossible thought slammed into his brain. He remembered the first time he met Chen Yushio. Chen Yushio had said he was searching for a girl. Chen Yushio was a businessman. Businessmen moved for profit. Hurting his own financial interests like this wasn't normal corporate warfare. In the capital, making an enemy of full corporation did him no good. So it had to be personal. Something Chen Yushio cared about deeply. His long fingers interlocked beneath his jaw. If Yi Jing really had a daughter, then that daughter was Chen Yushio's half-sister. Half-sister. Yi Jing. Yi Chi. His cold eyes snapped wide. 星号 impossible, 星号. His hands clenched tight. For a moment he was stunned. If Chi-Chi was Chen Yuxiu's half-sister even only by blood, then there was a real familial bond. That would explain why Chen Yuxiu was so protective of her. He had seen Chi-Chi's situation at the annual party with his own eyes. Chen Yuxiu must hate and despise him for it. That beating made sense now. The man who had been burning with anger moments ago now wore a dazed expression. When Chi-Chi first came to the Fu family, he hadn't neglected to investigate her background. But she had been abandoned at the orphanage gate with only a name. No other information. Maybe the truth was too cruel. Chi-Chi herself had been reluctant to dig into her past, so the investigation had fizzled out. Go. Dig into Yi Jing. And her daughter. He they acknowledged and laughed. Fujie rubbed his brow, exhaling slowly. The Chen Yuxiu affair had cost the company, though for the Fu family the loss was a drop in the bucket. But since taking over, Fujie had never made a mistake this big. He called a meeting, assigned cleanup tasks to the executives one by one, and let them handle it. He didn't have time to waste. By the time everything was done, the morning was gone. He went downstairs, ready to head back to Qinshui Bay. Yesterday he had finally gotten a little closer to Chi-Chi. He couldn't afford to lose that hard-won progress. But just as he drove out of the building, grandfather summoned him home. When Yi Chi-Chi woke, it was past 9. She slept better than she had in a long time, better than any night since moving to Qinshui Bay. Even after the shock of last night. She sat up, touching her lower belly, and leaned against the headboard to steady herself. Sunlight streamed through the thin lavender curtains onto the bedside table. The bluebell flowers lifted their tiny faces, pale petals catching flecks of golden light. The whole room smelled faintly sweet. She couldn't help thinking about Fujia's sudden appearance last night. Yi Chi-Chi had believed she was calm. Very, very calm. But the moment Fujia actually stood in front of her, the pretense of forgetting she had built up for so long popped like a soap bubble. It had all been self-deception. She still felt the pain. She still couldn't face him. Her eyes, tinged with quiet sadness, fell on the bluebells. Her porcelain face held no smile, only blank confusion. Xinghao Yi Chi-Chi, haven't you been abandoned enough times, Xinghao? Xinghao, maybe he's just not used to you leaving so suddenly, Xinghao. Xinghao, maybe it's only a whim, Xinghao. Xinghao, do you really want to repeat everything from before, Xinghao? Xinghao, it would just be the same cycle, Xinghao. Forcing herself to stop spiraling, Yi Chi-Chi gripped the edge of the bed and stood up. She always felt a little dizzy in the morning. She needed to get something to eat. The studio opened at 10. These days she slept in and didn't bother opening early. Outside the bedroom was the semi-open kitchen. The chair that had been knocked over last night was already neatly upright. Yi Chi-Chi glanced at it. After a quick wash, she opened the fridge. Eggs, bread. She decided to make a sandwich. She slid the bread into the toaster. Oil hissed in the small pan. The golden egg cracked open, releasing a faint aroma. A wave of nausea surged through her chest. Just the smell of eggs made her want to throw up. She covered her mouth and ran to the bathroom. Her small frame braced over the sink as she retched. She hadn't eaten breakfast, so there was nothing to bring up, but the urge only grew worse. She vomited until the world spun, her body going weak. Hair fell into her face, but she couldn't care. It felt like everything inside her was being emptied. Only when a dull ache twisted in her stomach did it finally stop. Her throat burned, raw and sour, as if seared. Yi Chi-Chi's already pale face lost even more color. Her eyes reddened, tears welling from the strain. One hand pressed to her stomach, she rested her head on her arm against the sink, breathing hard for a long time before straightening up. The doctor had said she was past 3 months. Morning sickness was normal. She just hadn't expected it to hurt this much. A burnt smell rose from the pan. Still fighting the lingering nausea, she turned off the stove and covered the pan. She'd deal with it later. After drinking some warm water and forcing down half a slice of toast, Ichichi gave up. For days, this became her morning routine. Morning sickness became a daily battle. Every meal was a struggle. Her body weakened rapidly. And the man who stood guard outside her door every night hadn't shown up in days. At the old mansion, Fujiya sat in silence across from his grandfather. I've been getting calls from shareholders. Some of them built this company with me, son. Those projects you cut cost them real money. Fujiya let out a cold laugh, his voice flat. Losses? They're just getting a smaller piece. If that's a problem, they can have nothing at all. The old man knew exactly what this was about. He shifted gears. You found Chi-Chi. I found her. Fujiya's sharp edge dulled for a second. His voice stayed even. She forgive you. She coming home? Not yet. Then what the hell are you still doing at the office? Fujiya froze. Grandfather. The old man hadn't touched company business in years, but the full group was a well-oiled machine. It didn't need anyone in particular to keep running. Get out. You're annoying me. You don't bring Chi-Chi back. Don't bother seeing your grandmother or me again. And the company doesn't want you either. His grandfather's face hardened, brows furrowed, beard bristling. His grandson was sharp in every way but one. Too damn stubborn and too damn slow when it came to feelings. Fujiya nodded. He understood exactly what his grandfather was doing. I understand. I'll make her forgive me. One more thing. You're out today. Hand everything to Hise. Don't set foot on any full property. A bit of silence. Understood. Without another word, Fujiya stood and walked out. He worked through the night, wrapping up every project he'd been hands-on with. Then he spent 2 full days briefing Hise on everything else. Those 2 days, he thought about Chi-Chi constantly. He worried about Chinshui Bei. What if the power went out again? What if she was scared, alone in the dark? But honestly, more than that, he just missed her. A raw, gut-deep ache that clawed at him, relentless. The last time he held her, he finally felt like he could breathe again. Her small body, soft and warm. That familiar sweetness, hers and hers alone. Like a drug. Addictive. He couldn't go a second without craving it. His car pulled into Chinshui Bay in the afternoon. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, Ichichi was painting, completely focused. Fujiya couldn't look away. He wanted to burn that image into his memory. 2 young girls stood behind her, their faces full of admiration. So this was her world. A side of her he'd never seen. She was brilliant. Admired. Loved. Radiant. An unconscious smile tugged at his lips. Then pride rose in his chest. His Chi-Chi was the best. How had he been so blind before? He wanted a better view. Fujiya stepped out of the car, leaned against the door, and watched. Around 5, the students started packing up their supplies. Miss Yi, we're heading home. Over the past few days, more students had shown up. 4 or 5 girls who'd become fast friends with the first 2. All of them college kids. After just a few days, they started calling her Little Miss Yi. Ichichi had tried correcting them. It didn't stick, so she let it go. Okay, get home safe. Time for dinner. The 2 original girls, Enku and Julia, absolutely adored the beautiful, warm studio owner. Get some rest too. You look pale today. Ichichi had been vomiting badly and couldn't keep lunch down. She really did feel off. I'm fine. Just an upset stomach. I'll lie down for a bit. The girls left the studio. Enku and Julia walked up the road through the villa district. Their homes weren't far, an easy walk. When they reached the slope, a Maybach parked by the curb caught their eye. But the man standing beside it was even more arresting. Uncle tucked Julia's sleeve. Damn. That guy's hot. And tall. Julia smiled. Coco was always checking out guys. You didn't see him last week. I noticed him a few times on evening walks with my mom. Uncle shook her head. Nope. I'm a homebody. I don't go anywhere except to paint. Okay, sure, he's good looking. It's weird, though. He parks here every time. What's he doing? They whispered, sneaking glances at Fujiya. He noticed. His eyes swept over them, cold enough to snap their mouths shut. Only after they put some real distance between them did Uncle clutch her chest. God, he's terrifying. Julia patted her head. That's what you get for ogling hot guys. But I swear every time, he's looking toward Miss Ye's studio. Uncle whipped out her phone. He's a creep. I'm calling the cops. Julia grabbed the phone before she could dial. Don't. He hasn't actually done anything. And he doesn't look like a creep. They chattered the whole way home. Everyone was gone now. Ichichi slowly put the paints and brushes back in place, then checked the students' work. Mostly sketches and color pieces. They were fine arts students, so the quality was genuinely good. Her gaze drifted toward the wooden door. She got up to close it. Her small hand rested on the doorframe. She peeked outside and, unexpectedly, met those dark eyes at the top of the slope. What was he doing here today? He hadn't shown up in days. Ichichi looked away and shut the door. She went upstairs and fixed a listless dinner. Plain rice porridge with pine nut tofu and a small dish of pickled cucumbers. She forced down a few bites. As darkness settled in, she cleaned up and curled up in bed. Zeo didn't need her to lift him anymore. He hopped onto the little chair, wiggled his fuzzy butt, and sprang onto the mattress all by himself. For some reason, Zeo seemed sharper tonight. He lay still on the bed, no running, no jumping like he used to. He didn't climb on her. His tiny head rested on his little blanket, pressed close to her side. Every so often, he'd nuzzle against her. Seeing Fujiya had thrown her into chaos. She tried so hard to ignore the man standing outside, but she couldn't shut down the storm inside her chest. Now Zeo pulled her attention. Zeo, come here. Let me hold you. She reached out to scoop him up. Usually, he'd lift his head and wait, all obedient. But tonight, he backed up a step, like he didn't want to be held. What's wrong? You don't want me to hold you. As if he was actually thinking about what she meant, Zeo's dark eyes rolled. Then he scooted closer and nuzzled her belly. Ichichi's eyes went wide. She'd heard that animals could sense pregnancy. Was it really true? She touched her stomach, pushed the blanket aside, and smoothed down her pajama top. Sitting back, she saw it a slight curve, like a small orange, rising and falling with her breath. Her expression went soft. Zeo, do you know there's a baby in there? You want to feel? She offered her hand. He seemed to think she wanted a paw shake and placed his little paw in her palm, easy and trusting. She guided his paw toward her belly. Zeo's whole body locked up. His eyes stopped moving, fixed on her stomach. His tiny body didn't budge as she gently tugged him forward. When his paw touched her belly, she let go and smiled down at him. The paw jerked back instantly. Ichichi's voice came out soft. It's okay. You can touch. Just be gentle. Hearing her, Zeo slowly set his paw back down. Barely any weight at all. And he let out a low little whine. Oh. Good boy. That's the baby. You're gonna help me take care of the baby too, aren't you, Zeo? Oh. He whined again and puffed out his tiny chest, like he was making a promise. She played with Zeo for a while until her eyes grew heavy. Her gaze drifted toward the curtains. Was he still out there? He had to be gone by now. Chi fought the urge to look out the window. She yanked the covers over her head and killed the light. Down on the street, the man leaning against his car watched the window go dim until only a faint glow bled through the curtains. A ghost of a smile tugged at his mouth. Xinghao good. She's sleeping early, Xinghao. He promised his grandfather he'd make Chi forgive him. Fujiya just had no idea where to start. The car window was down, his forearm resting on the edge. A cigarette burned between his fingers, smoke curling around him in the dark. Keeping his hands busy was the only thing stopping him from going upstairs and dragging the woman he missed into his arms. The next morning, Chi woke up nauseous again. She skipped breakfast, splashed water on her face, pulled on some clothes, and headed downstairs. Saturday. The art studio opened early. Uncle and the others were coming in to practice figure sketching, and every Saturday Chi booked them a live model. She found this one through her old studio. Guy in his 20s, decent build. Not gorgeous, but sharp, angular features great for students training their eye. She unlocked the studio doors. The garden air hit her, damp and green. She turned on the hose and watered the flowers. She was walking back to the main room when her phone rang. The model. Miss Yi, I'm so sorry. Got into a minor accident on the way here. I'm stuck dealing with the cops. Can't make it today. Really, really sorry. Right then, Uncle and Joya pushed through the door, laughing about something. First time sketching a live figure here, and the girls were practically vibrating. Today wasn't happening. Chi asked if he was okay, got a quick confirmation, and hung up. Morning, Teacher Yi. Where's the hot model? Chi's face fell. Sorry, guys. He got into an accident. Can't make it. The girls were young enough that every emotion played out on their faces. Disappointment all around. She. A cool, familiar voice from the doorway. Chi turned. Fujiya stood there. His usual tailored coat cut clean across his shoulders. He was holding 2 large bags of breakfast, the paper box kind from the place he used to order for her. Uncle's eyes went wide. She elbowed Julia. Holy crap, Teacher Ya's friend is that into her. Bringing breakfast. That's old school. He's straight up wooing her, right? Julia pinched her arm and shot her a death glare. Xinghao, shut up, Xinghao. Have you eaten? Fujiya asked from the doorway, not stepping inside without an invitation. I got your favorites. Chi had no idea how to handle this. The girls were peeking over, curiosity written all over their faces. Shooing him away now would only make it weird. Uncle caught her hesitation. Teacher Yi, I haven't eaten either. Can I mooch some? Chi glanced at Uncle, then finally lifted her chin. Thanks. Permission given. He stepped inside, bringing the chill of the morning with him. His sharp gaze swept her face. She was pale. He frowned. He pulled 2 boxes from the bag and set the rest on the coffee bar for the girls. They scurried over, hiding grins behind their hands. Chi sat at a small round table by the floor-to-ceiling window. Fujiya placed the boxes in front of her. Steamed buns and red date soy milk. Try to eat something. He settled across from her. The table was tiny, his long legs looked absurdly cramped. Patiently, he punched a straw into the soy milk and held it out. Careful. Hot. She took it, wrapping both hands around the warm cup. Hesitated. Fujiya, you don't have to keep showing up here. Her gaze slid away, out the window, toward the cotton rose bushes in the garden. She couldn't stomach this. Couldn't stand the way he tiptoed around her now. She wished he'd get angry. Explode. Anything but this slow, steady invasion of her life. It made her waver. Made her hesitate. Like a fly trapped in silk, one thread at a time, no way out. Her lashes dipped. A tiny brush against his heart. I'll keep showing up. Doesn't matter what you say, Chi-Chi. I want to be where you are. No smile. Dead serious. That stubborn possessiveness that was so completely him. Chi-Chi turned to look at him. Her dull eyes glistened. He didn't want to push. He opened the box and set it in front of her. Eat first. This wasn't the moment for that conversation. She looked down, picked up a bun, and took a small bite. Maybe because she'd already thrown up that morning, it went down easier than she expected. She ate half of one, then set the rest back in the box. I'm full. Thanks. She barely touched it. Her face was drawn. Fujia's worry ticked higher. He reached for the half-eaten bun she'd left behind. She watched him pop it into his mouth. Her face went red. You. He ate the other two from the box as well, expression completely flat, then cleared the containers. Across the room, the girls were staring. They could feel the electricity from 20 feet away. Uncle was dying to sprint over and demand every detail. Instead, she grabbed a little bun and trotted over. Teacher Yi, so what are we doing today since the model bailed? Chi-Chi pulled herself together and managed a smile. We'll stick with color work today. I'll reschedule him. Ugh, that sucks. Uncle pouted, then tipped her chin toward Fujie. Teacher Yi, is this your friend? Because I think he'd make an incredible model. Please, 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 I sharpened all my pencils perfectly. I was so ready to sketch a hot guy. I mean, a human figure. Chi-Chi nearly choked on her soy milk. Fujie reached across and handed her a napkin, dabbing the corner of her mouth himself. Uncle's brain short-circuited. Xinghao, oh my god. That's so intimate, Xinghao. The moment hung there, painful and electric. Chi-Chi stood up fast, pulling away from him. No, he's busy. He's got work. Terrible liar. She blinked rapidly as she scrambled for an excuse. Fujie lifted an eyebrow at Uncle and the others. I'm not going to the office today. He turned back to Chi-Chi, voice calm as still water. I can be your model. He was handsome in a way that made you stare refined and cool, nothing like the boys from the university. The sharp arch of his brow, the quiet confidence in his expression. It took about 3 seconds for half the girls in the room to notice. For real, though. You actually have time. Uncle turned to Chi-Chi, eyes wide and pleading. She could give Zeo a run for her money in the cute department. Teacher Yi, can he? Please. Behind her, the others were already staring at Chi-Chi. There was no way she'd say no, and they all knew it. If you want to draw him, go ahead. A knot tightened in her chest. Fujie knew exactly what he was doing. He knew she couldn't refuse in front of them. This was intentional. She turned her back on the room, settled by the window, and dropped her gaze to her sketchbook. Fujie could tell she was upset. But he wanted to be near her. Xinghao, I'll make it up to her later, Xinghao. He stood, long fingers sliding his coat off his shoulders. With an easy bend, he draped the black fabric over the armrest of the sofa where Chi-Chi sat, a casual, possessive move. Like a guy on a basketball court tossing his jacket next to his girlfriend before the game. Chi-Chi bit her lip and willed herself not to react. The pencil in her hand just hovered. She couldn't draw a single line. From the other side of the room came quick, excited chatter. Okay, so what should we call you? Fujie. Since they called Chi-Chi teacher, none of them dared use his first name. The man screamed old money and corporate power. Mr. Fu, then, one of them decided. Just sit in that chair. Try not to move around too much. Uncle kept chattering as she directed him. Beside her, Joya was notably more composed. She thought he looked familiar for days but couldn't place him. Now that she had a name Fujie, her brain was short-circuiting. Xinghao Fujie. The Fujie. The one who runs the capital. Holy crap, 星号. Coco, that's enough. Come back and draw. Julia tucked Coco back and pressed a freshly sharpened pencil into her hand. Annoying a CEO of his caliber. She didn't even want to think about the consequences. Uncle, as if suddenly remembering something, added, Mr. Fu, do you want a book or something? To pass the time? Fujiya shook his head, barely. He angled his body so his gaze fell naturally toward the window. Toward her. There was nothing that could pass the time for him. All of it could be spent watching Chi-Chi. In the center of the studio, a curly-haired girl stared at Fujiya openly from behind her sketchboard. The room fell silent. Nothing but the scratch of pencils on paper. Fujiya's attention was blatant. Within minutes, every girl in the room knew exactly who he was looking at. And who couldn't help herself. She leaned over and whispered, see? Told you. He's teacher Ya's suitor. Damn. Julia pinched her cheek. Focus on the drawing. Don't start. By the window, Chi-Chi held a pencil, pretending to sketch the hibiscus outside. But her ears caught every song from the main room. Her mind was chaos. Even drawing her escape, her favorite thing couldn't pull her into focus. That steady gaze on her felt like needles against her skin. She held out as long as she could. Then she set the pencil down, turned, and glared at Fujiya. Her eyes, bright as stained glass, burned with frustration. Her lips pressed tight. A silent warning, Xinghao, stop looking at me, Xinghao. His eyes met hers. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Across the room, past the heads of students seriously sketching, they exchanged a look meant for no one else. She was still angry. But somewhere in her chest, the anger twisted into something electric. Fine. If she couldn't fight it, she'd avoid it. Chi-Chi got up and walked out of the studio. She bent over the hibiscus in the garden, frustration knotting in her chest. Fujiya had done her a favor. So why was she this upset? Maybe because he walked so easily into the place she worked so hard to hide in. Maybe because she was realizing every move he made could still rattle her heart. She rubbed a hibiscus leaf between her fingers. Her thoughts tangled like a knotted rope, no beginning, no end. Saturday sketching sessions were quick. 3 or 4 hours in the morning, then everyone went home. Feeling nauseous, Chi-Chi headed upstairs to rest. She closed the bathroom door, ran the water, and threw up again. When she finally came back down, the man who'd been modeling at the center of the studio was now sitting by the window. Uncle and the others huddled in small groups, discussing their work. When they saw her, they said their goodbyes and packed up. Chi-Chi looked at Fujiya on the sofa and felt a headache blooming behind her eyes. Still, she walked over. Thank you. He was looking at her sketchbook. At the sound of her voice, he set it down. The open page showed a hibiscus as beautiful as the one she painted back at the Fu residence. He remembered how he ruined that painting. Xinghao, I was an idiot, Xinghao. Sorry, Shishi. His dark eyes held something complicated as they met hers. In that moment, Chi-Chi understood. She knew what he was apologizing for. Her small hands tightened at her sides, then slowly relaxed. She bent down, closed the sketchbook, and said nothing to accept or reject it. Time for lunch. What do you want? I'll order. Chi-Chi shook her head. She couldn't eat. Just thinking about the greasy smell of takeout made her stomach turn. I'll just cook something simple. I don't want to eat out. Can I mooch? Fujiya looked up at her with a strangely pitiful expression. Xinghao, why does he look like a giant puppy right now, Xinghao? She shook the thought away. Fine. One meal wouldn't kill her. He brought her breakfast and sat as a model for ours. I only have small wontons. Anything's fine. He was completely agreeable, following her up to the second floor without a word. She pulled the wontons she made yesterday from the fridge. Water bubbled in the pot. Her pale hands dropped the wrappers in, one by one. Soon, they sat at the table. Steam curled from the bowls, cilantro drifting across the surface. The scent walled between them. Neither spoke. Ichichi didn't know what to say. She'd never thought this separation would end so fast. That she'd be sharing a table with Fuji again, this soon. Eat while it's hot. It'll get cold. He noticed she hadn't taken a single bite. His voice was gentle. She picked up her spoon and took a mouthful of the steaming wonton. Yesterday, they tasted fine. Now, nausea surged up her throat. She tried to swallow it down. But morning sickness didn't negotiate. The spoon clattered to the table as she bolted for the bathroom. Violent heaving seized her stomach. The harder she fought it, the worse it got. Strong hands caught her shoulders, steadying her. A warm palm patted her back. Fujiya had no idea what was happening. Her condition sent a spike of cold panic through his chest. 100 dark scenarios raced through his mind. Xinghao, why is she this sick? Xinghao. She. When her stomach was empty, her body went limp. She started to crumble. He caught her in one swift motion and pulled her tight against his chest. What's wrong? Why are you throwing up like this? Her brow was furrowed, the nausea clinging to her, refusing to lift. She couldn't stand. So she let him hold her. This couldn't go on. Fujiya lifted her and carried her to the bedroom. He laid her on the bed, grabbed a towel to wipe her face, and brought her water to rinse her mouth. His tall frame settled on the edge of her small bed. He looked at her pale, fragile, wrecked, and finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He pulled her into his arms. Ichichi. His voice was low, rough at the edges. Is this how you take care of yourself? He said her full name, his voice laced with cold tension and worry. For years, Fujiya's embrace had always been like this, safe and steady, the kind you wanted to sink into. Ichichi had always been the sensible type. She knew when to push and when to pull back, never wanting to be a burden. Most of the time, when she needed help or wanted something, she swallowed it. When she got hurt, she hid and cried alone. She didn't understand. Did being so sensible only make people forget to cherish you? Right now, she wanted to be the kind of person who wasn't sensible at all. The kind who could make a scene, throw a tantrum, and lean on someone without holding back. All that bottled up hurt finally broke free, spilling down her cheeks. Don't you dare. She shoved against his chest, her voice cracking with tears. That song snapped Fujiya back to reality. Every day had been hard for her. But this was their baby. Even though she hadn't told Fujiya yet, deep down she'd hoped if she could that the baby would have a complete family. Just thinking about her child growing up without a father made her sick with guilt. She already felt like she was failing them. And now Fujiya was yelling at her too. All the pain she'd been holding onto for so long crashed over her at once, like it was trying to destroy her. I'm sorry, Shishi. I'm losing my mind. I shouldn't have snapped at you. It's my fault. His voice was low and shaking. He realized he'd been too harsh, and he was scared of pushing her further away. He loosened his hold slightly. Ichichi covered her face with both hands and buried her head against her knees. Her long, dark hair wrapped around her small frame as she sobbed quietly. You're always yelling at me, Xinghao sob Xinghao. Fujiya didn't know what to do. He held her gently and whispered apologies over and over. Time crept by. Finally, the crying faded. She lifted her head to look at him, her face still pale, her eyes red and swollen. Go back. I want to rest. Seeing the resistance in her expression, Fujiya forced down the ache in his chest. He gently wiped her tears and said, I'm taking you to the hospital. Why are you throwing up this badly? The soft touch on her cheek made her freeze for a second. Then she shook her head. I already went. Just an upset stomach. Fujiya didn't buy it. He reached out, smoothing the crease between her brows, and leaned closer. His voice tender. Chi-Chi, don't send me away like this. You're not feeling well. Let me take care of you, okay? I just want to be near you. I know I've let you down and hurt you before. But I won't anymore. If you're sick, I'll take care of you. If I annoy you, I'll keep my distance. I can't live without you. These were words that never should have come from Fujiya's mouth. Every syllable, every word, stripped away his pride. He cupped the back of her slender neck, pulling her closer until his forehead touched hers. Shishi, I like you. I love you. I figured it out too late. I'll spend every second from now on making it up to you. The gentle, lingering confession hit her chest like a hammer, making it hard to breathe. He said he loved her. Fujiya said he loved her. Then what did everything that happened mean? His voice turned urgent, his fingers lightly stroking the nape of her neck, so intimate. I want to go back to how it was. Come home and see you. Hold you at night. Watch a movie together on weekends. I'll learn to love you properly. Just give me a chance, okay? Chi-Chi pushed his hand away and scooted back, her voice cracking. You don't love me. You love someone else. Did you forget? Fujiya, I'm selfish. I don't even know why I'm so selfish. I just want the person I love to love only me. In this whole world, he loves me the most, and I love him the most. That's the kind of love I want. Not this, not like this. Her wide eyes stared at him. She didn't dare believe his words. Even as they made her heart flutter and almost made her surrender. Okay. I won't force you, Fujiya said hoarsely, backing off. He hadn't expected a few words to make her forgive him. He proved his feelings with time. He steadied himself, swallowing the bitter ache in his chest, and pretended everything was fine. So, what now? Do you want to sleep a little more, or eat something? He smoothed her hair back, concern etched on his sharp face. Just thinking about the wontons, Chi-Chi pressed a hand to her chest again, her face twisting. The mere thought of food terrified her. Fujiya let go. Alright, get some rest first. We'll talk when you wake up, okay? Chi-Chi nodded and lay down. She was exhausted body and heart. In front of Fujiya, she could never escape. She turned her back to him and closed her eyes. Xinghao, let him do what he wants, Xinghao. He pulled the blanket up over her, then went out to the kitchen. He ate both bowls of cold wontons, then washed the dishes and put them away. The old Fujiya, the big CEO, would never have done something like that. But now, as long as he was near Chi-Chi, anything felt worthwhile. When he was done, he went back to her room and sat down in the chair beside her bed. On the nightstand sat the copy of Xinghao the Little Mermaid, Xinghao they hadn't finished reading. Fujiya picked it up. A faint smile crossed his stern face. Xinghao, she's so grown up, why is she still reading storybooks, Xinghao? He glanced at the desk. Xinghao, little kittens escape, Xinghao. Xinghao, soft little padded jacket, Xinghao. Xinghao, little rabbit pulls a carrot, Xinghao, all picture books, neatly lined up on the bookstand. The sun was setting, and the clouds outside were bleeding into dusk. He set the book down, looked at the sleeping woman, turned on the bedside lamp, and left the house. He told himself, Xinghao, just a little more patience, Xinghao. In Shaoyang Town, miles away, Chen Yuxiu's car followed the ambulance. They'd driven all the way from Shaoyang back to Jingdu. Yijing had been released on medical parole. Chen Yuxiu had arranged a medical team to transfer her to a hospital there. Her illness wasn't incurable, just expensive. The cost was nothing to Chen Yuxiu, but for Yijing, stuck in prison, it had been a death sentence. Now that he knew, he couldn't ignore it. Chi-Chi had already suffered too much. She shouldn't have to face something this cruel. Sir, the penalty payment to Full Corporation has been made. But all the contingency plans we prepared in case they fought back, we didn't use a single one. The assistant glanced at Chen Yuxiu in the rearview mirror. Chen Yuxiu said. Based on what he knew of Fujia's business style, the man should have smashed CG Group hard, even crippled their expansion in Jindu. And on top of the financial losses, Chen Yuxiu had beaten Fujia bloody. Yet the guy just swallowed it all. Or maybe he had another move in store. Chen Yuxiu raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. Xinghao fine. Bring it on, Xinghao. Yi Jing was admitted to the hospital. Chen Yuxiu headed back to the office. Yi Qiqi woke to darkness. The small lamp beside her bed was still on. She sat up slowly and stared out the window. The air no longer held any trace of Fujia. Xinghao the Little Mermaid, Xinghao lay open on the table, the faint scent of ink rising from the page where the mermaid finally got what she wanted resting in the prince's arms. She brushed her fingers over her still flat belly and mouthed the words like a secret. Xinghao baby, your daddy was reading to you, Xinghao. After a moment, she felt steady enough to get up. She had no idea when Fujia had left, but lights were on upstairs and down. On the dining table sat a set of insulated containers. She recognized the food instantly. Aunt Yan's cooking. A small note was stuck to the lid. Xinghao eat. If it gets cold, microwave it, Xinghao. She knew that handwriting. Bold, sharp strokes. Fujia. She opened the lids one by one. Steamed white rice. Tangy borscht. A light stir-fry of yam and beef. Lotus root sandwiches stuffed with shrimp paste. Every dish was something she loved. Her heart softened before she could stop it. She had no defense against this version of him. The food was still warm. She sat and ate slowly, taking small bites. It had been so long since she had Aunt Yan's cooking. She finished most of the borscht. The sour tang settled her stomach and even got through half the bowl of rice. Xinghao boom Xinghao. Thunder cracked outside, followed by a slash of lightning. She rinsed her bowl and chopsticks, her eyes flicking constantly to the weather beyond the window. By the time everything was put away, rain was coming down in sheets. Early spring. The rain drummed steady, and the temperature had dropped hard and fast. Yi Qiqi hesitated. Then she crossed to the window and pulled the lavender curtain aside an inch. Her breath caught. There he was. That familiar figure, still standing downstairs. She blinked hard, biting her lip. Xinghao, is he stupid? Does he not know to get in the car when it's pouring, Xinghao? Cold raindrops pelted him, but Fujia barely noticed. His mind was too full. They had called. They found information on Yi Jing. The evidence pointed to one thing, Yi Jing was likely Qiqi's mother. And just days ago, seriously ill, she'd been taken to the capital by Chen Yuxiu. Qiqi's mother. His Qiqi had been through enough. She didn't need another blow. He'd already dispatched specialists. If not for Chen Yuxiu, Yi Jing might have died inside that place. In that moment, Fujia's entire perspective on the man shifted. At the very least, he hadn't attacked Chen Yuxiu over the company fight. Everything still needed to be confirmed, but he could give the man that much. He was so lost in thought he didn't even register the rain. The downpour came harder, faster. The cigarette between his fingers had gone out ages ago. It wasn't until a trickle of water slid down his forehead and hit his eye that he jolted back. A shiver ran through him, cold biting into his skin. He turned toward the car. Then he looked up. A small figure stood at the wooden gate, holding an umbrella. Fujia's heart slammed against his ribs. A sharp, unexpected joy surged through him. Xinghao, she came out. She's worried about me, Xinghao. The rain blurred the street lamps into hazy pools of light. Yi Qiqi's slight frame stood under the umbrella, and she had no idea why she'd come down here. She told herself to ignore him. But her feet had carried her all the way to the front door anyway. The second she opened the wooden gate and spotted him by the car, she froze. Hesitating. Wavering. Like a little snail that poked its antennae out, sensed someone ahead, and yanked them back in fear. The brief flash of happiness on Fujia's face shifted into worry. He tossed the dead cigarette aside and strode straight toward her. The rain was cold and brutal, and she was still recovering. What was she doing out here? His cool fingers closed around the umbrella handle and took it from her. In the same motion, he swept his coat around her and pulled her into the dry warmth of his chest. What are you doing down here? Are you still sick? You just woke up. Her rain-chilled body was suddenly wrapped in him. Ichichi's mind blanked completely. She forgot how to think. His dark eyes held something that looked like starlight or maybe moonlight. She stared, caught, and whispered, "Why aren't you home yet?" Fujiya let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. He wiped a raindrop from her cheek with his thumb. There was thunder. "I didn't want you to be scared." His voice still carried that cool, clipped edge, but the words themselves were so startlingly direct. "It's too cold out here. Let me get you inside first." The umbrella tilted entirely over Ichichi. Water dripped from Fujiya's hair, and his coat was nearly soaked through. She didn't argue. They walked back into the house together. "Here, take the umbrella. You should go. Don't stay." Only two small lights were on downstairs, leaving the living room dim. The air was thick with the sharp scent of oil paint. "I'm not leaving," he said. "I'll stay in the car. Chichi, you can't take away my right to be near you." He forced a faint smile, but his eyes held no humor. His voice was stubborn. "Besides, grandfather won't let me come home, and I've been banned from the office. So I've got nowhere else to be." He made it sound so pitiful. Fujiya was being shameless on purpose. His Chichi had the softest heart. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew he was being a bastard. And it worked. Ichichi's eyes went wide. "Why won't grandfather let you come home? Did you upset him again?" "No." A real, small smile tugged at his mouth. She always assumed he was the one who caused the trouble. "Because I lost the girl I love most. I have to find her before I can go back." Ichichi thought of grandfather's temper and knew instantly it was exactly the kind of thing the old man would do. She'd been so busy avoiding Fujiya that she hadn't called the house. She really needed to call grandfather, let him know she was okay. Then the rest of his words landed. "Xinhao, the girl I love most, Xinhao." Her face flashed hot. "Then, you could stay at a hotel." "No need. If you won't let me get close, at least don't send me somewhere I can't even see you." His voice was low, rough, carrying the damp chill of the spring night. Ichichi couldn't find the strength to refuse him. A long silence stretched between them. Then, as if she'd made a decision, she spoke. "Fine, you can stay here for a few days. There's a small attic upstairs. In a couple days, I'll call grandfather. He'll stop being mad at you." Under the burn of Fujiya's gaze, her face grew hotter. She turned and started up the stairs. After a few steps, she stopped and glanced back. "The attic's a little small. The other room on the second floor is Muyo's, so it's not really available." Her voice trailed off, because the moment she turned, she saw it. Something that looked almost like tears in Fujiya's eyes. His rims were red. "Fujiya." She didn't know what to say. She just said his name, barely a whisper. Fujiya stood there, watching her. His girl, in her soft white pajamas, her brows drawn together in that worried little way, the tiny mole on her nose shifting as she breathed. He knew his Chichi was good. So impossibly good. After all this time, she had finally let him come a little closer. It felt like spotting a single point of light in an endless dark. How had he ever been such a bastard? How had he ever hurt her? His eyes burned, hot and raw. His arms reached out and pulled her in hard. She was standing 2 steps higher on the staircase, so they were nearly eye to eye. His rain-wet face buried itself in the curve of her neck. Ichichi felt his warm breath against her skin. And then drops that weren't rain. Scalding hot, falling onto her neck. She understood what they were. Her heart seized tight. In all these years, she had never once seen Fujiya cry. Ichichi stood frozen. She couldn't make herself move. When Fujiya finally lifted his head, his eyes were dry. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you to bed." A faint trace of tobacco clung to him, sharp over the woody scent she remembered. She knew he wasn't the type to smoke. But on those nights he stood watch outside her door, she watched the cigarettes burn one after another, tiny orange flares in the dark. She didn't know what to say. "Fujiya." "Yeah." He held her gaze. "Waiting." "星号 Fujiya. I think I can feel it now. The love you're talking about. But I'm terrified. Terrified we'll make all the same mistakes again. My heart just can't get past this. I keep thinking you only chose me because Bayuji is gone, 星号. 星号, and I want so badly to tell you you're going to be a father, 星号. Her hand drifted to her stomach, a belly there curve that made her look like she'd eaten an extra bowl of rice. It was nothing. Almost nothing. Forget it. Let's go upstairs. The attic probably needs cleaning out. Okay. Fujiya took her hand and led her toward the staircase. Ichichi walked beside him, her fingers curling into a fist inside his grip. But she didn't pull away. The attic was only accessible from the terrace. Still open to the rain. When she saw Fujiya soaked through, water dripping from his hair, she told him he needed a shower first. No man's clothes in the house. She searched everywhere, then gave up and decided she'd just wash and dry what he had on. But she couldn't exactly leave him with nothing to wear. She dug through her room. 5'3". Fujiya towered over her. None of her clothes would fit him, no matter how oversized. Finally, she found a big winter bath towel. Pink. With a goofy little duck on it. Well. Nobody would see. It would be fine. The water was still running in the bathroom. She knocked. The door cracked open, letting out a cloud of warm steam. Your clothes are in the wash. I don't have anything else for you. This is clean. I've used it. Her pale fingers gripped the towel. She kept her back turned. Fujiya took it. Pink. Aggressively pink. But it was Chi-Chi's. Enough said. Go put on something warm, he said, taking in the thin pajamas she was still wearing. It's cold tonight. He closed the bathroom door. Ichichi went back to her room, threw on a small knit cardigan, grabbed a picture book, and curled up in the desk chair. She stared at the same page. Didn't turn it. Zeo Zeo chased a little ball near the bed, skittering in circles across the floor. The bathroom door opened. Fujiya stood in the doorway with the towel wrapped low on his hips, his chest bare. The ends of his dark hair dripped water down tan skin, following the smooth lines of muscle until the drops disappeared at the edge of that pale pink towel. A second towel white hung around his neck. Shishi. You're still up. He leaned against the doorframe, drying his hair, his dark eyes fixed on the fluffy head of the girl in the chair. She glanced over, then immediately regretted it. I'll take you up to the attic. We have to go outside for it. She stood and tried to ignore him. The tall man shifted aside, and she slipped past. Her hair fragrant, soft brushed across his bare chest. 星号 星号 Fujiya went very still for a second. 星号 our Chi-Chi smells so good 星号. It was still raining, but the terrace had a clear glass canopy, so they stayed dry. Chi-Chi had only been in the attic once before. It wasn't as small as it looked, just seemed that way because of the sloped ceiling. White cabinets lined both walls. In the center sat a big double bed, and above the headboard, a slanted white-framed window ran the length of the wall. On sunny mornings, light would pour through that window straight onto the bed. Now, rain drummed against the glass. A little too loud, a little too constant. The sheets had been sitting a while. Cool to the touch. Damp. Oh, let me grab a fresh set from my room. She turned, but as she brushed past him, his hand caught hers. His body was warm, and he was suddenly very close. Fujiya looked down at her. His breath was hot against her ear. Don't bother. I'll sleep like this. Go down and get some rest. Ichichi pulled her hand free and dropped her gaze. Her eyes landed on the tall sling low around his waist. Her face went hot. She looked away immediately. Fine. I'm going down. She retreated down the narrow attic stairs. Back on the second floor, she tidied up in a daze, then climbed into bed. The rain softened outside. Fujiya lay down and pulled the covers over himself. They weren't cold at all. They smelled faintly like sunshine. He tossed the towel aside, pausing to think about the fact that Chichi had used it. Pink. Ridiculous. Adorable. 星号 her scent all over it, 星号. 星号 perfect, 星号. Above him, the slanted window framed a pitch-black sky. Raindrops pattered against the glass, spreading into tiny ripples. And the girl he loved was one wall away. Fujiya felt nothing but a quiet, bone-deep satisfaction. Even the rain sounded beautiful. Downstairs, Ichichi couldn't stop tossing and turning. 星号 did Fujiya really cry tonight? 星号. She couldn't let it go. Fujiya had always been so controlled. Steady to the point of cold. Indifferent to everything. In all her years with the Fu family, she'd never seen a single tear from him. He seemed almost born without emotion. Letting him stay, she didn't know if it was right or wrong. But sending him back out into the rain, she couldn't do it. She would have worried sick. The night deepened. Slowly, despite the chaos spinning through her head, Ichichi fell asleep. By morning, the rain was gone. Crisp, grassy air slipped through the windows. Ichichi woke to the smell of something cooking. She pushed open her door. Fujiya sat at the dining table, a newspaper in his hands. You're up, he said. Come eat. He was back in yesterday's clothes, clean and dry. He set the paper aside and uncovered the dishes on the table. Ichichi walked through the dining room into the bathroom, shut the door, and turned on the faucet. That wave of nausea hit her every morning now. She threw up with the water running to cover the sound. Afterward, she stared at herself in the mirror. Washed her face. Walked out. Fujiya had everything laid out. Plain congee with pickled vegetables, fried eggs, custard buns, sweet corn. He noticed the red rims around her eyes. Still not feeling well. Ichichi bit into a piece of corn and shook her head. Like a little rabbit. After breakfast, Chichi headed downstairs and opened the studio door. Fujiya was already settled by the window, newspaper in hand. Zeo lay sprawled across his lap, little butt lifted toward the morning sun. She was clearing the table when her phone rang. She answered, her voice soft. Hey, it's me. Okay, at the entrance. Thanks. The delivery notice. Her art supplies had arrived. The studio was fully stocked, but somehow you never realize what you're missing until you're in the middle of a piece. She glanced at Fujiya. I'm going to grab a couple packages. As if he'd let that happen. He caught her whole side of the call anyway. He folded the newspaper, stood, and said only, I'll go, before walking out. Ichichi was about to object when Enku and the others came through the front door, catching Fujiya on his way out. They shot her a knowing look. Teacher Yi is Mr. Fu trying to win you back. Last time you swore that gorgeous guy wasn't your boyfriend. So, Is this one? She coughed. No. Not trying to win me back. We just know each other. She set down her cup and turned to grab her painting apron from the wall hook. Oh. A 星号 friend 星号. Right. We got it. Uncle's expression screamed disbelief. Her eyes practically said, 星号 yeah, no. That man has glued himself to teacher Ye's side, 星号. Chi motioned for them to sit, then went to the coffee bar to brew the peach oolong tea she just bought. The courier pickup point was right by the villa complex entrance, not far from the studio. But they wouldn't deliver inside the gates. Fujiya walked fast. He was there in under 10 minutes. Lucky he'd come himself 2 massive boxes. There was no way Chichi would have managed them alone. He hoisted them easily, ignoring how the rough cardboard scraped against his custom suit. Rounding the corner near the studio, he found his path blocked. A young woman stood there, curly hair yanked into a tight ponytail, heavy eye makeup, eyes fixed on him with a challenging glare. Fujiya recognized her. Sue something. One of the studio students. He stopped. His cold expression flickered with impatience. What? His ice-cold stare sent a prickle down Sue Ai's spine. She steadied herself and spoke. Mr. Fu, I'm Sue Ai. I want you to be my boyfriend. Sue Ai thrived on gossip. The video from the annual gala had been taken down the next day, but it had already blown up in her group chat. When she watched it, she thought, 星号 damn. A hot, rich guy like that. I'd happily be his side piece. Those 2 other women were making a circus of it, 星号. Fujiya didn't have the patience for this. He let out a humorless laugh and kept walking toward the studio. Hey, I'm serious. You don't even like Teacher Yi. And you're not with Bayuji either. So what's wrong with being with me? Sue Ai hadn't actually planned on attending painting classes. She'd only signed up after realizing Yi Chichi was the girl from that viral video. Running into Fujiya was an unexpected bonus. Seriously, what was so special about that blonde Teacher Yi? Fine, she was beautiful. But Sue Ai was younger. And Yi Chichi gave Mr. Fu the cold shoulder all day long. What kind of man would put up with that? She watched him stop walking and felt a pulse of triumph. 星号 man. All the same. Act untouchable until you call them on it, 星号. Fujiya turned. His face had frozen into something lethal. He shifted both boxes to his right hand, then closed the distance in a few long strides. Say that again. His voice was pure venom. Something sliced through Sue Ai's throat. Pinned under that terrifying intensity, she couldn't force out a single syllable. Her whole body trembled. Fujiya leveled a warning glare at her. Don't come back to the studio. He turned and walked away. Behind him, Sue Ai stomped her foot in frustration. 星号, who the hell do you think you are, telling me what to do? I'll show up if I want to, 星号. Too proud to know better, she jogged into the studio and made a point of brushing past Fujiya on her way inside. He smiled coldly and pulled out his phone to call Hize. Inside, the studio was quiet. Everyone else was already painting everyone except the conspicuously late Sue Ai. When Fujiya walked in with the boxes, Yi Chichi reached out for them. He sidestepped her, carrying them to the table himself. I've got it. Oil paint tubes. Fujiya shrugged off his jacket and began arranging them on the shelf by color one by one, methodical. He was tall. Normally Chichi had to drag over a little step stool to reach the top shelf, but he simply stretched up and placed the tubes with easy precision. His black shirt pulled across the lean, powerful lines of his back. Yi Chichi stood beside him, sorting colors and handing them over. Together, they moved in perfect rhythm. Anku and her friends couldn't stop swooning. Only Sue Ai glared, her face twisted in envy and contempt. She pulled out her phone, snapped a few photos of Yi Chichi, and posted them to Weibo immediately. She uploaded the saved gala video too. In the comments, she spun her story, "Xinghao, this woman stole Baiyuji's place, and now she's opened a studio in the Qinshui Bay Villa district, Xinghao." By dusk, Enku and the others had left together. Fujia had just finished helping Chichi close up the studio when the driver arrived and Yun had sent dinner and a change of clothes for him. Fujia took the bags and turned to find Chichi staring at him, wide-eyed. "I thought Grandfather Fu said you couldn't go back. Why is he sending you food?" Fujia raised an eyebrow, unruffled. "Can't stay there. Doesn't mean I can't eat. Besides, this is for you." "Aha, and the clothes what? They were taking up too much space at home, so someone tossed them out to you." Yi Chichi gave him a skeptical look, but headed upstairs to wash her hands. Fujia laid out the food with careful precision. They ate dinner in comfortable silence, then washed up and retreated to their rooms. The next morning, Yi Chichi went downstairs first and opened the studio door. Fujia was clearing the table behind her. He just placed the bowls into the disinfection cabinet when raised voices and a scuffle sounded from below. His chest seized. He flew down the stairs. The wooden door was swarmed with reporters. The gala footage had been scrubbed instantly. The gossip around Fu Corporation's CEO had fizzled. Most of the outlets that attended were crushed by the Fu family's pressure. But there were always bottom-feeder journalists hungry for a career-making scoop. Unlike the bigger names invited to the gala, these people had no boundaries at all. "Miss Yi, what are you doing here? Did the Fu family throw you out? What about Baiyuji? At the gala, CEO Fu promised to marry her. Why hasn't anything happened since?" Microphones stabbed toward Yi Chichi's face like a forest of blades. The wooden door wasn't fully open, so the reporters leaned in hard, stretching their arms to shove recording pens closer. Yi Chichi stood there in a white knitted cardigan and pink skirt. Her slender frame looked fragile and impossibly exposed against that pack of hungry wolves. The early spring wind still had a bite. Memories she thought she'd buried roared back. The freezing gale on the 20th floor. Fujia walking away with Baiyuji in his arms. Those same relentless reporters closing in. "Miss Yi, are you and CEO Fu divorced? When did you leave the Fu family?" Yi Chichi's hands curled into fists at her sides. She fought to keep her trembling body steady. "Leave now, or I'm calling security." The wooden door groaned under the press of a dozen bodies, straining as it started to give way. A reporter with triangular eyes let out a cold snort. "Security? I know the guards here. How do you think we got past the gate? Miss Yi, we're just trying to make a living. Give us a few sentences and we're gone. Simple as that." Yi Chichi's whole body shook. "You make a living off other people's private lives, and you think that's justified?" Triangular-eyed reporter smirked. So she was the woman the Fu family had taken in. She'd already been kicked to the curb, but here she was, still acting untouchable. Su Ai was his niece. Last night she came home looking like someone had done her dirty. When he pushed her on it, she said a woman named Yi Chichi, the owner of that art studio, had made her life hell in class. And she was the one who'd been spreading dirt about the Fu family back in the day, too. That story, he already knew. He just hadn't been able to score an invite to the Fu family's annual party, so the scoop slipped right through his fingers. He'd been sweating bullets all month with nothing hot to chase. Then this landed in his lap and he could even up his niece's score at the same time. Triangular-eyed reporter surged forward. The wooden gate groaned, and the latch snapped clean off. A dozen reporters poured through the gap like a flood. Yi Chichi stumbled backward 2 steps. The garden path had gaps between the flagstones. She was in slippers. Her foot caught in a crack. Her body pitched. Balance gone. She was falling. Her mind went blank. Her heart ceased. Every thought vanished except one. The baby. Oh God, the baby. Her hands flew to her stomach, pressing hard. Then strong arms caught her from behind. She landed against the familiar chest. No impact. No pain. Ichichi's eyes flew open. Her lashes trembled. She looked up and met Fuji's gaze, urgent, tight with worry. Zai. Moisture clung to her lashes. Every drop of color had drained from her face, leaving it bone-white, fragile. Her whole body trembled. Fuji's chest seized. His arm tightened around her, pulling her close. Then he lifted his eyes to the reporters. In a split second, his expression turned so dark no one dared breathe. Every single one of them froze. Nobody told them the CEO of CG Group would be here. If they'd known, they never would have shown up right now. And from the looks of it, Fujiya was shielding Miss Yi. His tongue pressed against his back teeth as small tail when fury was chewing through him. Disgust filled his eyes. He was tall, long-limbed. He reached out, ripped a camera from the nearest reporter, hurled it to the ground, and kicked it hard. The camera slammed into the garden's red brick wall with a deafening crack. Fragments exploded in every direction. Panic rippled through the group. Triangular-eyed reporters stepped forward, hesitant. Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu, no need to take it out on us. We were only. The rest of his words died under Fuji's glacial stare. A few reporters in the back tried to slip away. Trying to leave. 2 words, spat out like ice. They stopped cold. Message received: he wasn't letting anyone walk today. The whole villa complex had cameras. Even if they ran, he still destroyed them. Sorry, Mr. Fu. We saw the trending news and thought we'd check it out. Huh? Trending news. A few younger reporters in the back had barely been in the game for a few months. Who was this guy anyway? Some suit in a big house acting like he owned the world. They'd come for a story. Now they had nothing, and this jerk thought he could push them around. Annoyed, they shoved the people in front of them and bolted. The second Fujiya lost his temper, he'd been holding Ichichi against him with one arm. Terrified, her hands were fisted in his shirt, clinging tight. The reporters, shocked without warning, went staggering forward. A camera came flying straight at them. Fujiya threw up his arm to block it. The edge sliced his hand open. Several reporters hit the ground, groaning. Fujiya shook off the injury without a second glance, pulled out his phone, and ordered the Qinshui Bay developer to get security here now. Then he called Hize to deal with the mess. The ones on the ground scrambled up, frozen in place, not sure whether to run or stay. Uncle. A sweet voice drifted in from outside the gate. Suei figured her uncle must have scared Ichichi half to death by now. She'd come to snap a few pathetic photos of her. Instead, she found her uncle brushing dirt off his clothes on the ground. She stepped forward and helped him up. When Fujiya's eyes landed on her, everything clicked. He released Ichichi, grabbed Suei by the arm, and lifted her off the ground like she weighed nothing. A man of 189 centimeters, she weighed less than air to him. It was you. Fujiya's laugh was ice. He'd underestimated her yesterday. Suei flinched, fear flashing through her. But she was past caring. She lifted her chin and bit down on her words. Yes, it was me. Didn't you dump Ichichi at the annual party? What's with the fake concern now? Fujiya's grip tightened. A cracking sound came from her arm. She screamed. Let me go. Let me go. I'm right, aren't I? Everyone says that Ichichi is nothing but a replacement. Ichichi stood frozen. So that was how the girl who'd been coming to her studio to paint actually saw her. Nothing but the punchline to a joke. Maybe she'd shown up every single day just to watch the drama play out. Fujiya's fury ignited. He didn't care that she was a girl. He seized her jaw, forcing her mouth shut so she couldn't spit out another word. Good. Very good. I hope you're ready to face the consequences of what you just said. Su Ai's uncle rushed over, grabbing at Fujia's hand, desperate. Sha Ai, stop talking. Not another word. Su Ai's face burned red under the pressure. Tears poured uncontrollably down her cheeks. Fujia knew exactly how deep those words cut Chi-Chi. Yes, all of this was his fault. But he was not going to let Su Ai keep driving knife after knife into her heart. Chi-Chi felt only a hollow mix of disappointment and anger. But maybe this was how the whole world saw her. Su Ai was just a young girl who called her teacher for a few days at the studio. She felt no sympathy for Su Ai. She just didn't want to keep standing in this nightmare. Fujia felt a tug at his sleeve. He turned and saw the raw pain in Chi-Chi's eyes. It hit his chest like a fist to the ribs. Zai. Let her go. She shook her head and wrapped her arms around herself. She couldn't stand here another second. Couldn't stay in this farce. Fujia looked at her, and the ache in his chest became unbearable. He shoved Su Ai away hard, then turned and swept Chi-Chi into his arms. He strode toward the villa. Her face was blank, but he could see the shattered sorrow behind her eyes. He remembered every time he turned his back and walked away from her. She wore this exact look, dim, lifeless, all the light drained from her eyes. Back then, he hadn't understood it. Hadn't let himself think about it. But now he knew. Chi-Chi had been swallowing her pain and sadness in silence. All those years before she met him. All those days of being mistreated by that vicious family. Nobody was there to help her. Nobody protected her. So she learned to bear it. Quietly. Alone. And then later, he exploited her love for him and hurt her again and again. What the hell was the difference between him and Zhou Tengfei? Fujia's heart tore apart, piece by piece, the pain shattering through him. He lowered his head and brushed his lips against Chi-Chi's cheek. His proud brows were knotted tight, a knot that wouldn't loosen. I'm sorry, Shishi. I'm so sorry. Chi-Chi couldn't make sense of what Fujia was doing. His touch tickled her skin. She was still reeling from Su Ai's words, staring up at him with dazed, unfocused eyes. Upstairs, he laid her carefully on the bed. Uncle's voice drifted up from below. God, Su Ai, what is even going on with you two? Loud. Chaotic. Chi-Chi looked up at him, lashes trembling. She whispered, send Uncle and the others home. Close the door. Fujia watched her, something twisting tight in his chest. He gave her a quick, solid hug. Okay. I'll be right back up. He smoothed the hem of her dress, then headed downstairs. Everyone in the garden stood frozen. No one dared move until Fujia spoke. Su Ai's face bore 2 red handprints. She sobbed against her uncle, who looked utterly pissed. His niece had royally screwed him over this time, and he had no idea what kind of fault was about to land on him. Uncle and Julia stood off to the side, completely confused. When Fujia appeared, they murmured, Mr. Fu. He gave a short nod. Security had arrived, along with the villa area manager. The manager scurried up to Fujia, bowing anxiously. Mr. Fu, I'm so sorry. Some of these people are residents here. He threw a nervous glance at Su Ai's uncle. We assumed they were all friends of his. We didn't stop them. Fujia's cold glare shut the man up instantly. His smile shifted into something cruel. How this gets handled, my people will deal with it. Now, get the hell out of here. With Fujia gone, the room collapsed into silence. Chi-Chi curled in on herself, burying her face against her knees, hugging herself tight. She naively believed all of that was behind her. She'd seen the video before, yes. But she never knew it had blown up on the trending topics. That so many people, so many had watched it. To anyone who didn't know the truth, she was the shameless woman who stole Bayuji's place. A replacement the Fu family picked up. The wife Fujiya abandoned. And the pathetic part. She hadn't even realized it. She actually believed they could start over. A dull cramp twisted low in her belly. Nausea surged. She stumbled out of bed and into the bathroom. She gripped the sink, that awful gagging pressure climbing but refusing to break. She forced a shaky breath and looked at herself in the mirror. Pale face. Messy hair. Red-rimmed eyes. Then a strange, unfamiliar sensation between her legs shot panic straight through her. She was wearing a pink dress. And now spots of bright red were blooming across the fabric. Her face drained white. She reached down, touched the stain, and her fingertips came away wet with blood. Her head spun. She stared at the blood on her fingers. Her heart slammed against her ribs. A terror sharper than anything she'd ever known seized her. She opened her mouth to call Fujiya, but no sound came. A sudden, searing pain twisted through her stomach. She pressed a hand to it. Her body gave out, and she slid to the cold tile floor. So cold. She whimpered. It hurts. Downstairs, security was about to haul everyone out when Fujiya turned and strode back inside. A strange, gnawing unease pulled at him. He broke into a run. Zai. Zai, it hurts. The tear-filled voice hit him just as he reached the bottom of the stairs. His heart ceased. He took the steps two at a time. The sight crashed into him like a wrecking ball. His girl curled up on the floor, clutching her stomach, her dress soaked in fresh blood. He stumbled forward and scooped her into his arms. He called her name, his mind usually so controlled went blank. Shishi. Shishi. Zai. Tears streamed from her eyes, soaking into her hair. She had no strength left. The baby, save the baby. Her voice was barely a whisper, but it sent a red-hot shock through Fujiya. He shoved the terror aside and carried her out of the room, down the stairs. The crowd outside had scattered. He walked through the wooden gate, her body cradled against him, his hands shaking. Every step was steady and fast. He pushed past every limit. Just as they reached the gate, Hizei screeched to a stop at the curb. Mr. Fu. Hizei took one look and immediately threw open the back door. Fujiya slid inside, Chichi still in his arms. Hospital. Closest one. Go. He held her tight as the car surged forward. Only then did he manage to breathe. He looked down at her, her skin drenched in cold sweat, and his voice cracked. Don't be scared. We're almost there. Shishi, baby, don't fall asleep. Stay awake, okay? Chichi heard his voice. Her lashes fluttered as she forced her eyes open. Her hand stayed pressed against her belly. That rhythmic, wrong kind of pain was terrifying. And so much blood. She whimpered, calling out to the baby. Fujiya wasn't stupid. He finally understood. This was their child. All those days he'd been hurting her, she'd been carrying their child inside her. That was why she'd been throwing up constantly. Why she always looked so pale. How could he have been so careless? Guilt threatened to swallow him whole. He took her icy little hand in his, afraid she'd hurt herself gripping so tight. Only now, holding her like this, did he notice the faint, tiny swell of her belly. It's okay. The baby's going to be okay. We're almost there. Hot tears dropped onto Chichi's cheek. He pressed gentle kisses to her face one after another. Unlike that night, these tears carried a crushing weight of remorse and pain. Chichi was so tired. She could feel the blood still seeping out. She just wanted to sleep. To let everything slip away. How peaceful it would be if her memory could just stop at the day she collided with Jia's car, the day he brought her back to the Fu house. Her eyes slowly closed. Fujiya's voice was right there beside her. So much fear. He was scared too. So Fujiya could be scared after all. Baby, don't sleep, okay? Don't sleep. We're almost there. 幸好 I don't want to sleep either. But I'm so tired. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect the baby. I didn't take care of him, 星号. I'm sorry. The whisper floated past Fujia's ear. She went limp in his arms, unconscious. Her slender wrist fell weakly. Fujia's heart felt like it would explode. Chi-Chi had said sorry so many times. That day Zeo ran away, she'd apologized the same way. But none of this was her fault. It was all his. All his. His Chi-Chi. His girl. Always taking the blame for everything. Drive faster. Fujia's eyes were bloodshot. He gritted his teeth, clinging to his last thread of control. Outside, rain hammered against the car windows. He zazed back toward the nearest hospital on the GPS, pushing the engine to its limit. As if heaven itself was watching over Chi-Chi, every light stayed green. The car tore through the hospital gate and screeched to a stop right at the entrance. Fujia carried her out. Doctors rushed over, scrambling to get her onto a stretcher. The lead doctor was Dr. Zhao, the same one who treated her before. They wheeled her straight into the emergency room. Only when the doors slammed shut did Fujia stand there, dazed. He gripped his arm. His hands were covered in Chi-Chi's blood. Still warm. Sticky. He couldn't bring himself to look at them again. The hallway fell silent. Only the sound of rain hammering the floor-to-ceiling windows remained. Heavy. Relentless. The kind of stillness that makes your chest ache. Fujia stared into the black sky, then slowly dropped his gaze to his hand. The blood on his palm. He couldn't stop looking at it. He curled his fingers into a fist. If he hadn't been so blind. If he'd figured it out sooner. If he'd known Chi-Chi was carrying his child. When had he become this kind of man? His face was ashen, regret and fury tangled together. Fury at himself. Fury at whoever had dared to put their hands on her. He stood behind him, watching his boss in a way he never had before. The man radiated pure 星号 don't come near me 星号. President, don't. He meant to say 星号 don't worry too much 星号, but the image of Chi-Chi covered in blood lodged in his throat. The words died there. Go. Take care of them. He threw him a worried look, then nodded and disappeared. Those bastards were about to get what they deserved. Fujia stayed rooted in that spot a long time. Eventually, he forced his numb legs to move and sank onto the bench. The blood on his hand had dried, dark red tracing every line and crease. He flexed his fingers, then scraped at the stain with brutal force like scrubbing it away would somehow make Chi-Chi okay. His movements turned desperate. If anyone had been watching, the wild look in his eyes would have frightened them. Only when his palms were raw did he finally let his hands fall. This whole time, he'd hurt her so many times. She was so young. Finding out she was pregnant, she must have been terrified. Worried sick. And where was he? What was he doing? How much must she have loved their baby to decide to keep it completely 星号 alone 星号? He couldn't let himself imagine what losing the child would do to her. He pushed up his sleeves. A scar on his forearm, stitched up a couple times, caught his eye. The sight dragged up a memory. That day at Chinha's small apartment. He said he got the injury saving a kid. Chi-Chi had been curled on the sofa, looking up at him. Her voice soft. 星号 do you like children, 星号? The living room lights had been on. He just shut his laptop and picked up the sketch she'd been working on. Her lashes looked impossibly soft in the glow, her cheeks pink from the heat, her eyes bright. He was stunned by how sharply he remembered it. Every detail locked in his mind. Including his own cold answer, 星号 no. Their pain in the ass 星号. She never asked again. Which meant, she'd already known about the baby then. Pathetic. He was pathetic. The blood on his hands was long dry now. Rubbing wouldn't make it disappear. He balled his fist, raised his eyes to the rain thrashing against the window, and slammed his knuckles into the wall. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked red. Chi-Chi and their baby were behind those doors, and he couldn't do a single damn thing. Time crawled. The rain softened. An hour, maybe 2. Finally, the surgery light went dark. The door swung open. The doctor stepped out first. In that instant, Fujiya's mind went blank. He strode forward, voice clipped and icy. How is she? The man in front of him was tall, his expression stern, but his eyes were full of concern. You got her here just in time. She's out of danger, but she needs close monitoring tonight. Miss Ye's body is weak, and this pregnancy hasn't been easy. Dr. Zhao let out a slow breath. Miss Yi had only ever come in for checkups once with Mr. Jiang. The other 2 visits had been emergencies. Today especially. They'd nearly lost the baby. Are you? Dr. Zhao asked carefully. I'm the father. The nurse wheeled out the unconscious woman. Fujiya was at her bedside instantly, eyes fixed on her pale face. His heart wrenched. They moved her to a private room. Dr. Zhao gave instructions someone had to stay awake all night, watch for bleeding, not leave her side for a second. Fujiya nodded to every word. He pulled a chair to the bed and took Chi-Chi's small hand in his. Her fingers were ice cold. Not a trace of warmth. So small, so fragile. Her wrist was thin, just bones. She'd lost far too much weight. Gently, he warmed her hand between his palms. Only when it felt normal again did he tuck it back beneath the blanket. Then he moved to the foot of the bed and warmed her tiny feet too. When he finished, he settled back into the chair and stayed there. Spring rain in the capital never knew when to quit. By dawn, the window was still a gray sheet of water. She hadn't woken. But through the long night, there were no more scares. That night, Fujiya turned over a lot of things in his mind. It had never felt so clear. He looked at Chi-Chi's delicate face, and a rare softness eased the hard lines of his features. When had he fallen for her? Was it every night she waited up for him, pressing a warm bowl of soup into his hands? Was it the way she used to look at him, as full of trust and quiet joy? Was it when she curled into him in her sleep, completely surrendered, completely 信号 his 信号? Or maybe it was even earlier. The moment she signed that prenuptial agreement without blinking. The rainy night she crashed into his car. He saw it now, plain as day. Bayuji had never lived in his heart. Not once. The only person there was Chi-Chi. He'd never had a real reason to marry her. He just 信号 wanted 信号 her. Wanted her from the start. He could tell by Yuji to her face that he didn't do love, that he felt nothing for her beyond a promise. But he'd never once told himself he didn't like Chi-Chi. The signs had been everywhere, clues his heart understood long before his brain caught up. Ridiculous. Everyone called him the ruthless, decisive CEO of the Fu Group. And here he was, completely incapable of managing his own feelings. He pressed his brow. His eyes were bloodshot from the sleepless night, but he wasn't tired. Not if Chi-Chi was okay. He would make it up to her. Every day, from now on. With the rest of his life. He'd love her and their baby, little by little, if she could ever forgive him. The second he made that decision, a strange peace settled into his chest. Shishi, I love you. I'm sorry I made you carry this alone for so. Chi-Chi surfaced to the sharp sting of disinfectant and a silence so deep she could hear her own pulse. Her hand was cradled in a large, warm grip Fujiya's. Her lashes fluttered. She tried to force her eyes open, but her head swam and the room refused to focus. A bolt of panic sliced through the fog. The baby. She needed to know about the baby. A warm palm settled gently over her eyes. His voice came low, right beside her ear. Easy, Shishi. It's okay. The baby's fine. He'd been watching her since the first twitch. his brow furrowed tight. Now he murmured the words like a quiet promise. Her lashes brushed his skin. He pulled his hand back and found her doe-like eyes already open, wide and terrified. The baby. Her voice came out a cracked whisper. Fujiya touched her cheek, his tone painfully gentle. The baby's fine. Safe and sound. Right here in your belly. He stood, poured warm water, and carefully tipped a few sips past her lips. The dryness in her throat eased. Gathering her strength, Chi-Chi slid a hand over her lower belly. The soft, small mound was still there. Her eyes burned. The baby was still there. Thank God the baby was okay. She'd been so terrified. If she lost him. Tears spilled down her cheeks, soaking into the pillow before she could stop them. Fujiya grabbed a handful of tissues and dabbed at her face. Don't cry, Shishi. The baby's fine. Stop crying, okay? She barely heard him. The tears kept coming. Please don't cry. You're breaking my heart. He leaned over and gathered her into his arms, careful not to jostle her. The familiar sweet scent of her hair loosened something tight in his chest. He felt like he could breathe again. The doctor said no crying. No getting upset. It's bad for the baby. When she still didn't stop, he resorted to quoting the doctor, his voice strained. That worked. She sniffled against his shoulder and choked back the sobs. I was so scared. I thought I'd lost him. There was so much blood. I didn't take care of him. Fujiya cupped her face in both hands and looked into her tear-bright eyes. It's not your fault. If anyone's to blame, it's me. All me. When you're better, you can hit me, yell at me anything. Just don't cry. He wiped the last tears from her cheeks with his thumb, then pressed the call button and asked for the doctor. Dr. Zhao came in, examined her, and offered a warm smile at the still white eyes. You're going to be fine. Don't worry too much. But you need to stay in bed for a while, rest, and eat properly. Chi-Chi nodded meekly, her palm still resting on her belly. It still hurts a little. She wasn't taking any chances now. The pain was duller than yesterday, but the ache hadn't disappeared. The lines between Fujiya's brows deepened. That's normal, Dr. Zhao said. Some mild discomfort is expected. Give it a couple of days and you'll feel much better as long as the pain doesn't become severe. Chi-Chi let out a shaky breath. Dr. Zhao turned toward the man radiating cold silence. Chi-Chi followed her glance. The CEO of the CG group in the capital. Intimidating, no doubt. He wasn't warm like Jiang-Yu or elegantly composed like the other gentlemen who'd been here before. This one was all eyes and clipped words. Mr. Fu, someone needs to be with Miss Yi continuously. The hospital can provide a nurse if you prefer. Fujiya shook his head. No need. I'll stay. Once the door clicked shut, he returned to her bedside and took her hand again. Neither of them spoke. Their eyes locked, the silence stretching into something thick and awkward. Chi-Chi hadn't planned on him finding out about the baby this way. She figured that if she ignored him long enough, he'd lose interest and walk away. Problem solved. But Fujiya had turned out to be far more stubborn than she'd expected. Night after night, he stayed downstairs. He'd become someone she didn't recognize. She hadn't forgotten his words right before she blacked out. The raw panic in his voice hadn't been an act. She didn't know what to do with any of it. She'd never seen this version of Fujiya. So this was what it felt like having someone show up every time danger crashed into her life. Reassuring. The kind of reassurance that made a person greedy. Her teeth sank into her bottom lip. She tried to slide her hand free. Fujiya had been watching her work through her thoughts, and he didn't interrupt. But when her small fingers attempted to slip away, his heart clenched. Instinctively, he tightened his hold. Let me warm your hand. It's cold. Unable to escape his grip, She tried to pretend his touch didn't exist. Thank you for bringing me to the hospital. Her voice was small. She hesitated, then added, I didn't tell you about the baby. Fujia's expression flickered guilt, maybe, or something raw. He cut her off, his voice softer than she'd ever heard it. I know. Because I've been terrible. That's why Chi-Chi didn't want to tell the baby he has such a lousy father. You were right to keep it from me. It's my fault. Chi-Chi's heart jolted. Was Fujia apologizing? Because of the baby? Chi-Chi, let me take care of you. I'll take good care of you and the baby. I won't let you get hurt again. He said it in one breath, his dark eyes fixed on her. This was the second time he'd made that promise. For a moment, a tiny voice inside her whispered, 星号 yes 星号. She blinked slowly, as if she misheard. Then she shook her head, confusion crossing her face. Her still pale lips pressed together. Fujia brushed a stray strand of hair away from her face, his palm settling warm against her cheek. Her face was so small it fit into his hand. It's okay. I know Chi-Chi doesn't trust me. But I'm not going anywhere. No matter what you say, I won't walk away. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, but the flicker of disappointment in his eyes was gone before she could name it. He changed the subject. Is your stomach still hurting badly? The doctor said you need to eat. Chi-Chi rubbed her belly, a bittersweet ache spreading through her chest. It's okay. Just a little. She was determined to follow the doctor's orders. Even with no appetite, she tried to push herself upright. Don't move. Fujia steadied her with one hand and used the bed controls with the other to raise her into a comfortable position. He pulled up the small bedside table. A thermal container sat there, filled with food the hospital had prepared. He opened it. The contents were delicate and balanced. Do you want this? Or should I have you make something and bring it over? Chi-Chi wasn't used to being taken care of by him. This is fine. She couldn't manage much anyway. The container held a serving of soft millet porridge. Fujia sat beside her with the bowl and picked up the small spoon. She made it through 2 bites before she had enough not of the food, but of him spoon-feeding her. Fujia, I can't feed myself. I know. Then give me the spoon. You're weak. I'll feed you. Another spoonful nudged against her lips. Chi-Chi's cheeks puffed out in a glare, and she swallowed angrily. She managed only a few bites before exhaustion dragged her under again. Her body was still too weak, she'd need at least a couple more days to really recover. Her lashes fluttered shut. One small hand stayed pressed over her belly. 星号 the baby's okay. Thank God 星号. A warm hand settled lightly on her hair, and her eyes drifted open. Not yet. Medicine first. Then you sleep. The doctor had ordered a full run on a strict schedule. No skipping. Chi-Chi focused on Fujia's face. Same sharp, cold lines carved from stone, like always. But his eyes held something new, something she couldn't quite name. Okay. She didn't know how to behave around him anymore. If he hadn't shown up yesterday, the baby would have been in even worse danger. And then there were the things he'd said. Chi-Chi exhaled slowly and shoved it all down. The rumors, his words, none of it mattered right now. The only thing she cared about was this baby. She'd bury her head in the sand, ostrich style, and ignore the rest. Rain tapped against the window. The lights were on. Fujia carefully opened the pill organizer on the bedside table, revealing a handful of brightly colored tablets. His brow furrowed. 星号 that's a lot of pills. Any side effects? Can she even take all this while pregnant? 星号. The first time father had zero experience. His mind churned with anxious second-guessing. He sat in the chair beside her, eyes still uneasy. Should we move you to our family's hospital? Chi-Chi shook her head. I like Dr. Zhao. This is Jung-Yu's family hospital, he said. It's excellent. She trailed off, remembering. Every time Fujie and Jung-Yu crossed paths, it was like swords drawn. Would he get angry all over again? But the man beside her just watched her for a long moment. Fine. Stay. I'll have 2 more specialists come in. A flash of jealousy burned through him. He finally understood all that hostility toward Jung-Yu for what it was. Every time he'd lost his temper with Chi-Chi over him, just pathetic jealousy. Surprised by how easily he agreed, Chi-Chi's shoulders relaxed. Fujie turned, scooped the medicine from the table, and held out his palm to her. The pills lay in his broad hand, an offering. She took her time, picking them up one by one. The sugar-coated one went first. She popped it into her mouth. Fujie handed her warm water. She took a gulp, wrinkled her nose, and swallowed. Fujie looked puzzled. Xinghao, wasn't the sugar coating supposed to make it sweet? Xinghao. She reached for the second pill. The light brush of her soft fingers against his palm sent a tiny, ticklish jolt up his arm. By the time she'd gotten through 4 or 5, the glass was empty. Chi-Chi glanced up at him, embarrassed. Her lips barely moved. It's so bitter. I'll get more water. As he turned away to refill the glass, the corner of his mouth lifted barely. 2 dark pills remained. Chi-Chi squeezed her eyes shut, chugged half a glass of water in deep gulps, and got them down. Medicine done. She rubbed her belly softly, slid back under the covers, and was asleep within seconds. Fujie moved to the sofa. He crossed his legs, propped his temple on one hand, and stared out at the rain, as cool and unreachable. When his gaze drifted back into the room, it landed on the spot where Chi-Chi's belly would be. He couldn't see anything through the blanket. He stole another glance. Yesterday he'd been so frantic about her that he hadn't even thought to touch her belly, to touch Xinghao baby. It had to be adorable. He tapped his fingers against the arm of the sofa. An edge he couldn't scratch. The security office at Qinshui Bay was jammed with nearly a dozen reporters. They stood off to one side, face glacier cold. He flicked a hand. Out. The reporters scattered, scrambling for the door. The villa manager shuffled forward, head bowed. Mr. He, thank you. Thank you for letting this go. They brushed a raindrop from his jacket. Behind his glasses, his gaze was flat and frozen. This place is too small to properly handle them. The paging manager stammered. This. And you. You think you can just stay after the mess you made? The phone in the security room rang. Every single member of Qinshui Bay's security and maintenance staff was fired on the spot. They didn't waste another second on them. He walked out, climbed into his car, and drove off. As the car pulled away from the villa complex, he caught sight of the reporters who'd fled earlier now face down on the pavement in the distance, getting exactly what they deserved. He glanced once, then called Fujie. Boss. Good. The trending topics didn't get taken down. Instead, another post went live exposing Bayuji's entire scheme. Fujie ordered They to arrange a press conference. He didn't give a damn what people thought of him. Let them call him an idiot for being fooled by Bayuji. He wanted to see who had the nerve to whisper behind his back. He wanted the whole world to know Chi-Chi was the one he loved. Now and always, Chi-Chi was the only mistress of the Fu family. He was the one who'd screwed up. And he was the one chasing her now. The press conference was scheduled for the next day at a hotel near Qinshui Bay. Chi-Chi had been sleeping like the dead for 2 days straight, a little hibernating creature who didn't stir until after 10. Between the baby and her own lingering weakness, she was still resting when Fujie stayed until she woke and had breakfast with her. Chi-Chi, I have to go to the office. He stood there in a black suit, every inch the cold, polished CEO again. Something at work. A note of suspicion crept into her voice. Just 2 days ago he said he wasn't busy. Fujia's pulse skipped. Yeah. Last-minute meeting. The press conference was something he had to do. Chi-Chi didn't need to know about it, no reason to upset her. Chi-Chi paused. After all these years together, she could read Fujia's little tales, even behind that ice-cold mask. He was definitely hiding something. But whatever. It wasn't like he owed her every detail. Okay. Go ahead. Fujiya picked up her medicine from the table. Take this first. Once she swallowed the last pill, he left. 4 solid bodyguards stood outside the door. No one was permitted entry except Dr. Zhao. The press conference hall was packed. Journalists clustered in tight groups, cameras rolling, microphones angled forward. These were the top names from every major outlet. They devoured the online buzz and knew exactly why CG Group's CEO was standing here. He had already given them fair warning, too. The spotlight hit Fujia's face. He sat down without a flicker of nerves, his custom suit sharp and expensive. His cold gaze swept the crowd like they were barely there. He settled in beside him. Fujiya gave a small nod. 星号 let's go, 星号. You have 15 minutes. This is a live broadcast. Don't waste my time with useless questions. Classic Fujiya. The kind of blunt authority that came from running CG Group in the capital. Mr. Fu, can you explain what happened at the Qinshui Bay Villa yesterday? Why were you there with your ex-wife? Fujiya extended his hand, showing the ring on his finger. His knuckles were still bruised purple and raw marks from when he punched the wall 2 days ago. First, Chi-Chi is not my ex-wife. Second, at Qinshui Bay, I was pursuing her. The reporters had braced for spin, but a few still let out quiet gasps. Rumors had always painted Fujiya as gentle and doting toward his young wife, Yi Chi-Chi, but he'd never spoken publicly about his marriage or his feelings. After Baiyuji returned, that image shattered. Mr. Fu, is it true that Baiyuji's plan was a scam? Yes. So your feelings for her ended because of the scam? Or because you were humiliated and angry? The young female reporter's question cut deep. Fujiya's gaze went cold. There were no feelings. I only had a promise to her. Since it was a scam, that promise is void. Then how could you marry Miss Yi while you still owed someone else that promise? He frowned, about to shut her down. Fujiya spoke first. Back then I didn't see clearly. Now I do. I married her because I wanted her. I wanted her beside me. I wanted to possess her. Don't you think that's a terrible thing to do? His cold stare locked onto the reporter until her confidence wavered. Yes, it was terrible. So I'm changing. The room shifted. Nobody had expected honesty like this. It was absurd and yet, from him, it landed. This wasn't damage control. It was a love confession. He didn't seem to care how the world judged him. Question after question. 15 minutes raced by. Are you and Miss Yi getting back together now? In the final minute, it was the same female reporter again. Fujiya looked straight into the camera. His expression sharpened, grew more serious. No. But I will wait for her to forgive me. However long it takes. The timer hit 0. He stood, adjusted his jacket, and strode out of the hall. Time's up. This press conference is over. And one last warning for anyone spreading lies. Fu Corporation will send lawyers letters for every false statement. He gave a short nod and followed him. At the city hospital, Chen Yushio stared at the hallway TV, his face unreadable. He already knew Fujiya had sent the specialists a few days ago. Which meant Fujiya had dug up Chi-Chi's real background. Yi Jin's surgery was scheduled in 2 days. She begged Chen Yushio not to tell Chi-Chi not until the operation was a success. He would have kept quiet anyway. It would be too cruel for Chi-Chi to discover she had a biological mother, only to lose her right away. The doctors said as long as Yi-Jin's body didn't reject the new kidney too violently, she'd be out of immediate danger. But if anything went wrong, Chen Yuxiu would take that secret to his grave. Let Chi-Chi go on believing he was her only family. He watched Fujia's press conference and let out a cold snort. Humph, sweet talk. My little sister isn't going anywhere with you. Did I give permission? Not realizing he was slipping into full sister protecting maniac mode, he got in his car and drove to Qinshui Bay. The second the conference ended, Su's Weibo exploded. Curses flooded her comments. Then the account calling itself Uncle fired back at her, shot after shot. Uncle kept talking about what a good person Yi Chi-Chi was, how she always looked after her art students. The rain picked up again. The sound of it woke Yi Chi-Chi in the hospital room. Fujia still hadn't returned. She sat up, groggy. Her phone rang on the bedside table. Muyo. Shishi, are you okay? Did Fujia actually track you down? Did he bully you again? Are you at the studio? I'm coming over this afternoon. Muyo had just left the office. No way was she covering classes today. No, Muyo. Stay busy. I'm fine. The questions flew so fast that Yi Chi-Chi couldn't help laughing. She scrambled to calm her frazzled friend down. That's so messed up. Taking advantage while I'm not there. It's fine, really. Don't worry. Muyo was always impulsive. It took a lot of soothing to settle her. Chi-Chi didn't want her coming to the hospital and worrying even more. Okay. 2 more days till the weekend. I'll come find you then. Good. After wrestling Muyo off the phone, Yi Chi-Chi rested for a bit. Rain pounded the window. 2 days straight, no sign of stopping. She felt a little stir-crazy. At home she could read picture books and tell the baby stories. She pushed the blanket aside a bit, her fingers tracing her belly through the pink and white striped hospital gown. It felt like the baby had grown again. Fujia opened the door and saw her leg that leaned against the raised head of the bed, blanket shoved to one side. The fabric of her gown curved over her belly. A small, long bump. He didn't need to touch it to know it would be soft and warm. That was their baby. Her face was full of quiet tenderness. Dark hair brushed her cheek. Long lashes cast a soft shadow in the lamplight. She looked like she was talking to their child. Thinking she was still asleep, he came in quietly. She didn't notice him. He leaned against the wall and watched. Something in his chest suddenly brushed soft as a kitten's tail. Yi Chi-Chi finished her whispered conversation with the baby and looked up straight into Fujia's eyes. She jolted. Her bright eyes blinked like a startled rabbit. Flustered, she yanked the blanket up to hide her belly. Fujia found her adorable, but a strange sense of loss streaked through him. Was Chi-Chi hiding the baby from him? Hungry? Want something to eat? He checked his watch, past 2 already. Not really. The food here was bland. She'd been throwing up less, but stuck in this room she never really worked up an appetite. Okay. Later, then. Whatever she said, he'd follow. Everything was up to her. He walked to the table, set down his laptop, and got to work. Yi Chi-Chi's gaze caught the bruises on his hand. She hesitated. She'd noticed them yesterday. They were in a hospital. For God's sake, why hadn't he gotten them treated? She'd beaten her tongue back then. Fujiye. The tall man turned. What is it? She pointed at the back of his hand. He glanced down at the purple marks. A faint smile touched his cold, handsome face. It's fine. Almost healed. Commotion broke loose outside the door. Chen Yuxiu had driven all the way to the art studio at Qinshui Bay first. When he didn't find Chi-Chi there, he traced her to the hospital. Unbelievable. Every time she crossed paths with Fujiye, something went sideways. Every time, she wound up in a hospital bed. Burning with fury, Chen Yuxiu shoved toward the entrance and got stopped cold by the bodyguards before he could get inside. Fujie stepped out of the hospital room and walked right into Chen Yuxiu's fury. The two tall men squared off. Fujie radiated cold precision. Behind gold-rimmed glasses, Chen Yuxiu's eyes were vicious. Muscular bodyguards hovered nearby, the hallway charged with the promise of a fight. Can I help you? Fujie's patience was already razor-thin. Fujie, are you out of your goddamn mind? Stay away from Chi-Chi. Chen Yuxiu stepped closer, his voice low and venomous. I didn't take good care of her. But I told her I'm not leaving. Have you no shame? You're the one who abandoned her. I saw the whole thing at the annual party. Fujie's pulse quickened. You took her to the hospital that night. So you knew she was pregnant back then? Yes. She begged me not to tell you. You get that now? She's terrified of you. She's been trying to get away from you for so long. Chen Yuxiu's voice cracked, his eyes red-rimmed, danger rolling off him in waves. Every time she crosses your path, she lands in a hospital bed or a heartbreak. Fujie, she's my sister now. I will protect her. You don't get to lay a hand on her. Once she's better, I'm taking her away. Fujie narrowed his eyes, expression unreadable. You're not taking her anywhere. That's not your call. Chi-Chi will choose for herself. Chen Yuxiu adjusted his glasses and shoved past him. Moo! I want to see her. Fujie held his gaze for a bit, then stepped aside, letting him into the room. He walked to the window at the end of the hallway. The rain had softened to fine threads falling from the sky. Fujie pulled out a cigarette. White smoke hit the glass, scattered, leaving a faint trace of tobacco in the air. The second Fujie left, Chi-Chi strained to catch every sound from the hallway. When the door opened and Chen Yuxiu walked in, surprise flickered across her face. Chen Yuxiu, if this was concern, she still didn't know what to do with it. His care always caught her off guard. Chen Yuxiu's expression softened instantly, not a trace of fury left. Feeling better? You okay? Chi-Chi shook her head. Her glassy eyes looked up at him, her face still pale, and it tugged at his heart. They talked for a moment. Then Chen Yuxiu hesitated, finally asking, Chi-Chi, have you ever thought about finding your biological family? Chi-Chi froze. Her small hand clenched beneath the blanket. She blinked, unease flickering in her eyes. I don't know. I'm a little scared. Her voice was tiny, her mind drifting far away. As a child, she lived in the orphanage until she was 6, when someone finally adopted her. By then, little Chi-Chi had learned what every kid there knew, they were abandoned. Maybe she was too much trouble. Maybe her parents just didn't want her, so they left her there. At the orphanage, she made sure to be good. She never caused a fuss. She helped the aunties take care of the younger kids. Because if the aunties thought she was too much trouble too, Chi-Chi was terrified of being thrown away all over again. She wanted to find them, but she was afraid. Afraid to disturb the lives they built. If they remembered her, why hadn't they come looking for her all this time? Her face dimmed. Chen Yuxiu watched her fragile form and immediately regretted asking. She lifted her head and forced a smile. I'm just scared they won't want to see me. If they did, the orphanage was always there. They would have come. So, it's fine. She tried to sound light, but the sadness in her voice was unmistakable. Chen Yuxiu leaned in and gently ruffled her soft hair. It's okay. I told you I'm your brother. I'll take care of you. Chi-Chi looked up at him with wide, uncertain eyes, a shy warmth spreading through her. She'd never had a brother before. It felt so nice. Chen Yuxiu didn't stay long. He promised to come back in a couple of days. Not long after he left, Fujie returned. The moment he walked in, the faint smell of cigarette smoke hit Chi-Chi. She wrinkled her nose. Fujie took off his coat and hung it behind the door. Does it smell bad? No. Why have you been smoking so much lately? The words slipped out before she could stop them. She felt awkward immediately. Nothing. I'll quit. Fujia's chest eased. So she'd been paying attention after all. He sat down on the sofa and pulled out his laptop to work. Ichichi wanted to call her grandparents. She put it off all day, picking up her phone and setting it down again. Guilt gnawed at her. They must be so worried. She flipped the phone over and over in her hand until it grew warm. Call them. They miss you. Fujia looked up from his laptop, reading her without a word. That was his Chichi. Always overthinking, always putting everyone else first. With his encouragement, she felt a little steadier. She dialed her grandfather's number. She'd memorized it long ago. The phone rang twice before he picked up. The old man had just woken from his afternoon nap and was watching TV downstairs with his wife. Hello? Who is this? The familiar voice came through, and Chichi's eyes welled up instantly. Her throat tightened, and she couldn't speak. She sniffled. The line went quiet for a second, then her grandfather recognized her. Shishi. Is that you, Shishi? His voice carried both excitement and relief, as if he'd been waiting for this call. Grandpa, it's me. It's Chichi. Her voice broke with everything she'd been holding back: guilt, longing, all of it. She'd just been talking about biological family. But right now, these two, her grandparents, were her real family. Ah, Shishi. Good girl, don't cry, don't cry. Shishi. Shishi. Her grandmother snatched the phone. Oh, I miss you so much. Grandma thinks about you every single day. Ichichi wiped her eyes, fighting to hold it together. Grandma, Grandpa, I miss you too. I'm sorry I didn't call for so long. Hearing their voices made the guilt hit even harder. She used to call every week, and now it had been way too long. Silly child, never apologize to us. As long as you're doing well, we're happy. Is Jia there? Is he treating you right? The old lady's eyes were red now too, tears streaming as she sat on the sofa. No, he's not mistreating me. Chichi glanced at the man beside her and met his worried eyes. Fujia set down his laptop, grabbed a tissue, and gently wiped her tears, then touched her hair. Okay, I'll come visit in a few days. Yes, okay. She hung up, and before she knew it, she had buried her face in her knees and sobbed. She felt selfish, ungrateful. Her grandparents were so good to her. She hadn't seen them in so long. And now the longing she held back burst through like a dam break. Fujia ran his fingers through her hair. The doctor said you can't get this emotional. Ichichi looked up at him, her eyes red-rimmed. Just this once. He dabbed at her tears with a tissue. His voice stayed low and gentle, even with the hard edge of his jawline. Okay. Time's up. You need to rest. She hadn't slept at all that afternoon, and the exhaustion was hitting her now. Fujia pulled the blanket up to her chin. By the time he glanced down again, she was already out, the tear tracks still glistening on her cheeks. He leaned in and brushed his thumb lightly across the corner of her swollen eyelids. 2 more days passed in the hospital. The sky finally cleared, a thin ribbon of sunlight slipping through the window. Once she had a little more strength, Dr. Zhao agreed to let Chichi go home and recover. You still need plenty of rest at home. No unnecessary walking, keep your meals balanced. Dr. Zhao rattled off a long list of instructions before finally signing off on her discharge. Before Chichi could argue, Fujia bent down and scooped her into his arms. Put me down. I can walk. The doctor said to minimize walking. Fujia had learned fast. Those 3 words, 幸好, the doctor said 幸好, were Chichi's kryptonite. Same as when she was a kid and someone said 幸好, the teacher said 幸好. Instant obedience. Nurses and doctors turned to stare as they passed. Chichi's face burned bright red. If you're embarrassed, just hide your face. Fujia's tone was more thoughtful than she expected. She buried her face against his chest. She could have walked out just fine on her own. The car pulled away from the hospital, heading toward Qinshui Bay. Scenery slid past the window. Chi-Chi stared out at it, a strange heaviness pressing on her chest. She and Fujiya, whatever they were right now, she couldn't define it. Every time he took a step closer, she wanted to step back. She just couldn't find stable ground. Before she could untangle her thoughts, the car stopped. Fujiya helped her out. The second her foot hit the pavement, someone lunged at her. A bodyguard intercepted. Teacher Yi, please, I'm sorry. I never should have posted your photo online. Startled, Chi-Chi's eyes focused on the disheveled figure. Su Ai. You. Su Ai looked wrecked. This was a girl who never left the house without perfect hair and makeup. Now she stood there with tangled hair and a bare face, shouting without any pride left. The reporter from the other day was there too. Mr. Fu, we know we messed up. You can't just destroy us. Xiao Ai lost both her parents. That apartment in Qinshui Bay is the only thing we've got left. Please, don't do this to us. The triangular-eyed reporter strained against the bodyguard's grip, neck craning, begging Fujiya. Chi-Chi understood now. She turned to look at him. He lifted his jaw, eyes like ice as he stared them down. Correct me if I'm wrong, but her family's company already went under. That apartment in Qinshui Bay should have been repossessed by the bank last November. You just been squatting. As for the art academy, I simply informed the board about a certain student's moral conduct. No, Teacher Yi, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Please help me. Don't let them expel me. Su Ai realized now that every move Fujiya made was because of Yi Chi-Chi. She threw herself toward her, sobbing and pleading. She had fought like hell to get into that academy, worked every connection she could. One more year and she'd graduate. If they kicked her out now, everything would collapse. Chi-Chi took a small step back, her delicate brows pulling tight. She'd never had anyone beg her like this before. She didn't know what to feel, somewhere between helpless and sad. But every time she remembered how close she'd come to losing her baby, she couldn't bring herself to grant Su Ai's plea. She bit her lip. Xiao Ai, I've always believed that people who love to draw have pure hearts. But what you did, it hurt me deeply. I can't help you. Her voice was soft but firm. Fujiya caught the conflict flickering in her eyes. He pulled her closer with a strong hand, then waved at the bodyguard. I don't want to see either of them here again. The guards dragged them away. Fujiya led her back inside. The house should have been dark, but the lights were on. Chi-Chi opened the door and found Jiang-Yu standing at the tea counter, pouring himself a cup of coffee. He wore a light caramel sweater with the sleeves pushed up just a little. His tousled hair caught the lamplight, glowing a faint brown. Long fingers wrapped around the coffee cup, the rich scent filling the room. I was gonna call once I finished this. Guess I don't have to apologize for letting myself in now. Relief flickered across her face. She shook her head. Of course not. What brings you here? She hadn't seen Jiang-Yu since the day the studio opened. To Chi-Chi, Jiang-Yu and Muyo were her people, the ones she trusted without question. Jiang-Yu had spent the past few days pulling himself together. After taking Chi-Chi to the hospital, he realized his own heart was a mess, tangled and restless. The care he felt for her, the worry. It wasn't nothing. He liked this girl. He loved seeing her smile, loved watching her paint. He met plenty of women over the years, but never anyone like Chi-Chi, someone who walked through so much darkness and still found a way to be gentle with everyone around her. But Jiang-Yu had his pride. He knew she hadn't let go of Fujiya. He wasn't about to chase someone whose heart wasn't his. So he'd taken some time to clear his head. Before Jiang-Yu could answer, Fujiya stepped in from the doorway. Their eyes met. Jiang-yu looked away first. Chi-Chi glanced back at Fujiye, remembering the tension between them. Fujiye. I'm going to talk to Jiang-yu for a bit. The man standing there clearly didn't want to agree. He forced himself to stay silent and headed upstairs. Once he was gone, Jiang-yu guided her to the couch. He took in her pale face and couldn't stop himself. You feeling any better? Dear, Zhao had called him. He knew she'd been in the hospital. He also knew Fujiya had been there the whole time, so he held back. Chi-Chi nodded, her small hand resting on the soft curve of her belly. A little. So you two made up. He tilted his chin toward the stairs and took a sip of his coffee, using the motion to hide what was in his eyes. No, it's just. She exhaled. If it weren't for him, the baby might not have made it. I don't know. My head's all over the place. I'm scared to trust him, but... Her lashes trembled. Her eyes were lost and helpless. Only with Jiang-yu and Mu-yo could she say what she really thought. They'd seen her at her absolute worst. What was left to hide? Jiang-yu reached out to ruffle her hair, then stopped himself. His hand landed on her shoulder instead. You still like him, don't you? His voice was flat, tinged with resignation. The words were meant just as much for himself as they were for her. This girl in front of him wasn't his. She never had been. Her heart, everything she was, she still belonged to another. Chi-Chi took a breath, her chest rising and falling. It doesn't matter if I like it or not. Just because I want something doesn't mean it's mine. Chi-Chi, you deserve the best kind of love. Jiang-yu smiled and pulled something from his pocket. Here. A silver key. She recognized it instantly, the spare key to this house. She looked at him, then took it, not sure where he was going with this. I have to go abroad for a while. I'm leaving the house in your care. Give the key back when I get home. Going abroad wasn't strictly necessary. He just needed to clear his head. So sudden. How long will you be gone? Her eyes were soft and gentle. You don't need to give me the key. You can come back anytime. Keep it as a backup. I don't know how long I'll be. Anyway, I should get going. Jiang-yu stood, walked to the kitchen counter, rinsed his coffee cup, and set it upside down on the drying rack. Clear beads of water slid down the porcelain and disappeared. She walked him to the door. The question was on her lips. Jiang-yu, is something bothering you? But if he wanted to talk, he'd have said something. Go on back inside. It's cold. He stood in the garden, watching her. She stood on the wooden platform under the eaves. Their eyes were nearly level. Jiang-yu, thank you for everything lately. He finally reached out and ruffled her hair. Don't thank me, Shishi. One long, last look at that petite, delicate girl. Then he left the villa. That familiar figure shrank in the distance, and for some reason, a pang of sadness dug into her chest. Jiang-yu climbed into his car. The faint scent of her hair still clung to his fingertips. He smiled faintly to himself and drove away from Qinshui Bay. 10 years from now, 20 years from now, there would still be only one man in Chi-Chi's heart, a man who came into her life 6 years before he did. And him? He was just a passing breeze. The chill hadn't let up. After standing in the yard a while, she headed back inside. Fujiya came down the stairs. He'd been watching from the terrace from the moment she stepped outside with that man. He hated that she'd seen Jiang-yu. Hated even more the look on her face because of him. But most of all, he cared whether she'd catch a cold. Their eyes met. He's gone. Fujiya said flatly. Yeah. Silence stretched between them. I don't like you seeing him. Fujiya's brows pulled down. Frustration burned through him. For days, neither of them had brought up what happened. He knew he had to be patient, to give her time to trust him again. But waiting was unbearable. Torture. That cold distance never thawed. She'd never look at him the way she used to, like he was the only man in her world. He was terrified. If he didn't find a way to pull her back soon, Chen Yuxiu would steal her away. Or Jiang Yu. So what? I'm not allowed to see him anymore. She stood there, disbelief stamped across her face. Fujiya was exactly the same, possessive and irrational. She was exhausted. Arguing was pointless. She walked right past him. His hand caught her wrist. A voice thick with helplessness came from behind. She. Fujiya, tell me, can a broken mirror ever really be mended? Her voice was soft and flat. She pulled free and climbed the stairs. His heart plummeted. He jerked out of his daze, closed the distance in 2 long strides, and wrapped his arms around her from behind. Chi, what do you want me to do? He needed to know. What could he do to make her trust him again? Just tell him, and he'd do it. No more stumbling blind like this, locked outside her heart forever. As if all the time in the world would never be enough to find his way back in. But to her, it sounded like impatience. Like he thought she was making a scene. How could she dare ask anything of him? She once hoped he'd believe her, stand by her, never leave. But he laughed. Her hopes had only ever brought disappointment. So she'd stopped hoping. She bit her lip, forcing herself to stay clear-headed. Just go home. I'm not asking you to do a thing. She tried to pull away, but his arms tightened. Her resistance only made him want to prove he was still here. He couldn't stop. He dipped his head, one hand cradling the back of her head, and brought his mouth down on hers. Right now, he was a lion whose territory was under threat. He just wanted her beside him. Fujiya, let go of me. She flinched, frustration blazing in her eyes as she shoved against him. His chest seized. She was a step above him, and when she tore her hand free, it caught him across the face. It wasn't gentle. His head snapped to the side. The sharp crack echoed through the stairwell. She froze. Chi, in your heart, do you trust Jiang Yu more? His eyes were red-rimmed. He wiped the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, the gesture slow and deliberate. She shook her head. Denial. Refusal to answer. He couldn't tell. They were 2 different men. One was her deepest, unspeakable love, the person who'd left the deepest mark on her life. The other was her friend. Someone who always showed up when she was at her lowest. A friend she couldn't bear to lose. There was no point comparing them. Fujiya, I'm not your punching bag. She shoved him, anger and disappointment swirling inside her. A sniffle. She refused to cry. Her slightly rounded belly pressed against his waist. It hit him like a bucket of ice water. He let go instantly. She hesitated for a second, then turned and ran up the stairs. Her bedroom door slammed shut. The sky darkened, slow and heavy. Fujiya leaned against the stair railing for a long time. The stairwell light was off, only a dim glow from downstairs reached him. Half his cold, sharp features hid in shadow, leaving only the hard line of his jaw exposed. He pulled out a cigarette. Defeat was carved into every line of him as he leaned on the banister. He didn't light it, just rolled it between his fingers. He'd always considered himself a calm man. But when it came to Chi, anything involving her, his IQ dropped to 0. He knew damn well he was only driving her further away. After a long while, he looked up at the darkening sky outside. Then he went upstairs, turned on the lights, and had someone bring food. Her door was shut. He knocked twice, soft. No answer. He tried the handle and went in. She was a small lump curled under the covers. He stepped quietly closer and flicked on the bedside lamp. Asleep. Half her face was buried in the blanket. Her hair was a messy tangle across the pillow, some strands spilling over the edge of the bed. She hadn't even moved further in. He crouched down and gently gathered the hair about to tumble to the floor, smoothing it back. He sat on the edge of the bed and touched her cheek. Warm from sleep. She, don't be mad. It's my fault. I'm just scared I'll screw this up. I didn't mean to make things worse. She woke to pitch black darkness. Furious and hungry when she'd fallen asleep, her stomach now let out a long, insistent growl. The bed was empty. The small lamp on the nightstand glowed softly. She didn't have to guess who had turned it on. She was still angry. Fujia's hostility toward Jung-yu felt so damn childish. Did he really think she couldn't have friends, or was it the same old story? He still didn't trust her. She was done with it. Done being kept on a short leash, unable to do a single thing on her own. She wanted her own life. Her own friends. Before, she clung to Fujiya like he was her whole world, like without him, the sky would shatter and fall. But now she understood. A person needs friends. Space. Even when you love someone. Even when you build a family together. You still need room to breathe. Not this. Not being treated like some possession. It felt like a rebellion that had been waiting years to break free. She didn't want to be controlled. Every moment like this reminded her that she was repeating old mistakes. She stared at the lamp for a long moment, then sat up. No matter what, she needed to eat. At the bedroom door, she hesitated before opening it. The dining room was quiet. Her eyes landed on the thermal containers neatly arranged on the table. Still in her bunny pajamas, she peeked out. No sign of Fujiya. She stepped forward. Her furry white slippers made no sound as she reached the table and lifted a lid. Vinegar lotus root slices. Sweet and sour ribs. Eggplant with cod. Yam and chicken soup. And a bowl of sweet snow fungus soup. All those sour, sweet notes. For once, she actually wanted to eat. She grabbed a small bowl and spoon from the cabinet. She scooped out some rice, sat at the table, and ate slowly. Water was running in the bathroom. She glanced over. He was in the shower. While he was still in there, Chi-Chi nibbled like a rabbit. Half a bowl of rice, a few lotus root slices, some of the cod. She finished the sweet soup, too. Full now, a pleased little smile touched her face. That was good. She gave her round belly a satisfied pat, closed up the containers, washed her bowl, and slipped back into the bedroom. The bathroom door opened soon after. Fujiya stepped out in a bathrobe, water dripping from the ends of his hair onto his bare chest. It caught the light. The line of his collarbone suggested the V of the robe. He tilted his head, drying his hair, and noticed immediately the containers had been moved. He draped the towel over a chair and checked them. She'd eaten a little, the cod, the lotus root. Nothing else. Still picky. The sweet soup was gone. She must have liked that one tonight. He pulled out a chair and sat down, relaxed. The food had come from the family estate. Chi-Chi's favorites. He'd have Aunt Yun come stay for a while. He finished off the leftovers, already planning ahead. 星号星号星号. Chi-Chi tossed and turned all night. The next morning, she slept in. When she finally opened her eyes, sunlight poured through the window, casting long, slow shadows across the floor. She opened the door. Fujiya was at the dining table, focused on his laptop. She looked away. She went to wash up. When she came out, a warm breakfast was waiting. Fujiya kept his eyes on the screen. He didn't look at her. She was still furious. If he so much as glanced at her, she definitely wouldn't eat. After breakfast, Chi-Chi headed downstairs. The doctor had told her to rest, so she hung the closed sign on the door. The cotton rose hibiscus in the yard hadn't been watered in days. She picked up the hose. A fine mist sprayed out, catching the sunlight. A tiny, fleeting rainbow appeared. It sparked a flicker of playfulness, and for a second, she almost smiled. The doorbell rang. Chi-Chi turned. Chen Yuxiu stood outside the wooden gate. She froze. Chen Yuxiu, what are you doing here? He watched her through the gate. She'd been playing with the water. His little sister was adorable. I need to talk to you. It's important. He was in a suit, his tone deliberate like he'd rehearsed this 100 times. Chi-Chi switched off the hose, set it down, and opened the gate. From the second-floor balcony, Fujiya watched. He seemed to know what Chen Yuxiu was here to say. A surge of tension shot through him. But he couldn't stop it. Chi-Chi had the right to know. 星号星号星号. Chen Yuxiu stepped inside, his clothes carrying the faint, sharp smell of disinfectant. Chi-Chi recognized it instantly. She'd just been discharged herself. Her small hands clenched at her sides. Were you at the hospital? What's wrong? Her heart hammered, uneasy. Chen Yuxiu looked down at her. Let's sit inside. He'd been at the hospital for days. Yi Jin's surgery had been a success. After 2 days in the ICU, she was finally out of danger. As long as she took her medication on time and recovered properly, she'd have years ahead of her. So he couldn't wait to tell Chi-Chi. Ever since their last meeting, this had been eating at him. He didn't want her thinking she'd been abandoned at the orphanage because her parents didn't want her. She had a mother who loved her more than anyone in the world. And now, she would have a brother. Besides, he really didn't want Chi-Chi tangled up with Fujiya. As if sensing something, he looked up and met Fujiya's gaze from the balcony. Hostility crackled between them. Fujiya had been tracking Yi Jin's condition. He knew the surgery had succeeded. That knowledge was part of the reason he lost control the night before. Chen Yuxiu followed Chi-Chi inside. She led him toward the sofa. Let me get you something to drink. He reached out and gently caught her hand. No need. Sit down first. Oh. Okay. Her wide, almond eyes were uneasy. She didn't know what he was about to say, but it felt heavy. Her mind raced, grasping at nothing. She let him guide her to the sofa. She wore a loose pink round neck sweater. Her belly was starting to show more obvious when she sat down. Chen Yuxiu's gaze flickered to it, concern softening his eyes. He reached out and touched her head. Chi-Chi, no matter what I say next, don't be scared. Your brother is right here. She blinked. Chen Yuxiu had told her many times that she could think of him as a brother. But it still didn't feel real. She'd always been like that. When something seemed too good, she was terrified to actually have it, scared she'd lose it. Okay, she nodded. Fujiya came down the stairs and stood by the window, watching. Chen Yuxiu held her eyes. I'm really your brother. Chen Yuxiu spoke carefully, giving Chi-Chi time to absorb what he was saying. At first, Chi-Chi just stared at him, confused. This felt like that moment before when he offered to be the big brother she never had. But his expression was too serious. Behind those gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes glistened. Something clicked. Chi-Chi blinked, afraid to believe it. She opened her mouth, closed it, then whispered, Big brother. Yeah. I'm your big brother. He couldn't stand seeing her like this, hope and fear tangled together, like a little girl who just found out her wish came true and was terrified it might vanish. I asked you once if you wanted to find your family. Well, your big brother found you. He reached out, brushing the tear trembling on her lashes. And your mother. She loves you. She never abandoned you. She's been missing you this whole time. She just couldn't come for you. She had her reasons. The tears broke free. Chi-Chi shook her head. The shock hit her all at once. Her voice cracked. My mother. Chen Yuxiu's chest ached. He'd known she'd cry, but he wasn't prepared for it to hurt this much. She wants to see you. Do you want to meet her? Chi-Chi sobbed, tears streaming. She didn't give me away. She pressed both hands over her face. Too many feelings collided at once: bitterness, joy, fear, grief threading through her veins, straight into her heart. All of it tangled around the tiny, fragile hope she carried for over 20 years. And today, finally, it was answered. She never gave you up. The orphanage was the only way she knew to keep you safe. Chen Yuxiu's voice stayed low and patient. He wanted to give his little sister everything she'd been missing. Fujie stood rigid nearby, jaw locked, watching her thin shoulders shake as she cried. It gutted him. His hands curled into fists. He had zero impulse control right now. He wanted to pull her against his chest, hold her until she stopped trembling. But he knew he shouldn't interrupt. He couldn't help it. He stepped closer to the sofa. Stop crying. This is a good thing, isn't it? I'm just so happy. But also a little sad. I was wrong for so long. Chi-Chi's voice was thick. Chen Yuxiu pulled her hand free from Fujie's grasp. So, do you want to go see her now? Chi-Chi nodded, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. Yes. He helped her stand. She glanced down at herself, the plain white dress. Was it too plain? She was about to meet her mother for the first time. Shouldn't she wear something nicer? She'd never had a mother. She didn't know what mothers were like. Would her mother even like her? Should I change? No need. You look perfect just as you are. Chi-Chi resembled Yijing so closely, the same fine brows, the same almond-shaped eyes. Only, illness had worn Yijing down, hollowed her out, dimmed her light. Hearing that, Chi-Chi relaxed a little. Chen Yuxiu led her toward the door. When Fujie moved to follow, he blocked him with a sharp glance. Mr. Fu. This is family business. You don't need to be here. His tone had teeth. Cold as ever when it came to Fujie. Fujie gave a humorless laugh and caught Chi-Chi's arm. Chi-Chi and I aren't the worst. She's still my wife. They stood locked in place, radiating hostility. Neither backing down. Chi-Chi pulled her arm free. She didn't want a repeat of last time. And after everything that happened the night before, she still wasn't over it. More than that, she had no idea what meeting her mother would feel like. She refused to be the girl who leaned on Fujie for everything. She could do this alone. Fujie. I want to go by myself. She looked him dead in the eye, steady and unshakable. Fujie's brow furrowed. He didn't move. Just stared at her. Under that gaze, something inside Chi-Chi twisted painfully. She'd imagined this moment so many times, finding her family. And every time she dreamed it, the first person she wanted to tell was always Fujie. For years, he'd been there through every milestone. Every single one. And now, a wall stood between them, thick and solid. Chen Yuxiu pulled her out of the house. Fujie stood frozen as she passed him. In that half second, the ache in his chest nearly crushed him. His Chi-Chi had found her family. He should be happy for her. But, would she leave him now? Did she even need him anymore? 星号星号星号. Chi-Chi sat in the passenger seat of Chen Yuxiu's car as they drove toward the city center. She barely noticed her own hands clasped tight in her lap, nails digging in. Chi-Chi, your mother is in the hospital right now. But she's okay, don't worry when you see her. He was softening the blow, careful about her condition. Her mind clicked on something else. She turned to him. My mother. But we. The car stopped at a red light. Chen Yuxiu turned, reached over, and ruffled her hair. It's complicated. She's your mother. But I'm your big brother too. Chi-Chi nodded, dazed. It didn't feel real. The first time they met was at the company party, when she'd been humiliated and he was the one who rushed her to the hospital. Back then, he'd just been another business partner of Fujie's. And now he was her big brother. She still hadn't called him that, not properly. She opened her mouth. Hesitated. She'd always been slow to warm up. It had taken forever before she could call Fujia's grandparents grandma and grandpa out loud. It wasn't that she didn't want to. She just couldn't believe someone this good could actually be her family. That something this wonderful could actually land in her lap. She balled her hands together, gathered her nerve, and pushed the word out. Big brother. His hand still on her hair. A storm of emotion slammed through Chen Yuxiu's chest. Excitement, bitterness, affection, a tenderness so acute it almost hurt. He wrestled it all down. He smiled at the girl beside him. Yeah. The light turned green. He pulled his hand back and gripped the steering wheel, eyes fixed on the road. So this was what it felt like to have a little sister. It was kind of incredible. He barely managed to stuff down his grin and hold on to the calm, collected image of a big brother. The car pulled into Second Municipal Hospital. They went in through the staff entrance and headed up to the special care ward. The corridor on the 12th floor was quiet, just the steady beep of medical machines breaking the silence. Yi-Chi-Chi followed Chen Yuxiu, her heart hammering against her ribs. Her hand rested on her belly, a habit she couldn't shake. Yi-Jin had been moved out of the ICU but was still in the intensive care ward. Not just anyone could walk in. They stopped at the last room at the end of the hall. Chen Yuxiu paused and tipped his head toward the window. The ward had a white glass pane. Chi-Chi turned her head slowly. And there she was. The woman in the hospital bed. She was thin. Fragile. Streaks of white threaded through her hair, her eye sockets sunken, her skin sallow. An oxygen mask covered her face. Each breath misted the plastic. Chi-Chi pressed her palm flat against the glass. Her other hand flew to her mouth. That was her mother. She knew it. Some so deep instinct told her. Those eyebrows, that nose, the resemblance was too strong. Tears blurred her vision. She wiped them away fast. She needed to see clearly. She couldn't name what she felt. Disbelief. Joy. And a sharp ache at how fragile the woman looked. Don't worry. The doctor says there's no major issue. She just hasn't woken up yet. Chen Yuxiu's voice was gentle. To him, Yi-Jin was someone he pitied. He respected what she'd done as a mother for Chi-Chi. But beyond that, he didn't feel much. Chi-Chi understood. Her mother was alive because Chen Yuxiu had pulled strings. He told her this wasn't his mother. It only took Chi-Chi a moment to piece it together. He had his own mother. Yi-Jin was his half-sister. They shared the same father. She wondered if she could ever care for a half-sibling the way he cared for her, if her own father had a child with someone else. Brother, thank you. She turned to him, her eyes earnest and bright with tears. Idiot. You're my little sister. From now on, I've got you. Don't be afraid of anything. Chen Yuxiu bent down and brushed away the tears she couldn't hold back. Chi-Chi has family now. You can lean on me for everything. Those simple words cracked the last of her defenses. She had never known what it felt like to depend on someone completely. All right. Are you a little crybaby? You cried too much today. I'm terrified of women's tears. She let out a tiny, wet laugh. I'm not a little girl. No. Our Chi-Chi is about to be a mother. Which means I'm about to be an uncle. And I'm still single. He was always so collected, so controlled, almost distant. Hearing him joke like that made her laugh through the tears. He handed her a tissue. Then he paused, weighing whether to tell her about Yi-Jin's past. But Chi-Chi was too sharp. She had never once asked about her father. He led her into an empty room next door and they sat down. Remembering she'd only just been discharged herself, Chen Yuxiu decided to let Yi-Jin tell her own story when she was better. For now, he had something more important to ask. They talked for a while. Chi-Chi went back to the window, looking in at her mother one more time. Then Chen Yuxiu drove her back to Qinshui Bay. She hated leaving. But she couldn't do anything at the hospital. She couldn't even go inside the ward. At the Chinshui Bay Villa, Fujiya had been on the sofa all day. By afternoon, the sky had gone gray. President, the overseas project. You still haven't made a decision. Hise was on the phone. Fujiya could handle most things himself, but some decisions needed his final word. The project had stalled too long because of his absence. Hise had done everything he could, but the final call had to come from Fujiya. Yeah. I'll come in tomorrow. Set up the meeting. He hung up and sank back into the sofa, his face dark and restless. The anxiety hadn't faded. It had only gotten worse. He was waiting for Chi-Chi to come back. And he couldn't stop thinking, would she leave with Chen Yuxiu? If she did, what then? He wanted her here. By his side. Where no one else could touch her. The car stopped in front of her art studio. Chen Yuxiu looked at her, concerned. You sure you don't want me to stay? Yeah. I can handle it. I'll pick you up tomorrow then. Okay, brother. Chi-Chi nodded. The wind caught her hair and she tucked a strand behind her ear before turning toward the house. Fujiya sat on the sofa, watching her walk in. He uncrossed his legs and straightened. His face was cold, unreadable. 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, exposing a slice of collarbone. He looked far from his usual polished self. You're back. He spoke first. Chi-Chi nodded. She wanted to go upstairs and sleep. She was wrecked. Everything from yesterday to today, Fujiya's actions, finding out she had a brother, a mother, it was too much. She cried so many times her eyes ached. She didn't want to cry anymore. Fujiya blocked her path, standing straight, looking down at her. She flinched, terrified he might do what he'd done last night. I want to rest. Watching her walk past him and climb the stairs, Fujiya felt a dull ache spread through his chest. This was all his fault. He'd never imagined they'd end up like this. When she first left, he thought finding her and apologizing would fix everything. Then he found her. And he wanted more than an apology. He wanted to be good to her. Take care of her. But Chi-Chi didn't need any of that anymore. She couldn't even stand being near him. The failure crushed him. He went upstairs. The bedroom door was already closed. He walked out onto the balcony and let the cold wind hit him. He hadn't smoked in days. The pack of cigarettes in his pocket was crumpled. He pulled them out, one after another. The wind scattered the smoke. He squinted, dragging it deep into his lungs, then exhaled hard. The tightness in his chest didn't ease. He didn't know how long he stood there. The sky darkened. The cigarette between his fingers had long gone cold. He leaned against the railing, motionless, a statue. The wind off the lake whipped his hair into messy strands. The bedroom door opened. Chi-Chi stepped out and stopped behind the glass door, watching him for a moment. Then she slid it open and walked out. He turned at the sound. It might rain tomorrow. Behind him, the sky was a blaze of burning clouds. The cold, hard man stood against that warm orange glow, almost softened by it. Fujiya already knew what she was going to say. All these years, every smile, every frown, every little thought she'd ever had, he knew them now. Etched into his heart. He couldn't stand watching her struggle like that, so he broke the silence first. You're going with Chen, your brother? It sounded like a question, but his tone said he already knew. Chi-Chi stood there, small and gentle as always, but there was something new in her eyes. A quiet steadiness. Yeah. I'll stay at the Chen family house. Take care of my mom. He wanted to stop her. Wanted to beg her to stay. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, he crushed the dead cigarette in his hand until it crumbled into a mess of paper and tobacco. Is there really nothing I can do to make you want to be with me again? His voice came out raw with defeat, his gaze drifting somewhere into the wind. Chi had never seen Fujiya like this. So lost. So gutted. He was supposed to be confident, proud, bulletproof like nothing on earth could shake him. I don't know. My head is a mess. When you're sweet to me, I wonder if it's just a whim. When you say you like me, or... The word 星号 loud 星号 felt too heavy. She couldn't say it. I wonder if it's real, or just you being possessive. I've been around you for years, so you think I belong to you. That's why you hate it when I talk to Jiangyu. You just want to lock me away. She drew a breath. I don't want to be that person anymore. The one who lives and dies by your attention. The one who thinks the world is ending because you ignore me. She. He turned to face her. It's not like that. He wanted to say, I want to be with you. Wait for the baby together. Let things go back to how they used to be. He wanted to say, I love you. I know that now. It's not possessiveness. It's love. I just want us to go back. But even those few words got stuck in his throat. Everything she'd said had shattered whatever courage he had left. He wished they could go back to the time when Chi-Chi's eyes were only on him. But for her, those days had been torture. For the first time, he realized what a terrible person he'd been. Who was he to talk about love? What right did he even have? Thinking of the baby, Chi-Chi bit her lip and placed a hand over her softly rounded belly. I'm not going to disappear again. You should take some time to figure out your own heart. Once the baby's born, you can visit. No matter what, you're still the father. Chi-Chi, he stepped forward and caught her hand. Her wrist was so thin in his grip. Fragile. It made his chest ache. The raw emotion in his eyes scared her. It felt like a whole opening in her heart, cold air rushing straight through. Don't. Let's both calm down. She pulled her hand free and turned away from the balcony. She still had things to pack for tomorrow. She wouldn't be coming back here for a long time. She missed the art studio. But her mom was sick. She had to take care of her. Neither of them slept that night. Chi-Chi buried herself under the covers. Exhaustion pressed down on her, but sleep wouldn't come. Everything that had happened felt surreal. She suddenly had family. A brother. A mother. And she realized she rushed to the hospital on Chen Yuxiu's word not because she was angry at anyone, but because she'd been longing. Longing for a home. Longing for family. She trusted Chen Yuxiu no, her brother. He'd helped her too many times. Why would he bother lying to someone who had nothing? That afternoon in the hospital room, she and her brother had talked. She'd stay at the Chen family house for now. In a few days, once their mom was stronger, they'd bring her home too. Her hand rested on her belly. Deep down, she knew part of her was running away. She and Fujiya both needed time to clear their heads. Everything had moved too fast. His sudden change, the way he closed in it blindsided her. She didn't know how to handle any of it. The night was cold. Rain began to fall. Fujiya lay awake, listening to the raindrops hit the glass. Every single one felt like it was slamming into his eyes. After a long time, he got up and went downstairs. The door gave a soft creak. He stood at the threshold a moment, then stepped inside. Raindrops clung to his clothes from the walk down, a faint chill rolling off him. A white wool rug lay beside Chi-Chi's bed. He nudged her little slippers aside and sat down on the rug, his tall frame folding onto the floor without ceremony. As he lowered his head, the person in bed gave a tiny flutter of her lashes. He sat there for a while. Then he finally spoke, his voice rough. She. You're right. I'm selfish. I wanted to hide you away. Keep you by my side forever. I said I couldn't tell love from possessiveness. But I can. I was just scared. Scared that if I let go, you'd disappear again. These past few days, I keep thinking about when you first came to the full house. Your eyes were like a deer's. Always nervous. You were the kind of person who'd give back tenfold to anyone who showed you a little kindness. And I was such an ungrateful bastard. I got used to you taking care of me. I took it all for granted. I never gave you anything back. He let out a bitter laugh. I never signed the divorce papers. I can't stomach the thought of you becoming someone else's bride. I'd lose my mind. His voice was low and coarse in the darkness, roughened with sorrow. Chi-Chi pretended to shift in her sleep, turning away from him. A single tear slipped into the pillow. Take care of yourself and the baby. But I guess Chen Yushu will look after you well. He's a good man. I'm glad he's your brother. Fujiya bent one knee and rested an arm over it, his head still down. In the warm lamplight, his profile stayed sharp and cold. Finally, he leaned closer. He hesitated a long time, then reached out and gently touched her belly through the blanket. First time I've touched the baby. Be good, okay? Don't make your mom uncomfortable. His hand stayed only a moment before pulling back like he was afraid that if he lingered even a second longer, he'd never be able to let go. He stood and left the room. The moment the door clicked shut, the baby kicked. The woman in bed opened her eyes in surprise, tears still clinging to her lashes. Did the baby just move? Her hand pressed against her belly. Chi-Chi barely believed it. This was the first time she'd felt a kick. A few seconds later, the baby moved again. Right into her palm. Like a tiny snail slowly pushing out its antennae, brushing against her, then softly drawing back. Tears slid down her cheeks. Baby, did you know Mommy and Daddy are about to be apart? Mommy doesn't want this. But Mommy still needs a little time. Fujiya left Qinshui Bay just as dawn bled through the sky. The car ate up the empty road, icy wind slicing through the open window. His face was stone cold, unreadable. Underneath it, something he hadn't felt in years twisted inside him, a raw, hollow ache, like carving flesh from bone. The pain of something vital ripped straight out of his chest. The car pulled up at the office. His froze the second he saw his boss's face. It wasn't even 7 a.m., the CEO was in Xinghao Wei Xinghao too early. Sir. His fell into step behind him, confusion tucked away under years of training. Fujiya strode into his office, tossed his jacket aside, and said flatly, get me the project files. Call a meeting. His nodded and left. Minutes later, a line of executives filed into the conference room, practically shaking. Chi-Chi woke at 9. She touched her stomach. The baby was quite still lazy, still asleep. She slipped out of bed and walked into the dining room. The person who always waited for her there every morning was gone. On the table lay a single sheet of white sketch paper. Xinghao, take care of yourself, Xinghao. The pencil strokes were bold and heavy, like everything about him. Cold. But beneath the words, faint eraser marks smudged the paper 3 words he'd written, then couldn't leave on the page. She bit her lip. Xinghao, so few words, and he needed such a huge sheet. Xinghao carefully, she folded it and tucked it into her bag. After washing up and fighting through another wave of morning sickness in the bathroom, the doorbell rang. A tall, straight-backed man stood outside the wooden gate. Chen Yushu. His brow furrowed at the sight of her face, still pale from throwing up. You okay? Chi-Chi shook her head. I'm fine. Normal, for now. He headed upstairs to grab her luggage while she scooped Zeo into her arms. They got into the car together. There's breakfast waiting at the house. Eat when we get there. I haven't been back to the old mansion much, just a quick stop a few days ago. The butler's name is Chenbo. He's been looking after the place. Just call him Chenbo. Staff is minimal, but they've all been with the family forever. Tell me if you need anything else. Chi-Chi listened closely, a little nervous. Okay. Chen Yushu caught her expression like a grade schooler taking careful notes. Don't be scared. They're old family. Good people. She let out a breath. Zeo Zeo lay across her lap, a warm purring weight, asleep. The Chen family's old mansion sat in the same Yanghu area where her grandparents lived. The house was large, like the Fu family's old estate, but the architecture leaned more traditional classic Chinese bones. Early spring had coaxed buds from the garden flowers. Someone had clearly poured care into every inch. Yi Chichi followed Chen Yushu out of the car. He pulled her small suitcase while Zeo Zeo trotted alongside her legs. An elderly man emerged from the house. Indigo Chinese-style jacket and cloth, black cloth shoes. Mid-60s, green goatee, sharp-eyed and wiry, but his expression was set in iron. Chen Yushu glanced back at her. That's Chen Bo. He always looks like that. Young master, you're back. Let me take the luggage. Chen Bo took the suitcase and handed it off to a nearby servant. This is Chi-Chi, my sister. See that she's well taken care of. At that, Chen Bo's narrow eyes swept over Chi-Chi from head to toe. Something unreadable flickered there, gone before it could land. Miss, he said. Yi Chi-Chi gave a small wave and said politely, Chi-Chi is fine. No. The Chen family follows the rules. Her stomach tightened. Xinghao, does Chen Bo not like me, Xinghao? Chen Yushu's frown deepened. Chen Bo had been trained by his grandfather. After his mother's incident, the man had hardened past the point of reason. Yes, the Chen family valued order, but calling him young master when he was head of the household, after years overseas, scraped against reality. Call her what she's comfortable with, he said, tone brooking no argument. He guided Chi-Chi toward the house. Then over his shoulder, Chi-Chi is pregnant. Be extra attentive. Chen Bo acknowledged the order, shaking his head slightly. Chen Yushu hurried her into the dining room, anxious to feed her and the little bean inside her belly. On the table sat the red date soy milk she loved. He asked the kitchen to make it special. Chi-Chi, your mother will stay in the special care unit another week. I've prepped a room on the first floor with all the necessary medical equipment. When she comes home, we'll bring in a doctor. Don't worry. Yi Chi-Chi took a small sip, her white almond eyes meeting his. Thank you, brother. No thanks needed. This is nothing for the Chen family. My mother also asked me to take good care of you. Looking at those soft eyes, he couldn't imagine anyone not wanting a sister like her. For now, you stay here. No one will bother you. Xinghao, no one. Xinghao clearly meant Fujiya. I've been swamped at the company, might be back late. He didn't mention the rest. Now that he'd cut ties with Fu Corporation, an overseas project had several firms competing for it. He needed to lean on his own international contacts. Rumor was, Fujiya was eyeing the same deal. Xinghao, then I'll pay special attention, Xinghao. Okay. Go work, brother. I'll be fine. Right now, all she had to do was take care of herself and the baby, then wait for her mother to arrive. Manageable. After breakfast, Chen Yushu headed out as promised. A servant carried her suitcase and led her upstairs. A carved rosewood spiral staircase. Heavy traditional detailing. The Chen family was clearly an old guard, rooted household. Her room sat on the left side of the second floor. The door swung open, and Yi Chi-Chi stopped dead. Pink. Everywhere. Peach pink lace curtains. Pale pink floral print bedsheets. A blush-toned carpet. Even the vanity table was white with pink trim. The servant was a young woman around her age, Xiaomu. Chen Yushu had assigned her to Chi-Chi specifically. Xiaomu's eyes were practically sparkling. Xinghao, oh my god, she's so pretty, and the master put me in charge of her. I get to see this beautiful girl every single day. Best job ever, Xinghao. Miss, do you like it? Master picked everything himself. He asked a bunch of us what girls like, landed on pink, and then he said every shade of pink is completely different. He was absolutely sure you'd love it. Her voice practically bounced. Chi smiled and nodded. I love it. Once her things were in the room, Xiaomu helped hang her clothes in the closet. The closet was already full dresses, nightgowns, soft towels. All of them pink. Chi almost saw pink bubbles floating in front of her face. Her suitcase only held a few simple pieces. Xiaomu finished organizing quickly. Miss, I'll step out now. Rest. Call if you need anything. Okay. Alone in the room, Chi let out a long breath, her tight shoulders finally dropping. She sank onto the bed. Zeo had done a full lap of the house and padded in now, following her scent. She looked at him. Xinghao, is this really home now? For her and Zeo, the tension inside Fu Corporation was suffocating. Nobody walked into the 39th floor conference room unless they had no choice. The operations department was getting slammed. They owned the overseas DY launch plan, and every proposal they'd spent weeks building got shredded. Night after night they rewrote, reworked, burned the lights only to watch their submissions land on the CEO's desk and get tossed back as worthless. It took Hizei pulling 2 all-nighters with them, plus a full overhaul, before Fujie even agreed to take a real look. Sir, should I bring your lunch up today? Fu Corporation's cafeteria sprawled across the 7th and 8th floors prime downtown real estate. Along with standard meals, they served popular local street foods and had a full coffee bar. The perks were genuinely solid. Hizei had delivered his boss's lunch twice before. Both trays came back untouched. Fujie didn't lift his eyes from the proposal and financials. No need. But you haven't eaten anything today. Hizei said it anyway. Fujie finally looked up from the numbers, his gaze flat. I'll eat after work. This proposal still needs a few sections refined. Take it to operations. He dismissed Hizei and loosened his tie. He wasn't hungry. He didn't want to stop. Work was the only thing that shut her out. In a life full of wins, this was his one wreckage. He'd never been so completely lost, not a single move in front of him that didn't feel wrong. Maybe Chi would never let him close again. Hell, he deserved it. He lit a cigarette, pulled a long drag, and leaned back into the white leather chair. The sharp energy drained out of him. The break room liquor cabinet held plenty of bottles. In just a few days, he'd emptied most of them. The dull ache in his stomach gnawed at him every day. Chi had been staying at the Chen estate for several days. Chen usually left early and came home late. She was almost always asleep by the time he got back. With nothing to do during the day, she helped the servants trim the garden, treating it like a workout. The yard overflowed with hibiscus. She thought of the ones she'd planted at her studio. They'd be blooming by now. The Chen mansion was comfortable. The staff was attentive, the food suited her, and Xiaoyu hovered close, watching over her with real care. But Chen Bo's eyes made her skin crawl. Growing up under someone else's roof had sharpened Chi-Chi's instincts. She read people fast, and it didn't take long to confirm, Chen Bo did not like her. In those first couple of days, Xiaoyu had shared pieces of the old house's history. Chi-Chi learned that the man who fathered her had brought deep shame to the Chen family. And she was his daughter from a later marriage, so of course Chen Bo's dislike extended to her. Human nature. She understood. So she kept a low profile. When Chen Bo was around, she stayed out of his path and didn't cause trouble. After trimming the hibiscus, she stepped back inside. Chen Bo stood in the main hall downstairs. He gave her a slight nod, and his murky eyes crawled from her face to her belly. Chi-Chi's skin prickled. She laid a hand over her stomach, shielding her baby from that look. Xiaoyu came in, innocent to the tension. She took Chi-Chi's arm. Miss, let's wash your hands first. Chi-Chi followed her toward the first floor sink. Behind them, Chen Bo's voice cut through. cold and edged with displeasure. Miss Yi is pregnant. Who's the father? Chi-Chi stopped. Xiaoyu spun to stare at Chen Bo, her expression confused. Everyone knew the young miss was expecting, but the young master had only mentioned it in passing. Curiosity hung in the air, yet they all silently agreed not to pry. Even for an old hand like Chen Bo, the question was out of line. My husband is the father, Chi-Chi said, pretending not to hear the hostility. Is there something you need from him, Chen Bo? Nothing. I'm only concerned. If Miss Yi isn't married and has a child, or if that child belongs to another woman's husband, it wouldn't reflect well. Thank you for your concern. I am married. We're just separated for now. She didn't want another word. She turned and walked away. After washing her hands with Xiaoyu, she meant to sit in the yard and soak up the sun, but the mood had vanished. She went upstairs to her room. Miss, please don't be upset. Chen-Bo is just set in his ways. Chi-Chi smiled, pulling fresh clothes from the wardrobe. It's fine. I know. But things wouldn't stay simple. That evening, Chen Yuxiu came home just as she was coming downstairs after a shower. For once, he was back early. Most nights she missed him completely. Brother, you're back. The pink-themed room upstairs flickered through her mind. However cliché the old pink design was, a guy's idea of what a girl would like, it was still her brother's sincere try. She found it kind of sweet. Yeah. What did you do today? He changed his shoes, walked into the hall, and dropped a stack of documents on the table. Clearly, he planned to work from home tonight. Chi-Chi gave him a dutiful recap, and soon dinner was served. The meals had been adjusted lately, lighter, gentler, all for her. As the months passed, the morning sickness had eased. While they ate, Chen Yuxiu told her that Yijing had woken up. Chi-Chi's chopsticks stilled. Can I go see her at the hospital? Yeah. I'll have the driver take you tomorrow. Come back early. Okay. A small smile tugged at her lips. The weather had warmed, the sunlight soft. The next morning, the driver brought her to the hospital and waited downstairs while she went up to the 12th floor alone. Walking the corridor, her heart hammered. She didn't know what it would feel like, facing her mother. She glanced down at her outfit. A white dress underneath, a cream knitted cardigan on top loose, her belly barely visible. Would her mother like the way she looked? The glass door was just ahead. Chi-Chi pressed against the wall and peeked around. Maybe her timing was off because the person in the bed was still asleep. A breath of relief slipped out, unexamined. She stood by the window. Last time, she'd come with her brother. Everything had been chaos then. She thought it was a dream, no space to process anything. Now, after a few days coming down at the Chen mansion, the pieces were fitting. If her brother was telling the truth, her mother had suffered terribly back then. Chi-Chi rested a hand on her belly. Over 4 months long, she could feel the baby move. Slowly, she was beginning to understand what it meant to be a mother, the instinct to take on every hardship for her child. The thought alone made her heart go soft. What mother would willingly abandon the baby she carried for 10 months? Lost in her thoughts, she didn't notice the fingers on the hospital bed twitch slightly. When Chi-Chi finally surfaced from her daze, the woman in the window was gazing at her from the side. So much unspoken in that look. So impossibly tender. She must have been watching for a while. The corner of Chi-Chi's pillow was damp with tears. Yijing woke and glanced toward the glass out of habit. A slender girl stood there dressed all in white, her sweater soft and fussy, long hair spilling over her shoulders. Beautiful. In Yijing's heart, more beautiful than any woman in the world. Nobody had to tell her. She knew. This was her daughter. The daughter she'd thought about through thousands of dragging days and endless nights. Every time the cold of that prison cell crept in, she'd picture her girl, and she could bear it. The last time she'd left her at the orphanage gate, she'd been so tiny. So impossibly small. She couldn't even say mommy right. When had she grown up? Chi didn't know what to do. What she was supposed to do. They just stood there, looking at each other through the glass. Nothing else in the world mattered. Chi wiped at her eyes and curved her lips into a smile. She didn't want her mom to worry. So this was what having a mother felt like. Those eyes were the gentlest in the world. Just that look from her mom, and Chi felt like she could carry anything. Like nothing could ever scare her again. She lifted her hand and gave a tiny wave by the glass. A soft little hello. Yijing smiled back. They didn't need words. Not yet. The doctor slipped back into the room, and Chi-Chi's whole face tightened. She stared into the ward, unblinking. When he came out, she stepped forward. Is she okay? Don't worry. Nothing serious for now. Mr. Chen has always brought in the best specialists for her treatment. She needs to stay for observation, but once her vitals stabilize and she's stronger, she can rest at home. Thank you, doctor. Chi-Chi's voice came out soft. She looked back at the woman behind the glass. Yijing was still weak. It didn't take long for her to drift off again. Chi stayed a while longer. Then she left. Full Corporation had been swallowed by meetings all afternoon. The project plans and bids were finalized. Fujiya walked back to his office, brow tight. Days of relentless work, and now that the tension had snapped, his body was rebelling. He pressed a hand to his stomach, waited for the ache to pass, then headed into the bathroom to shower. Afterward, he threw himself onto the bed. He couldn't be bothered to dry his hair. Just closed his eyes. His stomach burned, but he ignored it. It had been like this for days. He'd sleep it off. Tomorrow, he'd be fine. By nightfall, the fever hit hard. Under the dark gray duvet, his bare skin was on fire. He woke in the middle of the night, got up, knocked back 2 swallows of cold liquor, and crawled back into bed. Whatever. Better than lying awake all night. Hize arrived early the next morning. When he heard nothing from inside, he pushed the door open to check. Past 9. The CEO who normally started before dawn still hadn't stirred. Remembering the routine morning meeting, Hize knocked on the bathroom door. No answer. He knocked again. The door drifted open. The smell of alcohol hit him square in the face. An empty bottle lay on its side. Hize's instincts flared. He stepped inside and found Fujiya on the bed, face gray. He touched his forehead. Burning. At the Chen family estate, Chi had been out in the garden, soaking up the sun. She just stepped back into her room when her phone rang. The name on the screen was one she didn't see often, Hize. They hadn't spoken in a long time. This was the first call since she changed her number. She knew. If Hize was calling, it could only be about him. Mrs. Fu, Hize said, still using the old title. Do you have a moment? Could you come to the company? Chi paused. She grabbed a tissue and dried her hands. Assistant He, is something wrong? If she could avoid it, she didn't want to go. They'd agreed to take some time. Some space. The CEO is sick. Fever's bad. It's serious. Hize's voice was as flat as ever. Her brows pulled together. She clenched her jaw. I'm sorry. I don't have time today. If he's sick, please just take him to the hospital. Mrs. Fu, he won't cooperate. He won't leave the room. He keeps calling your name. Then call the family doctor. And don't call me that anymore, Hize. I'm not that anymore. Her voice cracked. She hung up before he could answer, like she was running from the sound of her own name. It's fine, Shishi. Hize's with him. He'll take care of him. He's a grown man. It's just a fever. She squeezed her phone, repeating it like a prayer. Hize called the family doctor regardless. He couldn't exactly drag a 6'2" man out of the room by himself. He knew the CEO had been driving himself past empty. Working like a man possessed, skipping meals, drowning himself in work so he wouldn't drown in thoughts of his wife. Who said being the CEO of full corporation was easy? Every piece of the empire, big and small, weighed on him. They had known him since they were kids. Back then, Fujiya was the pampered youngest grandson of the Fu elders. But after what happened to his parents, he walled himself off. He said once that if you didn't care about anything, nothing could hurt you. So he turned cold. But they saw the truth. The CEO had fallen hard for his wife. His phone buzzed. A text from Mrs. Fu. He opened it fast. Let me know when he's better. Chi had held out as long as she could. She just needed to know he was okay. Then she could stop worrying. They smiled. She still cared. The family doctor arrived quickly. Got NC going, left medication for the fever. But the stomach issues needed a hospital visit. And he had to eat. On time. No exceptions. In a dim room somewhere, fingers tipped with red nail polish pressed a button on a phone. How's it going? Almost there. Don't forget the money. Not a cent less than what we agreed. You'll get what you're owed. A cold laugh. The call ended. The woman hummed a bright little tune, pulled out her lipstick, and touched up her smile. Fujiya was healthy, so by the time he woke up, his fever had already broken. The Su still had a little way to go, the medicine sliding down the tube drop by drop. He stared at it for a few seconds, then reached over and pulled the needle out himself. The veins on the back of his hand were slightly swollen. A bit of blood surfaced. He wiped it away without a second thought. His body was drenched in sweat, sticky, miserable. He went into the bathroom and showered. His sleep pants landed in a heap on the sink. Hot water poured over him. After a long moment, he shut it off and shook the water from his hair. The bathroom light was warm white, but his face looked even paler in it. He dropped his head. And then it hit him. That day. The day Chi left because of Bayuji. He'd come home and she wasn't there. When she finally got back, there were needle marks on her hand. NC. A desperate, driving need to know what she'd been through clawed at him. He grabbed a towel, dried off, threw on some clothes, and buzzed Hize through the intercom. He pulled up the security footage at the company entrance. Fujiya watched her small figure stumble down the stairs. Her little hand kept lifting to wipe away tears. She didn't make it far. At the corner, on the sidewalk by a trash can, she threw up. Someone stopped, helped her to a bench. Total strangers gave her warmth. Where the hell had he been? He remembered the wind that day. It was cold. His Chi sat out there, she had to be freezing. But the truth was, her disappointment in him probably cut colder than any wind. Then she stood up, collapsed, and somebody rushed her to the hospital. The ambulance he'd seen when he pulled in. It was hers. She'd been inside. Fujiya was silent for a long time. His eyes were shot through with red. Then, with a deafening crash, he kicked the cabinet next to his desk with everything he had. Papers scattered like snow across the wall carpet. His leg went numb from the blow. He sank back into the chair, spent. How? A man like him had the nerve to ask Chi for forgiveness. Hize timed his arrival. The CEO should be done with his by now. He cracked the office door open and got smacked in the face by the thick stench of cigarette smoke. He coughed and shoved the door wide. The place was trashed. The man who should have been flat on his back was slouched in a big leather chair, smoking. A graveyard of cigarette butts filled the ashtray on the desk. Files and documents lay scattered across the floor. The small cabinet was on its side. President Fu, Hize didn't know what to say. Fujiya crushed out his cigarette and asked flatly, what? You just got better. Take it easy on the cigarettes. Nothing. Hize was used to the silence by now. He pulled out his phone. Also, about Madam. At the mention of Chi-Chi, the man in the chair straightened up instantly. His eyes cut to Hize. What about Chi-Chi? Hize set the phone on the desk, the screen still lit. A message from Chi-Chi, let me know when he's better. Actually, I have a document that needs your signature. I'll be right back. Hize didn't wait for a reply. He turned, strode out, and pulled the door shut behind him. No extra words. Fujiya stared at the message, his whole face softening. A faint, helpless smile pulled at the corner of his mouth before he even realized it. He saved the number and typed back, I'm better. Don't worry. The second he hit send, doubt crept in. What if Chi-Chi wasn't actually worried about him at all? The uncertainty needled him. He felt like some awkward high school kid, terrified of typing the wrong thing. A long bit later, his phone gave a soft ding. Heart hammering, he opened the message immediately. Good. Get some rest. Fujiya read it again. And again. Then he hugged his phone and rode toward the recovery room of his office. Yeah. He'd sleep a little more. At the Chen family mansion, Chi-Chi went to the hospital every morning after breakfast to see her mother. She always wore loose clothing to keep her belly from being too obvious. Barely 4 months along, and the doctor had told her the baby was in a posterior position, so she wasn't showing much yet. As long as she dressed loosely, Yijing wouldn't notice she was pregnant. The last thing Chi-Chi wanted was for her mom to start worrying about her. She break the news about the baby once Yijing was discharged and back at the house. Yijing was doing noticeably better. She stayed awake longer now, and every so often she'd lift a hand to greet Chi-Chi. It felt like her life had finally filled with hope again, hope for her mother, and hope for her baby. Once, she believed she was completely alone in the world. Now she had 2 blood relatives. She was happy. Then there was Chen Yuxiu. After the few words he'd spoken to her that day, he hadn't said anything else. It was like he didn't see her at all. And honestly, that was a relief. You couldn't expect everyone to like you. No interaction was the safest distance. Xiaomu disagreed. She thought Chen Yuxiu had been acting strange. He'd never gone out, not once, but for the last 2 days he'd been leaving the house daily. She had no idea what he was up to. That morning, Chi-Chi came downstairs for breakfast. Chen Yuxiu was still home, rare for him, since he usually left for work early. He was at the table reading a newspaper. It reminded her of Fujiya for some reason. Why did they still read printed newspapers when phones were 1,000 times more convenient? If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she might have thought newspapers didn't exist anymore. Brother, she said as she came down the stairs. She was wearing a loose pink round-neck sweater and a white skirt. Chen Yuxiu's gaze landed on the pink. Xinghao girls really do love pink. Good thing I was smart enough to buy Chi-Chi everything in that color, Xinghao. He set up a pink nursery too. Once the baby arrived, there'd be a tiny little thing calling him uncle. The thought alone sent a quiet thrill through him. 100 thoughts raced through his head. His face stayed calm. You're up. Eat something first. Chi-Chi sat down and lowered her head to sip her shredded chicken congee. After a moment, she looked up. You're not going to work today. Chen Yuxiu checked his watch. It was barely 8. I've got an 11 o'clock flight. Headed to Countrywide for a major project. He meant the bid for the DY project. Since the project was based in Countrywide, he had to show up in person. If nothing went sideways, he'd probably run into Fujiya there. But he wasn't about to mention that to Chi-Chi. I'll be gone about 2 days. Back the day after tomorrow. Take care of yourself while I'm away. Chi-Chi nodded, quiet and obedient. Okay. Don't worry about me. Under Chen Yuxiu's constant nagging, she'd finally gotten comfortable calling him brother. It pleased him more than he'd ever admit. The warm congee settled in her stomach, and the baby stirred inside her tiny hands moving, a flutter of life. She reached down and rubbed her belly, playing with the baby. By the time she finished eating, the driver had arrived to pick up Chen Yuxiu. She said her goodbyes. Yi Qiqi headed upstairs to get her things together, then left for the hospital. Fujie and Hizei were on their way to the airport. In the back seat, Fujie balanced his laptop on his knees, head bent over documents. The hard angles of his face looked even sharper when he was focused. They exchanged a handful of clipped words. Before leaving the office, he'd assigned 2 bodyguards to watch the Chen family mansion. The second they spotted Yi Qiqi heading out, they were to tail her from a distance no way she'd notice. The last thing he wanted was to stress her out. Traffic was light. They reached the airport fast. The flight left at 11 a.m., landing in Country Y early the next morning. The bid wasn't until the day after, so the schedule gave them plenty of breathing room. Fujie knew Chen Yuxiu was gunning for the same project. For half a second, he thought about handing the guy an easy win. But Yuxiu, he'd never accept a handout. Better to keep it a fair fight. Besides, Country Y was Yuxiu's home turf. Fujie liked his odds, but nothing was guaranteed. They walked into the terminal. The board showed an hour until boarding, so they headed straight for the VIP lounge. Fujie sank into a leather armchair. Nothing left to do now. He pulled out his phone and reread Qiqi's reply. His thumb traced the 4 words on the screen like he couldn't get enough. The airport had only a handful of VIP lounges. A few minutes later, Chen Yuxiu strolled in. Their eyes locked. Both gave a short, dismissive snort and looked away. Pure mutual disdain. Chen Yuxiu dropped onto a sofa and pulled out his phone, the picture of leisure. Across the room, Hizei caught the gaze of Yuxiu's assistant and raised an eyebrow in a "what can you do" shrug. Both assistants stayed planted beside their bosses. They knew the history here. Yuxiu's assistant was a compact guy named Lin Yu who barely looked out of his teens. He stole a glance at his boss. Good, the glasses were still on his face. As long as those gold-rimmed glasses stayed put, things were manageable. And as long as nobody threw a punch, they'd all survive. The silence in the lounge thickened. Then Chen Yuxiu's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, and a grin broke across his whole face. Shishi. It was impossible not to feel smug, especially when the bastard across the room was practically drooling over his own sister. He answered in a heartbeat. Hey, Shishi. Yi Qiqi had just settled into her car. She figured she'd check on her brother, make sure he made it to the airport. She'd forgotten earlier to tell him to sleep on the flight. Brother, you at the airport? I figured they'll call security pretty soon. Yeah, I'm here. Just waiting it out. He shot Fujie a look that bordered on taunting. The second Yuxiu said her name, Fujie's attention zeroed in. His eyes stayed glued to the laptop screen, but he didn't absorb a single word. It hit him that back when he used to travel for work, Qiqi would call and ask the exact same thing. Whether he'd boarded yet. Fujie's thumb clicked the mouse a little too hard. 星号 yeah. I'm fine. Completely fine, 星号. On the other end, Qiqi kept going. Make sure you get some sleep on the plane, okay? It's such a long flight to Country Y. I will. What are you up to right now? Every word Chen Yuxiu echoed back. He said it loud and clear just to watch Fujie's face darken. If he were alone, he'd be doubled over laughing. I just left the house. Heading to the hospital to see Mom for a while. She was way better yesterday. The doctor even had her tell me I could head home early. Qiqi's voice bubbled up, bright and girlish with happiness when she talked about her mother. Good. After you see her, go home early. By the time I'm back, she should be ready for discharge. Okay. I'm gonna hang up now. Bye, brother. Bye. Chen Yuxiu ended the call with a grin and started humming under his breath. He hadn't felt this good in weeks. Across the lounge, Fujiya was lost in his own head. Chi-Chi had gone out. His guess would be on her. He shot a glare at Yuxiu. How had he ever thought that snake was decent? He must have been blind. Two men who couldn't stand the sight of each other, stuck grinding through a brutal half hour in the same lounge. Anyone who cracked the door open sensed the weird tension and backed right out. Finally, the boarding announcement echoed through the terminal. The second it finished, Chen Yuxiu stood. Let's move, Lin. TCH, the sooner he got clear of Fujiya, the better. He turned to his boss. Sir. We'll board later. No rush. Fujiya kept his eyes on the laptop, was flat as steel. Xinghao, good riddance. I'd rather not see his face either, Xinghao. In the days that followed, he thanked God every single hour that he'd sent those two men to watch over Chi-Chi before he left. Because if he hadn't, how would he ever have survived what came next? The two bodyguards Fujiya assigned sat in a black sedan, the kind that blended in, parked along the only road out of the Chen family mansion. When their boss's wife got into her car, one of them swung a U-turn and followed at a relaxed pace. Fujiya's orders, keep your distance. And because they did, they noticed something of a second car sandwiched between them and Chi-Chi's vehicle. They took two turns. That car kept the gap. This wasn't just someone headed in the same direction. Chi-Chi's car pulled into the hospital. She went upstairs while her driver waited in the lot, same as always. By now, the nurses and doctors on the 12th floor all recognized her. The fact that she was a daughter of the Chen family only made them friendlier. Miss Yi, back to see your mom. A young nurse at the station smiled up at her. Chi-Chi dug a box of candies from her bag, went up on her toes to set it on the counter, and winked. Yep, here to see mom. These are my favorites, you should try them. Every time she said the word mom, her heart filled with a joy she'd never known before. This was her mother. Out of everyone in the world, this one woman was Xinghao, hers Xinghao. The thought alone felt too good to be true. The nurse smiled and thanked her. Miss Yi always brought them treats, and she was so down to earth, nothing like those entitled, fake rich girls people gossiped about. Mrs. Yes, spirits have been so much higher lately. The attending doctor says she'll probably be able to go home in a few days. Thank you. Please thank the doctor for me, too. I'm going to see my mom now. She pointed toward the ward. That radiant smile nearly knocked the breath out of the nurse. Xinghao, she really is stunning, Xinghao. Through the glass, Yijing was awake, her head turned toward the door. The moment Chi-Chi appeared in the window, she knew her mother had been waiting. Chi-Chi broke into a grin and waved. Yijing waved back. In a couple of days, her mother would be moved to a regular ward. Chi-Chi was desperate to talk to her face to face. The doctors relayed messages every day, but she needed to hear her mother's voice with her own ears. It had to be gentle. Warm. Her brother had told her their mother chose her name. Back in their small town, Yijing had been a teacher. And the meaning behind it, no matter when the morning bell rang, no matter how long the night dragged, dawn always came. Chi-Chi loved that. Fujiya and Hize were minutes from clearing the VIP security lane when his phone buzzed. President Fu. We've got a situation. Scarface. His voice was tight, none of the usual as kissing. Fujiya handed his documents off to Hize and stepped toward the barrier railing. What situation? Bayushi slipped her detail last night. Took a client guy was a disaster, ordered too many girls. She used the chaos and disappeared. A cold knot twisted in Fujiya's gut. He didn't need to hear the rest. Your man lost her. Find her. Now. He killed the call and swore under his breath. For a bit he stood motionless, then turned and walked straight out of the security line. Why today? The exact day both he and Chen Yushu were scheduled to leave the country. That wasn't a coincidence. He was already at his side. President, what happened? Keys. You board without me. No questions. He handed him the keys. Fujiya was already dialing his security team, ordering an immediate status check on Chi-Chi. His gut was never wrong. And right now, it was screaming. Chi-Chi lingered outside her mother's hospital room. Nearly 10 o'clock. Through the glass, Yijin raised her hand in a soft wave. Go home. Chi-Chi pressed her thumb and forefinger together into a tiny heart and blew it toward her mother. One last look. Then she turned and walked away, her steps slow. The elevator descended from the 12th floor. It could go all the way to B.E., but her driver was waiting at street level, so she pressed E. It stopped on 5. 2 men stepped in. Chi-Chi shifted into the corner to give them room, her gaze down. She didn't notice the man on the right reach out and tap the button for the first floor twice, canceling it, then press it again. His hands were rough, crisscrossed with scars. Half a finger missing, barely visible inside his sleeve. Unsettling, if she'd seen it. But she didn't. People got on elevators all the time. 5, 4, 3. She counted the numbers in her head. The baby kicked hard, sudden and insistent. She pressed a hand to her belly, soothing. The elevator didn't stop. She was sure she pressed 1. Her heart stuttered. Goosebumps raced up her arms. She pressed herself flat against the cold wall. 星号定星号. Basement level 1. The doors slid open on dim, echoey space. A car idled directly in front of the elevator, exhaust curling in the low light. The 2 men turned. They smiled. And then they grabbed her. She opened her mouth, and a rough hand clamped over it. No sound. No air. By then Fujiya's security team had gotten the call and were tearing through the hospital. They found the Chen family driver and half-dragged him out of his car window. What floor did Miss Yi go to? The guy had been scrolling his phone. 2 muscled strangers yanked him out and his phone clattered to the pavement. WH, who the hell are you? Talk. What floor? 12. 12th floor. The guards bolted for the elevators. One was stuck on BE and not moving. They split without a word. One headed up to 12. The other took the stairs down to the basement. He hit BE just as the doors opened the rest of the way and there was Chi-Chi, being shoved into a car. The door slammed. Tires screeched. The car shot toward the exit. He hit his radio, already sprinting back up. The second guard poured down the emergency stairs. Both chased the vehicle as it roared out of the underground garage. President Fu. She's been taken from the hospital. Westbound on Huchen West Road. License plate. Fujiya's jaw locked. Stay on them. Do not lose that car. He didn't give a damn about the crowd at the airport. He ran full out toward the parking lot. Huchen West Road LED to the outskirts. The timing was surgical. The second he heard Chi-Chi was gone, a spike of pain drove through his skull. He gunned the car out of the airport, rolled the window down, and let the cold wind slam his face. He needed to think. He needed to be calm. Bai Yuji. It had to be her. 星号 damn it, 星号. Yi Chi-Chi was crushed between the 2 men in the back seat. Her whole body trembled. Her hand stayed pressed to her belly, shielding the baby. Who are you? She kept telling herself she had to stay calm for the baby, but her voice still shook. Maybe because she was young, pretty, not exactly threatening, the man on her left answered, lazy and unconcerned. Doesn't matter who we are. Somebody wants to see you. Who wants to see me? A grunt. Nothing more. They'd already tossed her phone out the window. Somebody wanted her, which meant she wasn't in immediate danger. Not while the car was still moving. Maybe it was the baby that steadied her. Unlike the time Zhou Tengfei grabbed her, she wasn't frozen. Her mind raced, scanning for options, for any crack to slip through. Her driver would notice she was gone, wouldn't he? But her brother was already on the plane. That thin thread of hope snapped. What was she going to do? The Chen family's driver scrambled upstairs after the bodyguards terrified him. When the 12th floor turned up empty, he knew. He called Chen Yuxiu. Chen Yuxiu was at the gate, seconds from boarding, already wondering why Fujiya was a no-show. The moment he heard about Chi-Chi, he turned around and left the airport. The car pushed deeper and deeper into nowhere. The road turned rough and rutted, potholes jarring the chassis, forcing them to slow down. After what felt like hours, maybe it was hours, the car finally groaned to a stop in front of an abandoned warehouse. Rust. Grit. Nothing else for miles. They pulled her out. She didn't scream. She made herself as small as possible as the two men marched her forward. The heavy-set driver who'd been behind the wheel pounded on the warehouse door. Brother Zheng. She's here. The rust-eaten iron door screeched open from inside. A shove from behind sent Chi-Chi stumbling through. A dozen or so men were sprawled across beat-up sofas. They all got to their feet when the door opened. The one in charge was a bald man with dark, coarse skin. His face was all angles and menace, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. All those eyes crawling over her small frame, that's when the real fear hit. Chi-Chi locked her jaw to keep from crying. Brother Jin lifted his chin, studied her for half a minute, then laughed. Well, pretty little thing. No wonder that bad woman couldn't stomach her. He turned toward the man beside Chi-Chi. Chang Mao. When's she getting here? Someone's hunting for her, so she's laying low. Said she'll be here soon. Chang Mao checked his watch. Tie her up. Let Bai handle her own mess when she shows. We're just here to get paid. Brother Jin rose from the sofa, dropped his half-smoked cigarette to the concrete, crushed it under his heel, and strode out. The man in the warehouse followed. The two who had dragged Yi Chi-Chi inside bound her wrists with coarse rope, then locked the metal door behind them. The rope bit deep. The skin beneath it went raw. Outside, chairs scraped as they settled in. No one was leaving. The place reeked of old grain and rusted iron. Boarded up windows. Wind sliced through the cracks. A derelict storage building, somewhere on the outskirts. Her wrists throbbed. Chi-Chi shivered and sank onto a pile of gunny sacks, not caring what was inside. Hot, helpless tears slid down her cheeks. The cold leaking through the gaps made her shudder uncontrollably. She wiped her face with her sleeve. Her nose was red, her cheeks blotchy. She wasn't afraid for herself. But her baby was only 4 months along, just barely starting to move. As if sensing its mother's terror, a tiny flutter stirred inside her. Chi-Chi pressed her bound hands gently to her belly, swallowed a sob, and whispered, "It's okay, baby. Mommy's here." The man called Brother Jin had mentioned something. Xinghao, a woman with the surname Bai, Xinghao. Chi-Chi only knew one. Bai Yuji. So it was her. After that disaster at the old mansion, Chi-Chi had heard nothing about Bai Yuji. She'd assumed the woman had already fled the capital. But no, she was still here. Still here, and waiting for her moment. Why? How had someone's heart turned this rotten? A thought snapped into focus. Chi-Chi looked down, yanked the hem of her loose sweater lower, tried to hide the gentle curve of her belly. She remembered now. Bai Yuji couldn't have children. If she found out Chi-Chi was pregnant, carrying Xinghao Fujia's Xinghao child, Chi-Chi couldn't let her mind finish that sentence. Fujia's face surfaced in her thoughts. She bit her lip. Would he come? No. He didn't even know she'd been taken. He wouldn't come. That truth cut deeper than the ropes. Hizei had told her once, when Zhou Tengfei kidnapped her, Fujia had come for her. He was just a little too slow. Maybe when you're at your lowest, Your brain only replays the good things. She thought about their years of marriage. The way he looked after her. Those days had been good. Really good. So good that she wished, more than once, that Bayuji had never come back. The iron door screamed open again. Heels clicked against the concrete floor. Chi-Chi looked up. Bayuji walked toward her. She looked different now. She'd always worn heavy makeup, but this was something else. Cheaper. Meaner. Blood-red lips, thick purple shadow caked on her eyelids, and the air around her practically poisonous. Bayuji stood over her and let out a short, scornful laugh. She swayed closer, arms crossed, flashing crimson nails. Long time no see, Yi Chi-Chi. Her voice was cold. It crawled over Chi-Chi's skin. Chi-Chi didn't answer. She knew Bayuji wanted to destroy her. She had to do everything she could to protect the baby. Panic wouldn't help. She curled inward, drawing her knees up. That quiet defiance only made Bayuji's teeth grind harder. Why? Why was Yi Chi-Chi still living a good life? She watched the press conference. Fujiya was chasing after her Xinghao. And Yi Chi-Chi had a brother from the Chen family. Everything fell into her lap. What did Bayuji lack? She crouched down, sneering, grabbed Chi-Chi's chin, and wrenched her head up. Why aren't you begging? Chi-Chi met her gaze. Cold. Steady. Would it matter? Would you let me go? Huh? Bayuji laughed like she just heard the funniest joke in the world. Let you go? You wish. She leaned closer, and the assault of cheap perfume hit Chi-Chi so hard she nearly gagged. For a second, she thought the morning sickness was going to surge back. I'm not letting you go, Bayuji hissed. I'm going to make sure you Xinghao suffer Xinghao. Chi-Chi shut her eyes and pressed her lips together, refusing to give her anything. Bayuji stared at her delicate, pale skin. Hatred boiled over. She drew her hand back and slapped Chi-Chi across the face with everything she had. A hot rush of satisfaction flooded through her. Xinghao, this Xinghao was how it should be. Yi Chi-Chi should be the one getting beaten, humiliated, treated like an animal. The blow landed with brutal force, snapping Chi-Chi's head to the side. A red handprint swelled across her cheek. Chi-Chi bit down so hard she tasted blood. She didn't make a sound. Xinghao hit me, Xinghao, she thought. Xinghao, just hit me until you're done. Then let me go, Xinghao. Bayushi watched the blood at the corner of Chi-Chi's mouth, watched her pretty face distort into something pitiful, and pleasure sang through her veins. She patted Chi-Chi's cheek, mocking. You know what, Yi Chi-Chi? I Xinghao hate Xinghao you. If it weren't for you, I'd already be the mistress of the Fu family. It's all your fault. Everything. Because you existed. I spent so much effort back then, fooling at Yi, and you destroyed it all. If it weren't for you, he wouldn't have grown to despise me more and more. He wouldn't have gone looking for the truth. Because of you, Yi won't even touch me. Why, Yi Chi-Chi? Why? What even are you? Trash abandoned at an orphanage. A toy Zhou passed around. Ha ha ha. Her voice was spiraling now, cracking at the edges, the words tumbling out uglier and uglier. Chi-Chi lifted her head. Her eyes went ice cold. You're wrong, Bayuji. I have a mother. I found her. And I have a brother who loves me. She wasn't abandoned trash. She had a family now. And they'll come for me. They'll bring me home. The airport sat in the suburbs, not far from Huchen West Road. Fujiya hit the highway in minutes, tracking the GPS location his bodyguard had sent. He pushed the car as hard as it could go. The thought of Chi-Chi carrying his child turned his face to stone. He made call after call, mobilizing every Fu family asset, ordering them all toward Huchen West Road. His phone rang again. He answered, jaw tight. Fujiya. Chi-Chi's in trouble. Where are you? Chen Yushio's voice was ragged. Fujiya wanted to hang up. But this wasn't the time for grudges. More people meant more strength. Follow me, he said flatly, killed the call, shared his real-time location, and floored it. The outskirts were mercifully empty. Before long, the bodyguard's signal stopped moving. Fujiya closed in on the red dot pulsing on his map. Chi-Chi had to be terrified. If he was a minute late, if he hadn't assigned those bodyguards, he couldn't let himself finish the fight. The road deteriorated, rough and unpaved. Driving became a battle. 20 minutes later, he spotted the bodyguard's car pull onto the shoulder. Fujiya parked, slammed the door, and stepped out. One bodyguard was in the driver's seat. The man scrambled out the moment he saw him. Mr. Fu. The warehouse is up ahead. About a dozen men. Third brother already scouted the perimeter. Do we wait for backup? Fujiya's jaw tightened. The warehouse was still 300 yards out. He didn't have time to wait. He 星号 couldn't 星号. We're going in. Now. He didn't doubt his bodyguard's skills for a second. But with Chi-Chi in their hands, every instinct screamed at him to tear through that warehouse and beat every last one of them bloody. He couldn't act. One wrong move, and she paid for it. The bodyguard pressed a hand to his earpiece, murmured something low, then turned to Fujiya. Sir. A woman just went inside, matches Bayuji. Your wife is alone in the warehouse with her now. We're moving in from the far side. Third brother's already in position outside. Dry weeds choked the dirt path. The two men slipped into the tall grass, using it for cover, and crept toward the warehouse. Inside, Bayuji had been dragging her feet for what felt like forever. The man posted outside had already burned through a few bowls of instant noodles. One of them hurled his empty cup aside and stalked in, patience shut. You done in there or what? What's the holdup? We cashing in on this chick or not? Brother Jones called. Women. Always so goddamn slow. They were local muscle, born and raised in this village. Bayushi was local too. Years back, her father had done them a few favors. After the Bai family struck it rich, these men became the off-the-books crew handling whatever dirty work needed doing behind closed doors. This time, Bayushi came to them and said the woman was worth serious money. More than they'd see in a lifetime. They made their own arrangements. Last night, they paid a fortune to get Bayushi smuggled out. Now they were itching to trade this woman for a fat stack of cash. Bayushi kept her back to Brother Jen. A cold smile flickered across her face. She straightened slowly and turned around. Brother Jen, relax. This Yi Chi-Chi is the little sister of young Master Chen from the capital. You really think we won't get paid? I just have a personal score to settle first. Brother Jen's brow furrowed. What score? Slap her around and be done with it. Don't screw with my business. 星号 useless piece of trash. 星号 if Bayuji didn't need these lowlifes to get her out, she wouldn't be caught dead dealing with them. She had never looked down on anyone more in her life. But her face stayed plastered with a fawning smile. Brother Jen, think about it. If we try to trade her to young Master Chen, how much risk are we taking? His family has power and connections in the capital. We'd probably get caught before we ever saw a dime. Brother Jen's face went dark. So Bayuji was playing him. His hand shot out bony fingers, deceptively strong and clamped around her throat. You bitch. You trying to screw me? Cough no listen cough I have money. Bayuji's face flushed crimson. Her long red nails clawed uselessly at his iron arm as she choked. Yi Chi-Chi watched everything. Her eyes stayed locked on the wide-open warehouse door. The second she saw an opening, she ran. When Brother Jen heard 星号 money 星号, he snorted and let go. Bayushi wiped the saliva from her lips, gasped a few ragged breaths, and let out a laugh that bordered on unhinged. Not everyone in the Chen family wants this nobody walking through their front door. There are people willing to pay to make her disappear. Half the money is already in my hands. We just need to make sure she never makes it to the Chen family. The rest hits my account and then it all goes to you. Brother Zhang's expression shifted on the spot. If the cash was already in hand, why risk dealing with the Chens at all? He stepped forward and slid an arm around Bai Yuji's waist. That's so. Sister Bai. My mistake. I read you wrong. Don't hold it against me. Tell me how you want to play this. Bai Yuji raised an eyebrow. She didn't mind his hand where it was. She still needed him. Don't worry, Brother Zheng. The money's yours. Maybe I'm yours, too, as long as you do exactly what I say right now. They murmured together, voices low and sticky sweet, far too intimate. The men around them instinctively backed off a few steps, eyes wandering, pretending not to watch. Chi-Chi saw Bai Yuji's back was turned. Maybe she trusted her little gang. Maybe she just figured a girl like Chi-Chi couldn't get far. Either way, for a moment, no one was watching. She caught the meaning behind Bai Yuji's words. This wasn't a ransom. This was an execution. She couldn't sit there waiting to die. Her brother was abroad. Someone in the Chen family had paid these people to erase her. Even if the driver realized she was gone, he might never find this place. Tears stung her eyes. No. Not happening. She wouldn't let anything happen to her baby. And her mother. She thought of the promise she'd made outside that hospital room this morning. Her mother still hadn't spoken a single word to her yet. If she died, how devastated would she be? For one sharp second, Chi-Chi even thought it might have been kinder if her mother had never found her at all. She had to get out. On the way in, she spotted a village up ahead. Maybe someone would pass by. Maybe someone could save her. She gritted her teeth. Using her elbows to brace against the burlap sacks behind her, she pushed herself upright. Her heart hammered so hard it felt like it would punch through her throat. Her hands were still bound. Right now, she thanked God they hadn't tied her feet. She pressed her bound hands gently over her belly. Xinghao baby, don't be scared. Mommy is going to get us out of here. I am going to protect you. Just stay calm, Xinghao. In a single breath, she gathered every ounce of strength she had and bolted for the open door. As she crossed past Bai Yuji, she shoved her hard. Bai Yuji was in heels. Her ankle twisted with a sickening crack. She screamed and crashed sideways. The man spotted Chi-Chi escaping and surged forward. Brother Zheng caught Bai Yuji before she hit the ground. He spat a vicious curse. Xinghao run, Xinghao, she thought she could run. A little girl against a dozen grown men. He wasn't worried. He let his boys chase. Bai Yuji steadied herself. Her left foot throbbed with blinding pain. A savage glint flashed in her eyes. She shrieked, kill her. I want her dead. Chi-Chi had never known she could run this fast. The warehouse door was right there. She kept her jaw locked tight. Faster. Just a little faster. One hand stayed pressed to her belly. But the men behind her were all adults. They were faster by nature. She burst out of the warehouse and followed the path she'd come in on. The road was riddled with potholes. It must have rained a few days ago. Every hole was filled with muddy water. Terror numbed her to the pain. She couldn't feel whatever she stepped on. The splashing mud had already ruined her dress. Her bound hands made it nearly impossible to keep her balance. Her chest was on fire. Every breath scraped through her lungs. Even her stomach was starting to ache. Tears streamed down her face. Xinghao, please. Is there anyone who can save me, Xinghao? Her foot caught. She lost her balance and pitched forward. Her heart nearly gave out. Xinghao, no. I can't fall. If I fall, I'll never get away. If I fall, what happens to my baby, Xinghao? One instant. Just one. Strong arms caught her, yanking her back. Chi-Chi's eyes flew wide. She forgot to breathe. Then she was pulled into a wall of water. She. The voice hit her first, then his face. Fujiya, frantic, terrified. She stared blankly. The thread holding her together snapped, and her legs buckled. Tears carved tracks down her pale cheeks. Wind whipped her long hair. A shaky gasp, then a whisper. Zai. He pulled her into his arms, fingers already working at the ropes around her wrists. The sight of her swollen cheek sent a raw ache through his chest. When he spoke, his voice was soft, steady. Don't be scared. It's over. I'm here. Ichichi was still trembling. Her hands and face were ice cold from the wind. Fujiya held her tight. Only with her in his arms did his heart feel like it was beating again. God, when he watched her run out of that warehouse, he nearly died. The dozen thugs closed in. 2 bodyguards stepped in front of them, squaring off against the mob. The thugs carried iron bars, some even machetes. The bodyguards pulled out short batons. Third brother handed his to Fujiya. CEO. He spat to the side, cracked his neck. Fujiya wrapped Chi-Chi inside his suit jacket. The wind howled through the weeds on either side. The dozen men were barely a match for the 2 bodyguards, but the long machetes made things messy. The crowd parted. Brother Jin pulled a limping Bayushi forward. The moment Bayushi saw Fujiya, her eyes lit up. She tucked her hair behind her ear, her voice syrupy sweet. Ei, what are you doing here? Brother Jin's eye twitched. He jerked his hand away. Pathetic, a woman throwing herself at a man. Bayushi didn't care. She had the money. Fujiya stared back coldly, his expression murderous. She felt the chill. Then she spotted Ichichi curled in his arms. Her brows drew together, and she let out a bitter laugh. Ei, do you really want this cast off that much? What's so good about her? I've loved you for years, and because of her, you sent me to that place. How could you do this to me? Fujiya finally let out a cold laugh, disgust dripping from every word. Bayushi. You're not fit to be compared to Chi-Chi. She laughed as if he'd told a joke. Huh? Big talk now. But before, for me, what did you do to her? Forgotten already? Ichichi watched him. She didn't want to hear a single word from Bayushi. Her only fear was the math, 4 of them against so many. Bayushi glanced at Chi-Chi, then softened her expression, playing fragile and pitiful. Ei, I'm sorry. I know you're angry, but I miss you so much. We've known each other since we were 16. We survived something terrible together. You said you'd marry me. Bayushi, get a grip. If you hadn't done all the extra things, even if you weren't the one hurt because of me, I wouldn't have minded the full family looking after you. But you're too greedy. And too vicious. Fujiya humored her, stretching the conversation. He needed to stall until backup arrived. If it were just him, he wouldn't be afraid. But Chi-Chi was here. She was carrying their baby. He couldn't let either of them get hurt. He glanced down at her. She was huddled against his chest, looking up at him. He pressed his lips together, giving her a look that said, 星号, trust me, 星号. Brother Jin's patience was gone, his face darkening by the second. Enough chatter. Do what you said. Put a bullet in the woman. Fujiya's glare snapped to him so fierce it made Brother Jin's heart jump. Bayushi turned her head with a scoff. Humph, do whatever you want with her. But don't touch my Ei. Brother Jin didn't care. He waved his hand. Get the woman. The thugs surged forward with iron bars and machetes. Third brother roared, kicking the first blonde thug to the ground. In a heartbeat, the 2 bodyguards were tangled with a dozen men. Fujiya pulled Chi-Chi behind him. He turned, hugged her hard for a breath, then let go. She. Don't look back. Don't be scared. Go that way. Chen Yushio will be here soon. She shook her head. The man had knives. She grabbed his jacket, refusing to let go. No. No. Fuck. Third brother's hand was sliced open. He gritted his teeth and kicked another man down. Fujiya bent and pressed a kiss to Chi-Chi's soft lips. Then he forced her small hands away, spun, and swung his baton into a thug sneaking up behind third brother. He was tall, long-limbed, and trained. He matched third brother's skill, sending the man rolling into the weeds. Another kick sent a second thug flying. He shouted over his shoulder. Go! Chi-Chi knew she only slowed them down. She took a last long look at Fujiya, wiped the tears from her eyes, and finally turned to run back the way she come. Faster! Her brother was coming. If she found her brother, he could save Jia. She pressed one hand to her belly, careful not to run too fast. She wiped at the tears blurring her vision with her sleeve. 幸好 baby, be good. We're going to find uncle. Then we'll come back for daddy, 幸好. Behind her, the sounds of fists and groans. Chi-Chi didn't dare try to pick out Fujiya's voice. When she saw Chen Yushio's car turn onto the narrow road, she staggered to a stop, nearly sobbing with relief. Brother! Big brother! Her voice cracked. She waved, calling for him, grasping for the only lifeline she had. Fujiya had a slash on his arm. Several thugs were already down. The rest, watching the three men fight like their lives depended on it, started to hesitate. Brother Jin kicked one of his retreating men in the ass. Get the fuck in there or I'll put a bullet in you. The thug charged again with his machete. Bayuji's hands clenched into fists. She stared after Chi-Chi, then turned to Brother Jin through gritted teeth. Don't let that woman get away. If she escapes, you get nothing. She's seen it. When Chi-Chi stepped out of Fujiya's arms, her belly was swollen. Chi-Chi was always thin. There was no way that was just weight gain. Chi-Chi was pregnant. It had to be Fujiya's child. She was pregnant. She was actually pregnant. Bayushi would never be able to carry a child again. The thought turned her eyes bloodshot with rage. Kill her. Kill her. The 2 million in my account plus the rest of the payment is all yours. Her voice was hysterical. She'd gone to Brother Jin because she knew he had connections. At the mention of 2 million, his eyelid twitched. The most he'd ever made working for Bayuji's father was maybe 100,000 or 200,000. But this was 2 million. He reached behind his back and pulled out a gun. A homemade pistol. Decades ago, the village used to hunt birds. There were old hunting rifles stashed away. But Brother Jin's piece was a handgun. He'd been tinkering with guns since he was a kid. After the ban, he kept them hidden. He aimed at Chi-Chi. A savage grin spread across his face. He glanced sideways at Bayuji. You better mean that. 星号 bang 星号. The gunshot tore through the air. Everything went still. The wind picked up over the open field. The sky turned a cold, gray-blue. The weeds on either side swayed, relentless. All sounds of fighting stopped. It was like the whole world slowed down like a slow-motion scene in a movie, pulling farther and farther away. Chi-Chi saw her brother step out of the car, his eyes blown wide, locked on her. His mouth open. He was shouting something. Then came the crack of a gunshot. She turned her head in slow motion. A fine mist of blood sprayed into the wind. It wasn't hers. It was Fujiya's. He had thrown his arms wide to shield her. He was still a few strides away, as if he'd lunged toward her and frozen mid-motion, still facing her. Pain flickered across his face and vanished. Blood leaked from the corner of his mouth, a mouth that never gave anything away. Then his knees hit the ground with a brutal thud. Every sense sharpened. Chi-Chi swore she could hear the impact echoing inside her own skull. It lasted an eternity, but it was only a second. Her body moved before her mind caught up. She ran to him. 在. She was too slight to hold him upright. She dropped to her knees instead and let him slump against her shoulder. Her arms locked around him. She didn't know where he was hit. All she knew was the hand pressed to his back was instantly soaked. Her pale fingertips came away slick with hot, sticky blood. Zai, don't scare me. Her voice splintered. She could barely force the words out. Her whole body shook. The thick copper stench of blood made her head swim. Fujie coughed, a bubble of blood breaking at his lips. The pain had gone distant and numb. He clenched his jaw and fought to stay conscious. Only one thought surfaced. Xinghao. Chi passes out at the sight of blood. Xinghao. I'm fine. Don't look. Xinghao cough. Xinghao, don't be scared. His ragged coughs stabbed at her ears. Brother Jin tried to fire again. Third brother snatched a chunk of firewood and hurled it, catching the man's hand. The gun clattered to the dirt. Blood sprayed from Jen's wrist. Chen Yuxiu arrived. So did the man Fujie had called in. More than a dozen cars choked the narrow road. Men poured out, beating Brother Jin and his crew into the ground. Chi felt none of it. She didn't even hear Chen Yuxiu shouting her name. Her world had collapsed to the man in her arms. Tears streaked down her face without end. Zai, no. Please. Xinghao, please, Xinghao. She didn't know what she was babbling. She grabbed his hand and pressed it against the faint curve of her belly. Don't die, Zai. Please. The baby needs a father. Don't leave me. She couldn't hold him any longer. No matter how fiercely she clung, his body started to sag sideways. Chen Yuxiu caught him. The wail of ambulance sirens swelled, weaving with police cruisers. Move the damn cars. Chen Yuxiu roared. His men immediately swerved their vehicles onto the grassy shoulder. The ambulance pushed through smoothly. Several pairs of hands lifted Fujie onto a stretcher. Chen Yuxiu scooped Chi up and carried her onto the ambulance. It's okay, Shishi. He's going to be okay. She shook her head. So much blood. Jia had lost so much blood. She huddled in the corner of the ambulance, eyes fixed on the stretcher. His coat had been tossed aside. The doctors cut his shirt open with shears. His face was bone white. He looked for her one last time, then his eyes slid shut, too weak to stay open. There was a ragged hole in his shoulder. Blood still pulsed from it. Chi stared, tears running down her face, but she made no sound. She was terrified of distracting the doctors. One white bandage after another turned scarlet. The doctor's expression hardened. At last, the ambulance braked at the hospital. Doctors and nurses burst through the doors, rushing Fujie into the ER. The Fu family had investments in practically every medical facility here. Everyone recognized the CEO of Fu Corporation. The top specialists were assembled in minutes. A tide of white coats streamed into the surgical observation room. The ER doors slammed shut. Chi stood outside, propped up by Chen Yuxiu. Brother, he'll be fine. Right. A crushing wave of guilt and terror crashed over her. If it weren't for her, if he hadn't come for her, if he hadn't taken that bullet, Fujie wouldn't be lying in there. Seeing her sway, Chen Yuxiu's chest clenched. He didn't like Fujie. But today the man had shielded Chi. Don't worry. He'll pull through. He's Fujie. He's not dying on us. Chen Yuxiu rarely comforted anyone. But the word Xinghao dying, Xinghao made Chi's vision blur. Her lips trembled. He won't die. He won't. He won't. Now you need to rest. Are you okay? No. She stared at the red emergency sign. I'll wait here. Wait for him to come out. Her hands were still coated in blood. Every time she looked at them, her head spun. The world tilted. In the next second, her body went limp, and darkness swallowed her. Chen Yuxiu caught her, shouting for a doctor. Inside the operating room, the surgeon's face was grim. The bullet had entered from the back and lodged deep. They had to open his chest. The team worked with brutal precision. Forceps locked around the slug and pulled it free. Bag after bag of plasma drained into him. The hours dragged. The light above the door went dark. The doors swung open. Outside, the sky had turned a flat gray. The wind kicked up, and rain started to fall. Even unconscious, Chi couldn't rest. She was in shock, her body too weak. At least the baby was fine. Chen Yuxiu stood by the window of her hospital room, watching the rain hammer down. Brother Zhang's crew, the thugs, and Bai Yuji had all been arrested. They'd already confessed. Someone inside the Chen family had paid them. Tracing it would be simple. He'd find the root of this. What he hadn't expected was that Chenbo, the butler who'd served the Chen family for decades, for generations, could be this vicious. Chenbo wanted Chi gone. Not just driven out, 星号 dead, 星号的尸告. Chen Yuxiu's eyes turned lethal. He'd been a small bull when he left the country, but his memory of Chenbo was of a rigid, stubborn old man loyal only to the old master. Since returning, he'd had little contact. Still, he'd already sent someone to drag Chenbo to the police station. The Chen family had no use for the disloyal. And nobody touched what Chen Yuxiu protected. He glanced at the bed. Even if Chi weren't his sister, she'd never wronged Chenbo. Murder crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed. But Chenbo had spent most of his life in the Chen household. So Chen Yuxiu made a call to his mother. Chen Shuro had been worried about Chi lately. She called often to check in. She knew the broad strokes. When she heard the full story, the normally carefree woman let out a heavy sigh. Son, let me ask you something. Have you ever thought about what Chi really feels? Did she ever actually stop loving Fujie? Chen Yuxiu frowned. He remembered how frantic Chi had been when Fujie was hurt. That wasn't the reaction of someone who'd stopped caring. Chen Shuro knew her son. No matter how mature and composed he seemed, on the surface, maybe because he was an only child, the young master of the Chen family had always been spoiled and deferred to. He loved and hated with clarity. He acted on impulse and could be self-centered. But he often missed the subtleties. Chi still has feelings for Fujie. And that Fu man, he was willing to risk his life for her. On that alone, I believe he values her. Maybe before, he just didn't realize it himself. Chen Shuro didn't push further. She was still abroad anyway. She'd need to see them face to face to really understand. I get it, Mom, Chen Yuxiu said, his voice flat. Alright. I'll fly back soon. I want to see Chi. Good. Let me know when. I'll pick you up. He hung up. Chen Yuxiu stared blankly at his sister for a long moment. Fujie was in the room next door. He wasn't going to die, so Chen Yuxiu didn't bother checking. He posted a few men at the door. Then he got in his car and drove to the police station. Chi woke up to darkness pressing against the window, rain hammering the glass in sheets. Her lashes fluttered. She blinked, taking in the room hospital. Her body ached with exhaustion, but nothing felt seriously wrong. She pushed herself upright, her palm braced against the mattress, and waited for the dizziness to fade. Where is Jie? The memories crashed into her all at once, everything from before she blacked out. Where is Fujie? She didn't even bother with shoes. She swung the door open. 4 bodyguards in black stood outside. The moment she stepped out, one of them dipped his head respectfully. Miss, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? Chi shook her head, panic threading through her voice. Jie, he was shot. Is he okay? Before leaving, Chen Yuxiu had known she'd wake up worried. Reluctantly, he'd left instructions with the guards. One of them stepped back inside, grabbed her slippers, and set them at her feet. She glanced at him, murmured a quick thank you, and slipped them on. Mr. Fu is in the next room. He's out of danger. Those words, out of danger, released the breath she'd been holding. Thank God. Thank God he's okay. She rushed out the door, her steps quick and anxious as she headed to the room next door. More bodyguards stood outside Fujia's room. One of them was third brother, his hand wrapped in white bandages with blood seeping through. When he saw Ichichi, he bowed his head. Madam. Given the president's affection for her, they knew they had to protect her at all costs. Third brother was over 6 feet of solid muscle. Hunched over to address the petite girl who barely reached his chest, the sight was almost comical. He tried to soften his naturally fierce expression into something kind, completely unaware that it only made him look scarier. But Chi-Chi had no attention to spare for that. Is Jia okay? Can I see him? Third brother nodded. If the madam knew how much the president worried about her, he'd probably get up and fight 3 more men. Don't worry, madam. The president is tough as nails. That little bullet doesn't mean a thing. He cut himself off when he saw the tension on Ichichi's face, then pushed the door open. The lights were on inside. She stepped in, and the door clicked shut behind her. Fujiya was still wearing an oxygen mask. An drip ran into his arm, and wires she didn't recognize were taped to his wrist. His forearm, bandaged from a knife wound, rested at his side. She had never seen Fujiya like this vulnerable. The usual cold, commanding edge was stripped from his face. His eyes, normally so sharp, were closed tight. His skin was pale. The day's events replayed in her mind. Watching him take that bullet. Watching him collapse in front of her. The blood soaking through his back. Even now, the metallic scent of blood still filled her every breath. The moment she'd been most afraid, it wasn't when those men grabbed her. Not when she was locked in that warehouse. Not even when Bayuji hit her. It was when Fujiya leaned against her, and she couldn't hold him up anymore. That was when she realized Fujiya was just a man. He could be hurt. He could bleed. He could die. He could feel pain. Regret. Make mistakes. She stood by the bed, looking down at him. Tears slid silently onto the white sheets, darkening small spots. They'd been through so much, and neither of them had truly understood their own hearts. She had hesitated, been afraid, kept pulling back. And Fujiya, lost, confused, had charged blindly, trying to reach her. They were both too foolish. Ichichi wiped her tears, then carefully tucked his injured hand under the blanket. She touched his other hand, the one with the it was cold. She pulled a chair close to the bed, sat down, and wrapped her small hands around his to warm him. After a long moment, a single thought settled in her heart. Xinhao Fujiya, thank you for being alive, Xinhao. The rain pattered softly, a quiet lullaby. She was still exhausted. Before she knew it, her head dropped to the bedside and she was asleep. The machines hummed their steady rhythm. Xinhao, beep, 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 Xinhao. A long time passed. On the bed, Fujiya slowly opened his eyes. The anesthesia probably hadn't fully worn off, leaving him weak but otherwise alert. Xinhao, where's Chi-Chi, Xinhao? He struggled to move his fingers, reaching for the call button. That's when he felt something pressing on his hand. He turned his head. There she was, the tiny girl, curled over the bedside, fast asleep. Her hand rested on top of his. She slept just like she used to, peaceful, her cheeks flushed pink. The room was warm enough, at least. But this wouldn't be comfortable for her. His gaze dropped to her belly, round and obvious even in that curled up position. Reluctantly, he moved his fingers, trying to wake her. When he opened his mouth, he found he could barely make a sound. He sucked in a breath and coughed. The sleeping figure stirred, blinking slowly. The moment she realized her hand was being held, she looked up. Their gazes met, a storm of complicated emotions reflected in each other's eyes. Chi-Chi didn't know what to say. She had rehearsed so many words for him, but now they all stuck in her throat. Fujiya squeezed her hand gently, then frowned. His voice came out hoarse through the mask. Go lie down on the bed. There was a smaller bed nearby. It was a private room. Ichichi shook her head. I'm not tired. Are you okay? Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Are you okay? His voice was barely audible through the oxygen mask, but his eyes never left her concern, worry, all of it laid bare. I'm fine. She reached down, her palm resting on her belly. The baby is fine too. Under his steady gaze, she felt flustered. I'll go get the doctor. She turned to run, but he caught her hand. Press the call button. A faint smile flickered in his eyes. She could almost hear him thinking, 幸好 still my little deeds, 幸好. Ichichi's cheeks warmed. Embarrassed, she pressed the button at the head of the bed. The doctor arrived quickly. She stepped back, watching as they bustled around him, checking his vitals. Her clothes had been pushed aside to reveal the wound on his chest, wrapped in white gauze. The doctor moved efficiently, checking the injury, scanning the monitors. Mr. Fu, I'll have someone stay in the room with you tonight. You're on strict bed rest, and we need to monitor your temperature. Fujiya gave a barely perceptible nod, but his eyes never left Ichichi. He didn't dare blink. The doctor turned and noticed her in the room. Miss Yi, you should get some rest too. We'll take excellent care of Mr. Fu. Chichi touched her belly, guilt flickering through her, and nodded. By the time the doctor left, Fujiya was already fading. The fact that he'd held on this long said something about his willpower. He forced himself to stay conscious a few seconds longer, his voice rough. Shishi. Get some sleep. You first. I'll head back once the nurse gets here. She settled into the chair beside his bed. Fujiya squeezed her hand, helpless, then finally let exhaustion drag him under. When the nurse arrived, Chichi took one last look at him and slipped out of the room. There was nothing she could do here, and she needed rest for the baby. Third brother spotted her and waved. See you tomorrow, ma'am. Take care. Remembering how viciously third brother had fought earlier, Ichichi couldn't reconcile that image with the smiling man standing in front of her now. She took a couple of steps, then stopped. Hey, thank you. For saving me. And your hand. Ichichi was stunning. When she looked at someone with those bright, luminous eyes, it was hard to hold her gaze. Third brother was a big, rough guy. He'd never had a young woman thank him for anything. His face went red, and his words stumbled out. It's nothing, ma'am. No big deal. Seeing how full of energy he still was, Chichi relaxed and turned toward her own room. Alone, she touched the gentle curve of her belly. She'd been so consumed with worry for him all day that she hadn't let herself face what had actually happened. So close. Her baby had been that close to danger. She exhaled, and the fear hit her like a cold wave. She remembered Fujiya shouting for her to run, and that kiss brief, electric, tinged with reluctance. Her fingers brushed her lips, but the cool sensation was long gone. She couldn't lie to herself. Her heart had been in her throat the entire day. All the love, all the hate, all the tangled history between them, it meant nothing when death was standing right there. The thought that this man could die. That Fujiya, cold and domineering as he was, might actually die. When they'd separated, she'd always known he was out there somewhere, alive, still arrogant, still powerful. Even if they were worlds apart, she knew he existed in some corner of the world, still insufferably full of himself. That knowledge had let her not worry. Let her not care. But the possibility that Fujiya could simply stop existing, that was something else entirely. As long as he was okay. As long as he made it through this. She tried to be braver. She tried to trust again. She gave in. Maybe she'd already given in that night he stood under her window at Clearwater Bay, night after night. Her thoughts drifted until exhaustion finally pulled her under. The police station. Visitation room. Since he hadn't been formally charged yet, they hadn't moved him to a cell. The two men sat across from each other at the table. Chen Yuxiu studied the old man on the other side. Ever since coming back, he'd been staying at Clearwater Bay. He rarely visited the old estate. If it weren't for making things easier for Chi-Chi, he wouldn't have switched residences at all. The man across from him wore that same stubborn expression, the exact same look he had over a decade ago, when Chen Yuxiu left the country with his mother. By then, his grandfather had already passed. Out of respect for Chen Bo's decades of service, his mother had offered to bring him abroad, to have him manage the family's overseas properties. Chen Bo had refused. And he held a grudge against Chen Yuxiu's mother ever since, convinced she shamed the old master's name. Chen Yuxiu couldn't wrap his head around that kind of rotted, backward thinking. And he wasn't about to try. Chen Bo, I'm grateful you looked after the old estate all these years. But what you did, I can't let it go. Chen Bo, for his part, still held some regard for the old master's only grandson. He finally spoke. The old master valued his reputation above everything. In his youth, he compromised again and again for your mother, and it sent him to an early grave. I won't let anyone else drag the Chen name through the dirt. Chen Yuxiu let out a dry, humorless laugh. The man's ignorance and rigidity were almost funny. Almost. If my grandfather valued reputation so highly, then why did he let my mother marry and then divorce? Because he understood better than you ever did that reputation matters, but family matters more. Chen Bo fell silent. His hands trembled as he huffed, indignant. Chen Yuxiu had only come for a routine check-in anyway. He had nothing else to say. He stood. He tossed one last remark over his shoulder. You served my grandfather for decades, and you never understood him at all. He walked out without looking back. Behind him, Chen Bo's face twisted into something close to a snarl. The next morning, Chi-Chi woke and went straight to Fujia's room. The doctor was just coming out. He nodded when he saw her. Miss Yi. She nodded back. Third brother sidled up. Ma'am, here to see the CEO again. And ma'am. Chi-Chi had started to think third brother and Huogu were kind of alike in a weirdly endearing way. She stepped inside. The man on the bed was still asleep, the oxygen mask gone now. He looked dangerously pale from the blood loss. His face, his lips, all of it washed out. His brow was sharp and striking, but his lashes were long. He really was beautiful. Sometimes, Chi-Chi thought, maybe it had started that very first night. Fujia standing in the rain, the headlights cutting across his face. She'd never seen anyone that beautiful. And she'd fallen. That was how they ended up tangled in each other all these years. She was drifting through her memories when she heard voices outside, tense, like an argument brewing. She got up from the sofa and pulled the door open. Third brother and Dasen, Chen Yuxiu's man, were squared off in the hallway. Their arms were locked against each other, muscles straining as they shoved. Both of them on their tiptoes, glaring sideways, faces fierce. Neither willing to give an inch. They looked 2 seconds from throwing real punches. In their free hands, each held a bag. Breakfast, from the looks of it. The second they saw her, third brother huffed and shoved Dasen's arm away. Dasen huffed back and wiped his arm where they touched. Mutual disgust. Ma'am, I got your breakfast. The CEO told me before this is your favorite spot. Back when they'd been assigned to tail her, Fujiya had sent them to that same shop more than once to pick up food for Clearwater Bay. Now that the CEO was down, they had to keep the tradition going. The carrying breakfast continues. Dasen thrust his insulated container forward. Miss, Shamu said the driver had orders to make sure you got this. She made the millet porridge herself, and there's a box of fruit. She said you and the baby both need the vitamins. A large paper bag and a thermal container were shoved toward her face. Ichichi had to step back. The sight of these two usually terrifying bodyguards fussing over her like this, it warmed her heart. Even if it was a little ridiculous. She reached out and took both breakfasts. She smiled, and it left both big bodyguards slightly dazed. Okay, thank you. Both of you. I'll have a little of everything. Third brother, Xinghao, our CEO's wife is the most beautiful fairy, Xinghao. Dasan, Xinghao, our miss is the prettiest princess, Xinghao. They both thought it at the same time, smart and proud. They glanced at each other, then huffed in perfect unison. Ichichi carried both breakfasts into the hospital room and set them on the table. Truth was, she was hungry. She sipped the millet porridge slowly, ate 2 steamed custard buns, and thought about fruit later. The nausea had finally started easing, thank God. Her appetite was coming back, cravings and all. She sat at the small table, taking tiny bites of a custard bun, the faint milky sweetness filling the quiet room. All morning, the man in the bed didn't move. Not a finger. Chi-Chi grew uneasy. She sent third brother to find the doctor and got the response. He'd most likely wake in the afternoon. Knowing he'd wake soon twisted her stomach all over again. Lunch barely got touched. So, what exactly was she supposed to say when he opened his eyes? Maybe she should just slip back to her own room. She stood beside his bed for a long moment, then finally turned to go. A hand closed around her wrist. Ichichi spun back. The man who had just opened his eyes still looked dazed, but his grip was solid as iron. His face was pale, making his eyes seem deeper, darker. Chi-Chi, Fujia's voice was barely a rasp. Don't go. When he'd woken briefly the night before, his mind had been too foggy to hold on to anything except one thought: she was safe. Then he'd slipped away again. But now, he remembered everything. The gutted, helpless fear when he learned she'd been taken. The black muzzle aimed at her. He'd nearly gone insane. His eyes, fixed on her now, were pleading. Chi-Chi blinked. Her voice came out soft. I was just going back to my room. Let me look at you a little longer. Please. She couldn't say no to that. She sank into the chair beside the bed. Fujia's dark eyes traced every feature of her small face. Her cheeks flashed hot. Her ears burned. She pressed her lips together. Neither of them spoke. She had no idea what to say. He didn't care. He was just satisfied. God, it had been so long since he'd been allowed to look at her this closely. Her hand was still in his. Let him be selfish just this once. Let him look a little longer. The corner of his mouth lifted. Seeing Chi-Chi safe in front of him made him happier than anything in this world. Good. The bullet had hit him yesterday. Not her. He stared at her soft lips, almost dizzy. Had that kiss yesterday been real, or just part of the nightmares? He laid her small hand over his chest and said it quietly. This is good. I still get to see you. Ichichi felt the heat beneath her palm and remembered his wound set on the right side. She pulled her hand back. Her eyes shimmered as she met his gaze. Her voice was unsteady. Fujie, was it worth it? Do you get that you could have died? Her chin trembled. I'm fine. His voice was wrecked. He hadn't had water in hours, but every syllable was certain. I'm just grateful that this time, I actually made it in time. I've made you wait too many times before. From now on. He paused, dragging in a breath. From now on, you don't have to wait anymore. Or be afraid. Not the blackout. Not the reporters swarming her. Not this time. Ichichi understood. Fujiya wouldn't leave her alone again. So this was what it felt like to be protected. She still wasn't used to him saying things like that. She blinked back the burn of tears and murmured, let me get you some water. Fujiya watched as she braced her belly, poured warm water from the dispenser, and slipped a straw into the cup. He didn't want to miss a single second. She brought the cup to the bedside. He turned his head, drank a little. His throat moved with each swallow. Afterward, he looked at her belly and smiled faintly. Is the baby okay? Yesterday he touched her. She said he was the father. Yeah. That was good. Even in that chaos, he still remembered the soft, warm feel of her. Perfect. Chi-Chi rubbed her stomach. Maybe she should get third brother to come sit with him. If she kept looking at him like this, she wouldn't know what to do with herself. She still hadn't figured out how to face Fuji. She set the cup on the bedside table. I'll let. Her gaze dropped. His forehead was covered in a fine sheen of sweat. The words caught in her throat. Fuji, does it hurt a lot? The anesthesia had worn off long ago. The second he opened his eyes, the burning, tearing pain in his wound had slammed into him. He'd just been afraid to show it. Thought he could muscle through. But the pain was building. The sweat on his forehead was pure willpower. He exhaled. It's nothing. Just the meds wearing off. Chi-Chi knew how much that really meant. The bullet wound was in his back, but it had gone deep. They had to cut into his right chest to get to it. How could it not hurt? I'll call the doctor. Fuji shook his head and caught her hand again. No point. A doctor can't make the pain stop. But looking at you, it doesn't hurt. Chi-Chi was speechless. When had Fujiya learned to be this stubborn? By evening, Chen Yuxiu was back at the hospital with dinner. He didn't find his sister in her room. Frowning, he walked next door. And there she was curled on the small bed by the window, fast asleep under a thin blanket. Sleeping soundly. He glanced at Fujiya in the hospital bed, who was staring at his sister like a man starved. Annoyance spiked. Chen Yuxiu raised an eyebrow. Oh. Still alive, I see. Fujiya curved his lips but didn't answer. Chen Yuxiu clicked his tongue at the cold shoulder and stopped at the foot of the bed. Thanks, I guess. But what you did to Chi-Chi is a separate issue. Don't think you're getting her back. Fujiya finally spoke. I don't need your thanks. I did it for myself. And I'll win her back myself. Before Chen Yuxiu could fire back, the figure on the small bed stirred. Chi-Chi rubbed her eyes, blinked them open, and saw her brother standing in the room. A flicker of guilt crossed her face. Her voice was still soft with sleep. Brother, you're back. Chen Yuxiu's expression melted instantly. He crossed to her. Yeah. I brought dinner. Come on, let's go eat. He draped his own jacket over her shoulders, worried she'd catch a chill after waking. She was a little hungry, so she let him help her up and guide her toward the door. But she glanced back at Fujiya in the bed. She tugged at her brother's sleeve, as pleading. Brother. Chen Yuxiu frowned. That look from Chi-Chi, he couldn't refuse it. Ever. Fine. He's not going to starve if he eats a little late. I brought food for him too. He pulled his sister back to her own room, silently weeping inside. His little cabbage hadn't even made it all the way home yet, and she was already about to get stolen again. By the same damn pig as last time. So frustrating. The food Chen Yuxiu brought was all made by Xiaomu. Xiaomu cooked like Aunt Yun, which meant Chi-Chi actually ate it. Steamed cod. Chicken soup. Vegetables and fruit. Thoughtful, carefully packed portions. Plus a small container of millet porridge meant for Fujiya. Chi-Chi knew her brother. Of course third brother had meals covered, but Chen Yuxiu was thanking Fujiya for saving her. Tough talk, soft heart. Have you eaten, big brother? She held the chicken soup, sipping it in slow, small mouthfuls. The savory richness hit just right, and she narrowed her eyes with quiet satisfaction. Yeah, I ate at home. Go ahead. Chen Yuxiu watched Chi-Chi's calm, obedient expression, then his gaze dropped to her belly. He caught himself wondering again if he'd known about her sooner, if he'd found her earlier. He would have protected her perfectly. Wouldn't have let her marry so young. Wouldn't have let her carry a child before she really lived. He would have given her a freer, easier life. But some things were simply fated. His thoughts circled back to Uncle Chen, and his expression darkened. Chi-Chi, Uncle Chen has been turned over to the police. Bayushi took money from him. I should have caught it sooner. That's on me. Chi-Chi paused, set her soup aside, and gave him a gentle smile. Big brother, don't blame yourself. You've been so good to me. I honestly feel so lucky to have a brother like you. The words came straight from her heart. She blushed a little after saying them, but her eyes sparkled, earnest and bright. Chen Yushio's chest tightened. He reached over and ruffled her hair, then cleared his throat like he was shaking something off. Ahem. I'll run this over to Fujiya. He picked up the insulated container and headed out. Watching him leave, Chi-Chi had the strongest suspicion her brother was embarrassed. Fujiya lay with his eyes closed when the door opened. He lifted a lazy gaze, saw Chen Yushio, and closed his eyes again. That unbothered attitude. Chen Yushio set the container on the table and turned to leave. Has Chi-Chi eaten? TCH, of course she has. Chen Yushio didn't hide the impatience in his voice. Just eat the damn food. That way Chi-Chi doesn't have to keep asking about you. Fuji raised an eyebrow and tipped his chin toward his bandaged chest. You think I can feed myself right now? Cold. Arrogant. A completely different person from the gentle version Chi-Chi saw. Chen Yushio gritted his teeth. Hold on. Don't tell me you expect me to spoon-feed you. Fujiya smirked. You think I could swallow anything you shoveled into my mouth? Without Chi-Chi in the room, neither man bothered pretending. They glared at each other. Chen Yushio barely kept his hands at his sides. He stepped forward, gripped the footboard railing, and threw Fujiya a hard look from behind his glasses. Fujiya. Don't push it. Fujiya lifted his chin, ready to fire back. The door swung open. Big brother, are you? Chen Yushio straightened instantly. Forced a grin through clenched teeth. Just getting a little movement in. Working off the meal. He stretched, bent at the waist, made a whole show of it. The second Fujiya heard Chi-Chi's voice, his expression shifted. Soft. Fragile. He frowned gently and fixed her with a tender look. I'm done eating. I can feed him. He can't really move with his injuries. Chi-Chi glanced at the man in the bed, then reached for the container. Chen Yushio pulled her back. No need. Stop fussing over him. He's got a whole staff of idle workers on payroll. I'll call someone. Chi-Chi didn't argue. She'd just eaten and was already feeling a little queasy, not all that comfortable. 30 seconds later, third brother followed Chen Yushio in. Hesitant. Nervous. What does this family drama have to do with me? Why am I the one getting dragged into this? Feed him. Third brother glanced at Chen Yushio. The CEO's brother-in-law. Intimidating. Clearly not the man for the job. Then at the CEO's wife. So small. Cradling her belly on the sofa, already exhausted. Couldn't trouble her. Finally, he looked at his own boss. Fujiya's face was dark, but he wasn't objecting. The guy had holes front and back, no way he could feed himself. Looked like he, third brother, was the chosen one. He walked over, grabbed the container, and figured at least he wouldn't have to buy the boss dinner. Win. Chen Yushio was about to leave, but he paused to watch third brother start feeding the invalid. Then he said a quick goodbye to Chi-Chi and headed out. On his way, he told her to go back to her own room and stop hovering over Fujiya. Chi-Chi nodded. All right, CEO. Open wide. The spoon looked like a toy in third brother's huge hands. He scooped up an overflowing spoonful of porridge and aimed it straight at Fujia's mouth. Fujiya stared at the porridge, steam still rising off it. Fresh from the container. Scalding hot. This idiot was trying to burn him to death. He shot third brother a frozen glare. Put it down. I'll do it myself. No clue where he messed up. Third brother set the container aside, sulking. Tough job. Bodyguard, nanny. 2 roles, 1 paycheck, and the boss still hated him. But he had to keep up appearances, so he clenched his fist in a salute. Go get M, CEO. He put the container within reach, handed the spoon over, and wisely slipped out of the room. The whole scene was absurd, and Ichichi couldn't hold back a genuine smile. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, and the tiny mole beside her nose crinkled. Fujiya hadn't seen her smile like that in so long. All his frustration evaporated in an instant. He reached for the spoon, but the container on the bedside table was just out of his grasp. Then a soft, fair hand took the spoon from his. Chi-Chi sat down beside the bed, her voice quiet. Let me. The millet porridge Shangmu had stood was soft and sticky. Maybe she added a bit of sugar, because it was sweet and fragrant. Chi-Chi scooped up a spoonful, lowered her head, and blew on it gently. Her long lashes caught the light, casting faint shadows. Her pale fingers wrapped around the silver spoon with care. Fujiya thought, taking that bullet was worth it. Whatever the cost, if it meant seeing Chi-Chi by his side every day, he'd do it again. Chi-Chi looked up and met his stare. Raw and shameless. She blinked, pretended she hadn't noticed, and lifted the porridge to his lips. He swallowed. Millet porridge had never, ever tasted this good. The doctor said you can't eat much. Just light, liquid stuff, she said. Fujiya nodded. Inside, he thought, as long as you're feeding me, I drink poison without blinking. Halfway through, Chi-Chi set down the spoon. Okay. That's enough. You shouldn't eat too much. Alright. Then. I'll go rest. She packed up the container and stood. Fujiya wanted so badly to ask her to stay. To sleep right here. He had third brother swap out that small bed for the soft mattress and blankets from home, the same ones Chi-Chi was used to. Definitely more comfortable than whatever was in the room next door. He decided to say it. Shishi, sleep here. It's more comfortable. Chi-Chi glanced at the small bed. Not the same as yesterday. Even the blanket was her favorite pale purple. No, thank you. She hugged the container to her chest. She was trying to be brave, but Fujiya still hadn't mentioned anything about her moving back to the full residence. Not a word. Everything still felt awkward. Don't overthink it. I just want you to rest well. Same mattress and blankets we use at home, you're used to them. You'll sleep better, and the baby will be more comfortable too. Fujiya kept his tone casual, like he genuinely only wanted her and the baby to get a good night's sleep. Chi-Chi bit her lip, looking at the impossibly soft blanket. She hadn't slept well the night before. After a moment of internal tug-of-war, she nodded. Okay. I'll go wash up first. As she walked out, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. If only he could move, he'd really love to hold her. If she'd let him. Outside the room, third brother took the container. Madam, I've got this. She watched him hand it off to a nearby bodyguard, then murmured a quiet thank you. Back in her own room, Chi-Chi stepped into the bathroom. In the mirror, her cheeks looked a little pink. She brushed her teeth. Washed her face. Lingered. Her hair was slightly messy, she brushed it. The blanket didn't look neat, she folded it. When there was nothing left to straighten, she hugged her pillow and shuffled slowly toward the door. Dasun, standing guard at the entrance, looked confused. Miss. Oh. I'm just going to look after him for a while. She ducked her head, guilty, and slipped into the next room. Dasun scratched his head. Look after him. With a pillow. Damn. He pulled out his pink-cased phone and opened Weibo. Help. My boss's sister is getting stolen by some guy. Do I tell the boss? Online. Urgent. Ichichi stepped into the room. He was already watching the door, like he'd been waiting. Fujiya barely lifted his chin, nodding toward the cot. Sleep. She didn't look at him. She grabbed her little pillow, crossed to the bed, laid it down, and climbed in. Blanket to her chin. Back to him. Once she settled, he reached over and killed the main light. Only the small lamp beside his bed stayed on. Outside the window, neon signs blinked, throwing streaks of color through the dark hospital room. One slid across Ichichi's closed eyes. Her hands cradled her belly. The baby was kicking tiny feet playing. She pressed her palm against the spot, rubbing the small bump that pushed back. The quiet made every sensation sharper. The room smelled like antiseptic, but underneath it, she caught it anyway, that faint, barely there trace of woodsy scent. His scent. Silence stretched. Then, a minute or two later, his voice came through the dark. Low. Soft. She. Her heart jumped. She clenched the blanket, eyes squeezing shut, and answered. Yeah. Fujiya watched her curl into a tight ball under the covers. So small. Carrying his child inside her. Both of them right there, just feet away. Something in his chest went impossibly soft. Nothing. Good night. The second she heard him say goodnight, sleep pulled her under. She stayed in that hospital for 5 or 6 days. She was fine, ready to go home. But he couldn't let her leave. Her brother had mentioned once that she could recover at home. He never brought it up again. Fujiya's wound healed well. But every time the doctor came to examine him, he made Chichi leave the room. When she walked back in, she'd see the sweat beading on his forehead. She couldn't imagine what a bullet hole felt like, but she knew it hurt. Knew it had to be brutal. Those 5 days passed quietly. Fujiya didn't bring up anything about them. No heavy conversations. Just, calm. Except his eyes never left her. Every night she slept in his room. Every night he told her goodnight. Of course, you couldn't hide a gunshot wound from the elders forever. The following day, Grandfather Fu and Grandma came to the hospital. Both of them were horrified when they heard. But by the time they found out, the situation was already under control. Grandfather Fu was livid. That woman Bayuji had some nerve. She rot behind bars for the rest of her life. And everyone who helped her. The Fu family wouldn't let a single one walk free. The entire hospital floor had been cleared. Grandfather Fu's brow was carved deep with worry, his cane tapping sharp, furious beats against the floor. He wasn't just angry. There was fear in his face, fear for Fujiya, and for Chichi. For heaven's sake, old man, move faster. I'm not waiting for you. Grandma strode down the hall ahead of him, clutching a small black purse, every trace of her usual composure gone. Bodyguards flanked them, guiding them to the hospital room. Sir, this is Madam's room. The CEO is in that one. They knew Fujiya's surgery had gone well, that he was recovering. Their worry swung toward Chichi. Grandma is the door open, but the room was empty. Third brother spotted them from down the hall and jogged over. Sir, ma'am, Madam is in the CEO's room. All these days, she'd been staying in his room. Clearly, she cared about him deeply. It was heartwarming, really. The two elders exchanged a look, then moved to the next door and opened it. A soft sound came from the doorway. Ichichi rose from the small sofa, turning to see who it was. Oh, Shishi, my dear. Grandma's missed you so much. Grandma's eyes went red in an instant. She rushed forward and wrapped her arms around the girl she hadn't seen in months, her heart squeezing tight. Chichi hugged her back, biting her lip hard to hold in the tears. She patted Grandma's back gently and forced a smile. Grandma, I missed you, too. So much had happened. She planned to have the baby, then bring the child back to introduce them. She didn't want them worrying about her pregnant and alone. And about her brother. Her mother. She hadn't had the chance to tell Grandfather Fu and Grandma any of it. Grandma, I've never gone this long without seeing you. The older woman sniffled, gazing at the granddaughter-in-law who'd been so sweet from the moment she joined the Fu family. Her heart ached. Grandma, don't cry. If you cry, Grandfather will tease you. Chi-Chi guided her toward the sofa, pulled a handkerchief from her bag, and wiped the tears from Grandma's face. He wouldn't dare, Grandma huffed. Grandfather Fu had been firing questions from the doorway. Now he strode in, immediately fussing over Chi-Chi. The two of them swarmed her so completely, they nearly forgot the man lying in the bed. Fujia was content to stay out of it, watching them through half-lidded eyes. Chi-Chi's heart swelled. Grandfather Fu and Grandma truly loved her. She'd been so selfish. She wrapped her arms around Grandma and leaned close to her ear, voice dropping to a whisper. Grandma. I'm pregnant. Almost 5 months. She felt heat rise to her cheeks. Grandma's gaze dropped. Slowly, to the small swell of her belly. Her elegant face registered pure disbelief. Pregnant. This. She reached out and touched Chi-Chi's stomach. It was still small, but the baby inside seemed to know exactly who this was. A tiny kick answered her palm. Fujia tracked that hand on Chi-Chi's belly. Jealousy cut through him, sharp and ridiculous. He wished it were his hand. He'd only touched her once the day he was shot. No chance since. Grandfather Fu craned his neck, eyes going wide at the word pregnant. When did this happen? This. Chi-Chi looked at them both, saw the worry plain on their faces. I found out right before Chinese New Year. I'm sorry. I didn't tell you. She never finished. This is outrageous. How could Jia be so careless? Grandma shot a glare at Fujia, lying in the hospital bed, then turned back to Chi-Chi, stroking her belly. She couldn't let go. It was Chi-Chi's first pregnancy. Having Grandma touch her belly like that felt strange, intimate. She was beyond embarrassed. Grandma noticed, let go gently, and took Chi-Chi's small hand in hers instead. She, I know. It's Audia's fault. I'm not making excuses for him. The way he is right now he earned it. Grandma dabbed at her eyes. Her heart ached for Fujia, yes. But it ached harder for Chi-Chi. She hurt for them both. But you're pregnant and living alone, how could I not worry, especially after what happened this time? Chi-Chi bit her lip. She hadn't expected any of this. So some people in the Chen family really didn't want her there after all. Grandma, a lot of people have been really good to me. My big brother too. Grandma took her hand and squeezed it gently, a soft sigh slipping out. It's not just me. Grandpa misses you too. If you haven't forgiven Jia yet, forget about him. You can come live with us. I won't let him come back to the old house. As much as she tried to hold back, Chi-Chi's tears still spilled over. Grandma, I'm sorry. I made you worry. Grandpa said. Oh, you two, why are you crying? Jia's fine, Chi-Chi's having a baby, all good things, all good things. Fujia couldn't stand seeing Chi-Chi cry any longer. He frowned. Grandma, Chen Yushu will handle the Chen family situation. As for where Chi-Chi wants to live, she can decide when the time comes. Alright, let Chi-Chi decide for herself. Grandma stopped pressing Chi-Chi and instead started telling her what to watch out for during pregnancy. She asked if her back ached, if her legs cramped, if she was still throwing up. Fujia stared out the window, but every one of his senses was tuned to their conversation. At that last question, his gaze darkened. It's okay. My lower back hurts sometimes. I haven't been throwing up as much lately. Chi-Chi answered each question obediently. Grandma immediately called Aunt Yun and told her to prepare a new meal plan. From now on, no more food from outside. If you want something, you tell Grandma. And Yun will make it for you. The pregnancy made both elders so happy. They stayed at the hospital for a long time before finally leaving. After sitting on the couch too long, Chi-Chi rubbed her lower back and stood up. Fujia's brow was tight. He softened his voice. Go get some sleep. You didn't rest at noon. Chi-Chi didn't argue. She was always sleepiest around midday. She walked over to the small bed and lay down. Fujiya had originally thought being injured and stuck in a hospital bed was a good thing. Now he just wanted to recover faster. He needed to take care of Chi-Chi. Because of what Grandma and Grandpa had just said, Chi-Chi couldn't fall asleep. Should she go back to the old house? But her big brother wanted her to go back too. And her mother, she hadn't visited her in days. In a few more days, Mom could be discharged. She was torn. And all of it came back to Fujiya. He hadn't said anything. She had wanted so badly to go back home. But after all these days in the hospital, he never once brought it up. Anxiety coiled in her chest. Was he having regrets? After getting so badly hurt, nearly dying, was Fujiya starting to second-guess everything. She had never been a secure person. And now, carrying the baby, all those emotions had been piling up inside her for days. It was too easy to overthink, to spiral. 2 days passed. The doctor said he could walk around a little. It would help his wound heal. Chi-Chi usually slept until 10. Fujiya woke early, and third brother would sneak in to bring him food. It was not an easy job. He had to keep his eyes strictly forward, especially no glancing toward the madam. The first day, he accidentally looked over, and Fujiya glared at him like he wanted to kill him for the rest of the day. The stitches on his wound had come out, and a scab was forming. After eating, he followed the doctor's orders and paced the room. Sunlight streamed through the window, bright and blinding. Afraid it would keep Chi-Chi from sleeping well, he walked over and lowered the curtain a little. Then he crouched by her small bed and watched her sleep. She slept so peacefully. The climate-controlled room meant she only needed a thin blanket over her. Her breathing was soft and shallow. That was just the kind of person she was, Fujiya thought. Wherever she went, she made herself small. Never fought for anything. Never demanded. Never troubled anyone. She was lying on her side, the curve of her belly obvious under the thin blanket, rising and falling gently with each breath. Fujiya had counted the days. The baby was conceived that night he brought her home from the bar. Almost 5 months now. He held back, then couldn't stop himself from reaching out to touch. This was his and Chi-Chi's child. He had only touched her belly once secretly and then once more the day he got hurt. Never again. He wasn't a good father. He wasn't even a good husband. But he would be. From now on, he would do everything right. Just as his hand was about to settle on her stomach, she blinked awake, groggy. She froze for a moment seeing him crouched there, then noticed his hand hovering midair. She blinked again, coming to her senses. But before she could speak, nausea surged into her chest. She pushed herself up, covered her mouth, and rushed to the bathroom. Fujiya froze, then followed immediately. She coughed violently over the toilet. Her morning sickness had eased, but mornings were still brutal. Fujiya gently rubbed her back from behind, worry plastered across his face. Chi-Chi had gotten used to it, but the physical reaction still made her cough until tears streamed down her cheeks. Fujiya couldn't put much strength in his right hand, so he did his best to hold her with his left. He grabbed a tissue and wiped her mouth. Does it hurt a lot, Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi shook her head. After a moment to recover, she said, "It's okay. Just a little nauseous." He led her to the couch, and she sank into the cushions, her head drooping against the armrest. Fujiya crouched in front of her, watching. They were so close. This was the distance they used to share, back when they lived together every single day. During their years of marriage, Fujiya had loved holding her in his arms, staying this near. But now it felt wrong. Chi-Chi didn't know what were they now. Were they getting back together? Neither of them had actually said anything. And if they weren't, why was she here with him every day in the hospital? Fujiya seemed completely oblivious to what she meant. Or maybe she was just overthinking. Her mind a mess, she glared at him without meaning to. The man crouched in front of her looked confused. His voice was worried. What is it? Not feeling well. Stop staring at me. You're too close. She closed her eyes, a little petulant. A flicker of hurt shot through Fujiya's chest. She still didn't like him being near. He stood up and sat back on his bed, putting some distance between them. And to Chi-Chi, it only felt like proof he really didn't want to be close to her either. With Grandma back at home, a nutritionist had been brought in to plan the meals. Aunt Yun did the cooking, and the driver shuttled everything to the hospital. Worried Chi-Chi might get hungry, lunch arrived before 11. Outside the door, third brother and Dasun bickered until they both squeezed inside and set 2 lunch boxes on the table. Fujiya waved them out and got up to open the containers. Everything was Chi-Chi's favorite. But before she could take a bite, her phone rang. Chen Yuxiu. Brother. Fujiya knew exactly who it was. He slowed his movements, ears tuned to every word. Did the food make it there? Any pain today? Chi-Chi sniffled, her voice soft. Yeah, it just got here. I just woke up. No pain. How's my mom? Is she better? Yesterday, when Chen Yuxiu left the hospital, he mentioned he'd go see Yijin today. She's doing great. I just came from the hospital. Talk to the doctor, she can go home the day after tomorrow. The surgery recovery's going really well. He paused, switching the phone to his other hand as he opened the car door. So, should I pick you up from there tomorrow? Chi-Chi hesitated. Her gaze drifted, almost on its own, to the man standing by the table. Fujiya had lost so much weight lately. His shoulders, always so broad, looked thinner now. The loose hospital gown made it painfully obvious. But she hadn't seen her mom in days. And she really wanted to talk to her. Properly. Tell her about the baby. Tell her she'd been okay, all these years. Tell her how much she'd missed her. Okay. Pick me up tomorrow. Thanks, brother. She agreed and hung up. The man who'd been listening went still. A flicker crossed his eyes. But his hands didn't stop. He set out the bowls and chopsticks beside the table. Neither spoke. Chi-Chi knew he'd heard every word. She ate in silence, both of them lost in their own thoughts. After the meal, third brother came in to clear the dishes. The atmosphere in the room was off. Xinghao, what's going on? Why isn't the boss staring at his wife like an idiot today? That face is dark enough to scare somebody to death, Xinghao. He grabbed the thermal containers fast and tossed one to Dasun. Dasun caught it with ease. Xinghao ha. Third brother doesn't look like much, but he's got hands, Xinghao. He hummed a little tune while washing the containers, already happily planning what to pack for Xiaomu tomorrow. Not long after, Chi-Chi pushed open the door and went back to her own room to tidy up. There wasn't much to pack, but a sudden lump rose in her throat anyway. She pulled a chair over by the window and sat in the sun, gazing down at her soft belly. She started bad-mouthing Fujiya to the baby. In the next room, Fujiya leaned against the headboard. Xinghao, she's leaving. Even if I could sprint right now, Chi-Chi's still going back to the Chen family, Xinghao. He tapped his fingers against the edge of the bed, frowning. Xinghao, how the hell do I keep her by my side? This is damn near harder than signing a $1 billion contract, Xinghao. Sunlight slanted through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Both rooms held people lost in thought. Fujiya rubbed his brow. He'd never been the type to hesitate. He went after what he wanted. Only Chi-Chi made him second guess. And then, as if something finally clicked, he stood and strode to her room. When he pushed the door open, she was sitting in the sun, legs crossed. The light warmed her skin until she glowed like a ripe peach. Chi-Chi, he said, low and soft. Chi-Chi looked up. The tall, striking man walked toward her slowly. His face was as cold as ever, brows furrowed like something heavy was pressing down. He crouched in front of her chair, half his face caught in the sunlight. His large hand wrapped around hers, and he looked up at her. Shishi, can we talk? She looked into his eyes and couldn't bring herself to refuse. His hand was so warm around hers. About what? Fujiya let out a quiet breath, reaching up to touch her cheek. Soft. Just as soft as before. His voice was deliberate, the most sincere she'd ever heard from him. I want to ask if you come home. Our home. If you don't want to be alone with me, I can take you to Grandma and Grandfather Fu's place. I'll just come see you sometimes. When his fingers brushed her cheek, Chi-Chi's heart stuttered. And then something flooded the hollow space behind it. She bit her lip, her voice trembling. Our home. Yeah. I don't want a divorce. I don't want to be apart from you. Chi-Chi, I want to take care of you. And the baby. He said it with total seriousness. Total tenderness. Shishi, give me a chance. Please. Xinghao, give me a chance. Please, Xinghao, like a prayer. He set aside every scrap of pride and dignity that came with the name Fujiya. He crouched there by the window, one knee bent almost like he was kneeling. Like a proposal. She squeezed his hand and felt herself tremble all over. For a moment, she couldn't find a single word. I'll protect you. Every single time. I won't let you be sad or hurt. Because I love you. Not for any other reason. Just you. I love you, Shishi. His eyes reddened. He wasn't good at saying things like this, but every word came naturally, as if he'd practiced them in his head 1,000 times. 10,000. I don't want to go a single minute without seeing you. I want to look at you every second. His voice cracked. He couldn't finish. A tear splashed onto the back of his hand. Chi-Chi's tears had been waiting, and now they fell hot and fast. She loved Fujiya for so many years. And he had never told her he loved her like this. So solemn. So earnest. It was like writing a letter every single day, never knowing if the person had already moved away. But you kept writing. 3 years. 4 years. So many years. And just when you'd given up every last shred of hope, you finally got a reply. Fujiya, do you mean it? Her voice shook as she asked. She bit down on her lip. She was holding that letter, too terrified to believe the reply had actually come. She needed a firm answer to quiet the insecurity churning inside her. I mean it. I've never meant anything more in my life. The stern man repeated himself, as if afraid she wouldn't believe him. Tears fell like pearls. Chi-Chi sniffled. Do you really like me? Fujiya wiped her tears away. Chi-Chi's mom was right. His girl was made of tears. So many tears, every time. I like you. I love you. She shook her head in disbelief, her pink lips trembling, her fingertips white from gripping her palms. If you leave me again. I'll. She clenched her little fist, trying to come up with something threatening. Nothing came. Fujiya looked almost afraid to believe what she might be implying, and rushed to speak. I won't leave you, not anywhere. If I ever screw up again, let me rot alone forever. Or drop dead on the spot. I don't care. He didn't even know what he was saying anymore. He just didn't want Chi-Chi to sense a single flicker of hesitation. Didn't want her to be afraid. Chi-Chi shook her head, and another stream of tears fell. I don't want you to die. Their eyes locked. In their pupils, only each other's reflection. Fujiya wiped her tears. Both his palms were soaked. All these days when he was hurt, she was terrified he'd die. When he came out of the ER, she worried he was in pain. And later, she worried he regretted it. Regretted saving her. Regretted taking a bullet for her. Stop crying, okay? I don't know what to do when you cry. It ached worse than the gunshot wound. Chi-Chi sobbed, her eyes shimmering like they held entire constellations, making him want to hand her the whole world. Then, why aren't you holding me? The moment she said it, she was pulled into a familiar embrace. I'm sorry. Our Chi-Chi wanted a hug. The soft, small weight of her in his arms. Fujiya's hands were actually shaking. After everything, after all this distance, she was finally close enough to hold. I'm so mad at you, Fujiya. Her eyes were red, tears soaking into the fabric of his shoulder. Her voice was small and she sounded wrong. Mad about what? Fujiya waited. Chi-Chi never talked about the things that hurt her. But this time, he knew she trusted him. Really trusted him. The knowledge spread through his chest like honey, slow and warm. Chi-Chi wiped her tears against his shoulder, pouting. You were too slow. You didn't come to me fast enough. To tell me. I waited so long. I thought you changed your mind. That you regretted coming to save me. That you regretted getting hurt so badly, almost dying. Her body trembled as she spoke. She'd been genuinely terrified. My fault. I was an idiot. I made my Chi-Chi wait too long. Punish me, okay? Make me pay. He brushed his cheek lightly against her hair. Quiet comfort, the kind of gesture they didn't need words for. Chi-Chi reached out and laid her hand very gently on his chest. Through the thin hospital gown, she could feel the ridges of the bandage beneath. She sniffled, her whole face wet. You bled so much that day. I pressed and it wouldn't stop. I was so scared you'd die. If you died, what was I supposed to do? What about the baby? She kept mumbling, pouring out all the fear and uncertainty of the past few days to the one person she trusted most. Like a cat finally rolling over, belly up. It's over now, Shishi. I can hold you. I can walk. See? I'm better. His voice was steady, solid. Somehow it quieted the panic inside her. He set his hands on her shoulders and eased back just a little. He didn't want to let go at all, but this angle couldn't be comfortable for her. Meeting her tear-stained eyes, Fujiya dipped his head until his forehead rested against hers. Don't cry anymore, baby. Her cheeks went from porcelain to pink. She leaned back in her chair, suddenly shy. Don't call me baby. Red face. Red eyes. Her whole face glistening with tears. She looked like a little bullied rabbit. Her words had zero bite. Fujiya loved this side of her, soft, clingy, leaning on him. She went all warm and pliant in his hands. He let his lips curl. Why not? She glared at him with those huge, wet eyes, then pointed one slender finger at her round belly. He's the little baby. Fine, fine. He's the little baby. You're the big baby. The baby seemed to know they were talking about him. He shifted, and Chi-Chi drew a sharp breath. Fujiya looked up. Does it hurt? Can I touch the little baby? She wrapped both arms around her belly and shook her head. No. Really, stingy. Why not? Because I'm still mad. Fujiya smiled. His Chi-Chi was just shy. He stood, ignoring the numbness in his legs from crouching, and grabbed a tissue from the bedside table. He bent down and carefully wiped the last of her tears away. Chi-Chi tilted her head up, watching him so focused. The sunlight made her squint, her lashes fluttering. She bit her lip and asked softly, Fujiya, were you telling the truth? All of it? The guarded look in her eyes made his heart clench. He lowered his head, hesitated half a second, then pressed a feather-light kiss to her forehead. Looking her straight in the eye, he said it like a vow. I meant every word. I had never meant anything more in my life. Am I annoying? Asking over and over. Her brows drew together. Not annoying. You ask once, I'll answer once. 100 times, 1,000 times I'll answer every single one. I will always answer you. He reached out and touched her face softly. How about I put you down for a nap? You haven't slept yet today. Chi-Chi nodded. The sun was warm. She cried everything out. Her heart had clenched and then softened, filled up now with his gentleness. The relief made her eyelids heavy. Fujiya helped her up and led her toward the door. Halfway there, Chi-Chi stopped and tugged at his shirt. What is it? He asked gently. She bit her lip, blinking. Are my eyes red? She remembered all the bodyguards out there. She really didn't want them, especially third brother, to see she'd been crying. Fujiya pulled her closer, pressing her head against his chest. There. Now nobody can see. Through the thin fabric, she could feel the heat of his body. Her face went crimson. Fujiya walked her out. The instant the door opened, Dasen jumped a full foot back, rubbing the ear he had pressed against it. Then he looked. His gaze landed on the two of them wrapped around each other. Damn! She was completely gone. 2 streaks of tears down his face, he whipped out his pink phone. 星号 gotta tell the boss 星号. On the other side, third brother was grinning ear to ear. He waved at the other bodyguards to turn their faces away. 星号 damn, boss. You really are something, 星号. Fujiya shot him a death glare. Third brother wiped the grin off his face instantly and spun around. Chi-Chi was carried back into her room like a little ostrich. Fujiya brought her to the bed, helped her lie down, and pulled the light blanket over her. Chi-Chi closed her eyes. Her heart was still hammering. She could feel him lingering, not leaving. Without opening her eyes, she whispered, Stop staring at me. Fujiya laughed. How do you know I'm staring if your eyes are closed? She opened them and met his, bright with amusement. Fujiya was devastating when he smiled. Catching herself slipping back into a crash, Chi-Chi gave a tiny shake of her head. He reached out, smoothed the stray hairs from her face, and took her hand. Go to sleep. I just want to look at you. I'll leave once you're out. Chi-Chi gave in and closed her eyes. Her hand rested in his, held gently. Somehow, that made her feel safe, and she drifted off almost immediately. She woke to darkness pressing against the hospital windows. Her eyes were sore and swollen. She cried too much. She rubbed them with the heels of her hands. Fujiya sat at the head of the bed, newspaper in hand. The second he saw her push herself up, he folded it and set it aside. You're awake. He crossed the room in 3 long strides and stopped beside her. Chi-Chi dropped her hands. Bam. Everything between them had shifted. Before, she'd always believed their marriage was just a contract. Her feelings had been a one-sided crush she'd kept locked up for years, something fragile she was terrified of breaking. She'd never dared to get too close, always afraid she'd cross some invisible line and make him unhappy. His rare moments of softness had felt like undeserved gifts and they'd left her giddy for days. But now she knew he liked her back. And knowing that made her want more. She wanted to be closer. Fujiya studied her face. The rims of her eyes were still red. He brushed his thumb over the delicate skin. Her lids flashed pink, slightly puffed. Don't move. I'll get a towel. He disappeared into the bathroom, wrung a cloth under warm water, and came back. He pressed the folded towel over her eyes. The world went dark. Chi-Chi gripped the edge of the mattress and held perfectly still. The towel hid half her face. Only the tip of her nose and her soft pink mouth were visible. Fujiya couldn't look away from her lips. Soft. Full. The kind a man ached to kiss. He leaned in, inch by inch. His breath skimmed her mouth. She must have sensed it, because her lips pressed lightly together. 星号 God, that only makes me want to kiss her more, 星号. His heart slammed against his ribs. He'd never felt this out of control. The simple thought of kissing Chi-Chi made him desperate. So close. The door flew open. Get out, Fujiya snarled. No, you get out. Third brother and Dasun were wedged shoulder to shoulder in the doorway, clutching dinner bags. Two hulking bodyguards completely blocking the tiny hospital entrance. Boss, Din. Miss, Dinna. Both men froze. 星号 we are so dead, 星号. Too big to move. Too panicked to think. They just stood there, stuck. Fujiya bit down a curse and swallowed it. He set the towel aside. Chi-Chi opened her eyes and saw the two immovable men choking the doorway. A laugh bubbled up before she could stop it. He reached out and touched her hair. If it still hurts, blink. Don't rub. She blinked twice, deliberate. Fujiya smiled. The irritation from a second ago was gone, like it had never been there. He straightened, grabbed the dinner bags, and kicked both clueless bodyguards out with a shove and a pointed glare before slamming the door. Chi-Chi slipped into the bathroom to wash up. When she came out, dinner was already arranged on the small table. They sat down together. 星号 he's the patient here. Why is he the one taking care of me, 星号? Every dish was thoughtful, all her favorites. Her phone rang. Grandma. Grandma. Chi-Chi, you said yesterday you wanted something sweet and sour. And you made her sweet and sour ribs, marinated with plums. And there's silverfish steamed egg. Make sure you eat it all. Good protein. The old lady had timed the call perfectly, tracking the driver's schedule. I've been craving those ribs all day, Grandma. Good. There's steamed shrimp too. Make Fujiya peel them for you. Don't you do it yourself. Chi-Chi coughed and shot a quick glance at Fujiya beside her. The phone's speaker was soft, but the man had zero shame. He was openly listening. Without a word, he reached over, picked up a shrimp, and started peeling. All right, Grandma's hanging up. Eat while it's hot. Bye, Grandma. She ended the call. Fujiya was already dropping a peeled shrimp into her bowl. Eat. I'll peel all of them. I can do it myself. She mumbled it, but she still scooped up the shrimp. Sweet and fresh. He worked through the entire plate. Most of it ended up in her stomach. She ate until she was full, her belly just a little rounder. Only then did Fujiya start eating. He moved fast, but there was something easy and elegant in the way he handled his chopsticks. Chi-Chi knew he liked steamed fish, but she'd never been able to pin down any other favorites. The question slipped out before she caught it. Fujiya, what do you actually like to eat? He looked at her and swallowed. I like the food you make. She blinked, considering. Let's chat. Every soup she brought him, he finished. Every dish she cooked, he cleaned the plate. Okay. I'll cook for you again, then. Something tightened in his chest. That was his Chi-Chi. Once she let you back into her heart, she poured everything into taking care of you. 星号 how could I have ever hurt her, 星号? He reached out and touched her soft cheek. From now on, I'll cook for you. Chi-Chi had no idea what was running through his head. She shook her head, doubtful. Is your cooking even edible? I can learn. He smiled and finished off his rice in a few quick bites. Fujiya, my brother's coming to pick me up tomorrow. He paused. A bit of silence. So you're going back? Want me to come with you? No. Stay here and rest. He let out a breath. He'd only just gotten close to Chi-Chi again. The thought of not seeing her for days already left him restless. Her small hand tugged at his sleeve. I want to spend some time with my mom. I'll come visit you, okay? Okay. He sat down and pulled her into his arms. Take care of yourself. Call me every day. And, think of me. His heart thudded steady and strong against her ear. Then get better fast. And come pick up me and the baby. Take us home. He drew a deep breath. Okay. The next morning, Chen Yuxiu arrived just as Chi-Chi was waking up. Dasun had been spamming him with that cabbage being shredded by a pig emoji every single day. He knew exactly what had been going on. Chi-Chi felt a quick stab of guilt the second her brother walked in. She chugged the rest of her soy milk and stood up. Brother, let's go. Fujie stepped in and casually wiped a smear of milk from the corner of her mouth with his thumb. Chen Yuxiu shoved his hands in his pockets, glaring at that hand like his stare could set it on fire. Go home and rest. Be good. Answer my calls. I'll come get you. Fujie acted like Chen Yuxiu wasn't even there, delivering his quiet instructions to Chi-Chi alone. Her brother looked seconds away from snapping. Chi-Chi felt her face heat. Got it. She grabbed his arm and practically dragged him toward the door. Chen Yuxiu glanced back and caught Fujie's smug, challenging eyebrow raise. He made a sharp slicing motion with his hand across his throat. Xinghao, no way in hell I'm letting you take her, Xinghao. They climbed into the car and pulled away toward the Chen family mansion. On the road, Chi-Chi's phone buzzed. Muyo. Shishi, where are you? I'm finally free. I'm coming to see you and my goddaughter. Heels clicked rapidly across the Fine Arts Academy parking lot. Muyo had been buried in work for over a month. She'd originally kept her distance so Fujie couldn't track Chi-Chi down, but look how that turned out. He'd almost stolen her away. I'm heading home today. Chi-Chi gave her the address. Come over. I should be there by the time you arrive. Perfect. Muyo hung up and opened her car door. She'd heard every detail of the recent chaos from Chi-Chi. Xinghao, life really does play tricks on you. Some things just aren't in our hands, Xinghao. The moment Chi-Chi ended the call, Chen Yuxiu spoke. The old mansion doesn't have a butler right now. I've replaced all the staff. If you need anything, tell Shamu. She nodded. So you made up with Fujie? He asked it casually, like he didn't care, but his ears were razor-focused. Chi-Chi fiddled with her seatbelt, head bowed like a kid caught sneaking a cookie. Brother, I want to give him one more chance. She turned to look at him, nerves twisting in her chest. If it was possible, she wanted her family to love the person she loved. Chen Yuxiu let out a long sigh and glanced at her. All right. Then trust him. Follow your heart. Whatever happens, I'll be here. Thanks, brother. The car rolled to a stop in front of the mansion. Chen Yuxiu didn't get out. He rushed out early and still had a document to sign at the office. Chi-Chi, I'll be back for lunch. Go on in. Shamu was already waiting at the entrance. She nodded and stepped out. Xinghao, Zeo will be here soon. We can eat together. And I'll get to introduce her to my brother, Xinghao. Out on the wide road, Chen Yuxiu swung the car around and drove back the way they'd come. A red car brushed past him. Inside, a woman with flawless makeup stared intently at her GPS, navigating straight toward the Chen family mansion. Chi-Chi changed into comfortable clothes and stepped out of the bathroom. Her phone buzzed on the bedside table. Xinghao home yet? Make sure you eat a good lunch, Xinghao. She'd barely finished reading the first message before a second one popped up. Xinghao, I miss you, Xinghao. Her fingers traced over those two words. A sweet warmth wrapped around her heart. A small smile touched her delicate face as she tapped back. Xinghao, I'm home. Muya's coming over for lunch. I miss you too, Xinghao. She deleted the last 4 words, then typed them again. Her cheeks flushed pink. They'd never sent each other messages like this before once that laid their feelings bare. It felt impossibly sweet. In his office, third brother walked in with lunch and caught sight of the CEO staring at his phone with a grin so unsettling he stopped in his tracks. The man who'd barely touched his food all week was smiling like that. He stood at the foot of the bed, shaking his head, mentally analyzing his boss's state of mind. Fujiya glanced up. What? Want to join me? Third brother shook his head frantically. No, no, no. You go ahead, sir. The missus said I have to make sure you eat. Humph. Fujiya let out an unusually easygoing grunt and waved him off. By the time Muyao was LED inside the Chinese state, Chi-Chi had just changed and come downstairs. Muyao didn't hesitate. She rushed over and wrapped Chi-Chi in a huge hug. Chi-Chi, baby, I missed you so much. She pulled back and rubbed Chi-Chi's belly. Is my goddaughter behaving? Her hair, which she'd cut short months ago, was long again, falling in soft natural waves to her waist. The style only made her already striking face more beautiful. She's good. Very well behaved. But since when did she turn into a girl? You've been calling her a godson this whole time. I've been into sweet little girls lately. But honestly, whatever you have, I'll love it. Chi-Chi shook her head with a helpless smile and pulled her friend onto the couch. They curled up together. So what's your plan? You going back to the Fu family, or? First, I bring my mom back. Then I wait for him to come get me. Yi Chi-Chi's voice wavered. Yo, I can't lie to myself. He said he wants to start over. I want to give him a chance and give myself and the baby a chance too. Do you think I'm stupid? Muyao let out a soft sigh. No matter what Chi-Chi chose, she'd support her. This was Chi-Chi, her best friend, the kindest, gentlest soul she knew. How could I think you're stupid? I'm just worried you'll get hurt again. She pulled Chi-Chi closer. But you know, no matter what you decide, I'll be right here. Chi-Chi's eyes stung with warmth. Her brother, Yo-Yo, they all stood by her, making her fearless. They were still talking when the front door swung open. Chen Yuxiu walked in, sharp in his suit, holding a document folder. Shishi, you have company. This is my friend Yo-Yo. Muyao had been facing away from the door. She turned at the sound of his voice. Chi-Chi had told her about her new brother. She just hadn't expected it to be the man she'd seen on the second floor that day. She sat on the couch, looking up as he approached. The light from the chandelier fell across his face, and Muyao froze. It's you. The words tumbled out before she could stop them. Chen Yuxiu raised an eyebrow, studying the woman in front of him. She looked familiar. Then it clicked. A few months ago. Y City. A bar. A friend had dragged him there after he closed a deal. He'd had a few drinks and wandered through the crowd to the restroom. He hated places like that, loud, packed. But the contract had put him in a good mood, and his friend wouldn't take no for an answer. Compared to the headache-inducing music outside, the bathroom was quiet. He washed his hands and was ready to leave when voices drifted in from the hallway. The usual bar scene, some guys harassing a girl. 2 male voices. 1 female. Chen Yuxiu dried his hands and walked out. He hadn't planned to get involved, but as he passed, he glanced sideways. The girl was stunning, delicate Asian features, her eyes rimmed red from too much to drink, carrying a seductive, helpless sort of charm. In the dim light, her red lips were impossible to ignore. No wonder those 2 Western guys couldn't control themselves. An Asian beauty like her was rare. Muyao was definitely tipsy. She'd come with 2 friends from her art workshop, but they'd gotten separated in the crowd. She stumbled toward the exit, dazed, only to end up by the restroom. The 2 men came out and blocked her path. Their crude words made her pulse race. She tried to leave, but they grabbed her. She'd been careless. Today wasn't a free day, and the bodyguard her brother had assigned was back at the hotel. No one was coming to help. When the man started getting handsy, she snapped. What the hell? Get your hands off me, you pigs! Chen Yuxiu stopped walking. He turned, grabbed both men by the wrists, twisted, and sent them crashing to the floor. Worthless creeps, drained by booze and women. It took no effort. The two foreigners looked up at him easily. A head taller rubbed their sore backsides, and stumbled away, cursing. He turned back to the girl. She was staring at him, dazed. They're gone. You should head back. Muyo shook her head, the alcohol hitting her hard. Without thinking, she grabbed his navy blue tie. She pulled. Her soft body pressed against his. Chen Yuxiu had never been with a woman. The sudden embrace caught him off guard. The sweet scent of her perfume mixed with faint alcohol. She looked up, the colorful lights reflecting in her eyes like gemstones. Before he could push her away, she spoke. Thanks, handsome. Then she yanked his tie again, rose on her tiptoes, and pressed a kiss to his lips. Soft. Unhurried. His eyes went wide. The kiss ended as quickly as it began. He barely registered it before she melted against him. A man in black, her bodyguard, he learned later, appeared and pulled her away. Chen Yuxiu slipped out without a word. She'd been too drunk to remember. Or so he thought. Now, facing her in his sister's living room, he saw the recognition in her eyes. It's you, Muyo breathed. Chen Yuxiu gave a slight nod. So it is. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She kissed a complete stranger. And that stranger was her best friend's brother.